My name is Arlen Frostborn. I was reborn into the Ming Dynasty 6 years ago, and now, at only 14 years old, I was being sent into a dark forest to fight bandits for the first time. It was May of the 20th year of Hongwu in Daning Prefecture. The forest around us was dark and thick. More than 100 soldiers in red armor moved carefully between the trees, carrying swords, spears, bows, and arrows as we slowly made our way deeper into the woods. Our captain walked near the middle of the formation. He wore full armor and kept one hand on his sword while constantly watching the trees around us. "Be careful," he warned. "Veterans stay in front. New recruits stay behind. These bandits are not good people." "Yes, Captain," the soldiers answered. The experienced soldiers moved ahead with their weapons ready, while new recruits like me followed behind with bows and arrows. An old soldier named Farley was walking in front of me. He had been looking after me since I entered the army, and he turned his head slightly as we moved. "Arlen Frostborn, everything has a first time," old Farley said. "When you see a bandit, don't think too much. Raise your bow and shoot for his head. Kill one man and you'll earn military merit." "Old Farley, don't worry." "I'm not afraid," I answered. I tried to sound calm, but even I could hear the tension in my voice. I was only 14 years old, maybe 15 if someone looked at my false military records. I still had the face of a teenager. I was handsome enough, but compared to the veteran soldiers around me, I looked thin and weak. I had joined the army less than 2 months ago. Today was my first real battle, and no matter how much I tried to act calm, I could feel my heart beating faster with every step. The Ming Dynasty had strict laws against criminals, bandits, and other troublemakers. However, the empire was simply too large to completely remove crime. No matter how powerful an empire became, there would always be people willing to break the law. Some of them eventually gathered together and became bandits. As we moved deeper into the strange and dangerous forest, I silently cursed the person responsible for putting me here. "Damn you, Sidney Rockwell," I thought. "Just wait for me. If I ever get the chance to return, you'll be the first person I deal with." Joining the army had never been my choice. I had been tricked. During the Hongwu era, military service was normally hereditary. Soldiers usually came from registered military households, and replacements were recruited when those households lacked enough soldiers. My family was not part of a military household. Under normal circumstances, I would never have been forced into the army. Unfortunately, Daning Prefecture had recently begun recruiting new soldiers to deal with growing bandit problems. The requirement was simple. Recruits had to be at least 16 years old. I wasn't even 16. That didn't stop Sidney Rockwell. My information had been completely changed. My age was falsified, and somehow my name was entered into the military records as a legal recruit. By the time I understood what had happened, it was already too late. There was nothing I could do about it now. Complaining would not remove my name from the military register, so I could only hold my bow tightly and follow old Farley through the forest. After walking deeper into the woods, we finally saw something through the trees. There were more than a dozen crude thatched houses hidden inside the forest. Wooden fences surrounded them, along with chevox de fries made from sharpened wooden stakes. There was no doubt about it. We had found the bandits' hideout. Our 100 soldiers slowly approached the settlement, but before we could completely surround it, someone inside noticed us. "The Imperial Army is here." The warning immediately spread through the camp. "Brothers, grab your weapons, kill these bastards, kill them, kill these Ming Army dogs." The peaceful forest exploded into chaos. More than a dozen arrows suddenly flew from behind the wooden fence and came straight toward. Several soldiers were hit before they could react. Arrows pierced arms and thighs, and blood quickly covered their red uniforms. Their painful cries echoed through the forest. "Damn it," I cursed under my breath. At that moment, I finally understood something clearly. Suppressing bandits was not some simple military exercise. People were going to die here. "Archers," the captain shouted. The 30 archers in our formation immediately stepped forward. I was one of them. I grabbed an arrow, placed it on the bowstring, and raised my bow toward the bandits behind the fence. Fire! Dozens of bowstrings snapped almost at the same time. Arrows flew through the forest and crashed into the bandit camp. Several screams came from behind the wooden fence as bandit archers were struck and fell to the ground. The captain immediately gave another order. "Archers, provide support. Spearmen, follow me and attack. Spread out and surround them." He pulled out his sword and pointed toward the hideout. "Leave no bandit alive. Kill, kill." More than 70 soldiers carrying long spears charged forward together. There was a reason people said that the longer weapon usually had the advantage. The spearmen could attack from farther away before the bandits' swords could reach them. The bandits weren't planning to surrender. "The government troops have surrounded us. Fight them." Their leader raised his long blade and shouted. Around 40 or 50 bandits rushed out from behind the defenses and charged directly toward our soldiers. The two groups collided. The sound of metal striking metal filled the forest. Our soldiers had two major advantages. They carried long spears, and most of them wore proper military armor. The bandits had neither. The moment the two sides met, the battle became bloody. Spears stabbed forward, swords swung wildly, men screamed as blood covered the forest floor. I stayed behind the front line with the other archers. My hands were still tense, but I forced myself to focus. I looked across the battlefield and found one bandit fighting against our soldiers. I raised my bow. Then I pulled the string back with all my strength. My breathing became heavy as I aimed. For a moment, everything around me seemed to slow down. I released the string. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air. It struck the bandit directly in the throat. His body jerked backward. Blood poured from the wound as he grabbed at the arrow and stumbled several steps. Then he collapsed. He struggled on the ground for a few moments before finally becoming still. I had killed someone. Before I could even understand how I felt about that, a strange voice suddenly appeared inside my head. "Kill one Tartar and gain 20 points of strength." I froze. Then something changed inside my body. A warm feeling spread through my arms, shoulders, chest, and legs. My muscles suddenly felt stronger than they had only seconds earlier. It wasn't imagination. My strength had really increased. "What is this?" My eyes widened. Then a thought suddenly appeared in my mind. Could this be my golden finger? My heart started beating wildly, but this time it wasn't because of fear. It was excitement. I had been reborn into the Hongwu period of the Ming Dynasty 6 years ago. When I first arrived in this world, I had naturally wondered whether I would receive some special ability. People who were reborn into ancient times in stories always seemed to receive some powerful advantage. A system, a special talent, a mysterious treasure, anything. But years passed and nothing happened. Eventually I accepted reality. Even without a special ability. I had thought that maybe I could use knowledge from my previous life to make money and live comfortably during the Hongwu era. Becoming an official had never been part of my plans. This was the Hongwu period. Evander Frostborn Evander was still alive. Becoming an official during his reign was almost the same as asking for trouble. The salaries of officials were extremely low, and if someone failed to do their job properly, Evander wasn't exactly known for being forgiving. Killing officials was hardly unusual for him. People in later generations even joked that being an official during the Hongwu period was like walking around with your own head hanging from your belt. One mistake could cost you everything. Because of that, I had never seriously thought about becoming an official. I certainly hadn't planned on becoming a soldier either. I had only entered the army because Sidney Rockwell tricked me, but now everything had changed. Killing enemies allowed me to collect attributes. Just one kill had given me 20 points of strength. If I continued killing enemies, how strong could I become? My fear slowly disappeared. I looked toward the battlefield again. The bandits who had seemed dangerous only moments earlier suddenly looked completely different. They were no longer just enemies. They were opportunities. With this strange ability, I could continuously collect attributes and make myself stronger. More importantly, strength could help me gain military achievements. Military achievements could help me rise through the army, and if I gained enough power, I could eventually return to the Sidney family. When that day came, I would make sure they paid for what they had done to me. I forced myself to calm down and looked carefully at the people fighting our soldiers. Daning Prefecture bordered the lands of the Jianzhou Tartars. Looking at these men and hearing the system identify my first kill as a Tartar, I quickly understood what was happening. These weren't ordinary local bandits. At least some of them were connected to the Tartars and had probably entered Ming territory to raid and plunder. That made killing them even easier to accept. If they were Tartars raiding Ming territory, then I had no reason to hesitate. "Kill!" I shouted. I reached behind me and pulled another arrow from my quiver. My eyes quickly found another target. I raised my bow and pulled back the string. Immediately, I noticed something different. The bow that had required almost all my strength earlier suddenly felt much easier to draw. The 20 points of strength were already making a clear difference. I aimed at another bandit. Then I released the arrow. Whoosh, the arrow crossed the battlefield and struck him. It pierced deeply through his body and the bandit collapsed. The strange voice appeared again. Kill one Tartar and gain 20 points of strength. Another wave of power entered my body. My arms felt stronger. My grip tightened naturally around the bow. The corners of my mouth slowly rose. The Sydney family, I thought. You tricked me into joining the army because you wanted me to die at the hands of these bandits. I looked at the chaotic battlefield, but now, maybe I should thank you. What had originally been a deadly situation had suddenly become my greatest opportunity. While I was discovering my new power, the battle ahead became even more violent. Brothers, the bandit leader shouted. He raised his long sword and pointed toward our formation. Break through their encirclement. Then he noticed our captain standing farther behind the front line. His expression became fierce. The leader of the government troops is over there. Follow me and kill him. Several bandits immediately followed him. The bandit leader charged forward with his sword in hand. He was clearly much stronger and more experienced than the ordinary bandits. One government soldier tried to stop him. The bandit leader swung his blade. The soldier fell. Another soldier rushed forward. The bandit leader attacked again and killed him as well. He was extremely fierce. Within moments he had cut his way through the soldiers standing between him and our captain. "You dog official," the bandit leader roared. He raised his blood-covered sword and rushed directly toward the captain. "Die. Surround and leave no one alive." Captain Marvin Carmichael shouted. Looking at the bandit leader rushing towards him, Marvin did not panic at all. Instead, he held the knife in both hands and watched cautiously. As a centurion, Marvin has been through hundreds of battles, so naturally he sees this kind of scene often. "Dog officer, die." The bandit leader rushed over. He raised his sword and slashed at Marvin. Marvin raised his sword to block. There was a ding. The powerful force directly hit Marvin's arm and caused it to tremble. "You are not an ordinary bandit. Who are you exactly?" "Just a knife." Marvin noticed something was wrong. "Go to the underworld and ask." "Die to me." The bandit leader sneered, put away his knife, and slashed at Marvin again. The blade is sharp and cruel. It was obvious at first glance that these were not skills that ordinary bandits could possess, but rather a method of attack and killing that they had received training in. Marvin raised his knife to fight back. But the bandits in front of him were extremely strong and powerful, and Marvin had little ability to resist. Bang! The bandit leader kicked Marvin and knocked him down. "Dog officer, die to me." The bandit leader smiled grimly and chopped at Marvin on the ground with a knife. "It's over." Marvin's eyes narrowed, and despair surged in his heart. "Right now, call out." Feather arrows broke through the air. There was a pop. It went straight through the bandit leader's chest. This also made him pause in swinging the knife. However, this arrow did not hit the vital part, and he rushed towards Marvin again with a ferocious look on his face. "Call out." Another arrow came. The arrow pierced the bandit leader's heart directly and accurately in an instant. Then the bandit leader dropped the knife in his hand and fell straight back. "Died." Marvin watched this scene with a look of relief, but he immediately looked behind him. Arlen was seen running towards them quickly with a bow, an arrow in hand. When he arrived in front of the bandit leader, Arlen directly drew the sword from his waist and chopped off the leader's head with one blow. There was a click. Blood splattered all over Arlen's face, completely dead. Kill the Tartar centurion, pick up 20 points of all attributes, and be the first to kill an official enemy, and you will be rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. A prompt appeared in front of Arlen again, but this time, Arlen did not show any ecstasy, but I couldn't help it. Hold the grass. Looking at this bloody scene, Arlen felt a surge of emotion, and his expression was quite tense. Marvin saw this in front of him. I felt grateful to Arlen, but also found it funny. "New recruit." Marvin laughed, but he quickly stood up. "All soldiers, listen to my orders. Surround and kill them, leave no one alive." Marvin shouted loudly and continued to give orders. These bandits were already surrounded. The government army had a strength of 100 men, which gave them a double advantage in manpower. Soon, these vicious criminals were all killed. There were also many corpses on the ground. "Report to the 100 households. All the bandits have been killed, a total of 48 people. 4 of our brothers were killed in the battle, and more than a dozen were injured." General Flag came quickly to Marvin and reported. In Ming Dynasty, military positions have clear distinctions between superiors and subordinates. Soldiers are soldiers. Above the soldiers is a small flag commanding 10 people. Above the small flag is the general flag, commanding 50 people. Above the general flag are the trial centurions, 100 householders, and 1,000 householders. Take the injured brothers down to treat them and record their achievements, Marvin said calmly. Having experienced many bandit suppression missions, the panic of nearly dying had subsided. I accept your orders. The two generals immediately accepted the order. Marvin walked towards Arlen. Boy, what's your name? Marvin asked with a smile. Arlen immediately stood up, calmed himself down, and replied, I am Arlen Frostborn, a new recruit who has just joined the army for less than 2 months. I can see that you are a new recruit, Marvin said with a smile. Then he walked forward and patted Arlen on the shoulder. Thanks to your 2 arrows, I would have died at the hands of this bandit. If you have any problems in the army in the future, or if you don't understand something, you can come to me, Marvin said with a smile. Yes. Arlen immediately bowed. Go and help clean up the bodies, Marvin said. I accept your orders. Arlen immediately accepted the order. However, at this moment, Arlen was still concerned about his own panel and the attributes he had just picked up from killing the enemy. Arlen walked towards the body of a bandit. His mind was immersed in the communication on the panel. Properties panel, Arlen tried to communicate. Next moment, a data panel appeared in front of Arlen. Host, Arlen age, 13 years old, strength, 180 points, 1 point corresponds to 1 pound of force. Speed, 140 points, the higher the value, the faster the speed. Constitution, 95 points, the stronger the constitution, the stronger the defense, and the faster the recovery speed from injury. Endurance, 88 points, the higher your endurance, the more energy and stamina you have. Spirit, 87 points, the higher the spirit, the clearer the mind. Lifespan, 88 years. Storage space, 1 cubic meters. It's really not a dream. I just killed a few bandits and all the attributes they picked up were added to me. Arlen thought excitedly in his heart. The capital for making a living, there are so many attributes, even lifespan. Doesn't that mean that lifespan can be picked up? When Arlen saw the column about lifespan, he felt even more excited. Come to your senses and calm down. Pericles Yingshu landed on the dead bandit's body on the ground. At the moment of touching, pick up 5 points of constitution. A prompt appeared on the panel. See this. Arlen's face lit up with joy. Not only can I pick up attributes by killing enemies, but I can also pick up attributes from these corpses. If this is the case. Arlen was immediately delighted. He hurriedly touched the bandit's body beside him. Pick up 5 days of life, the panel prompts. You can really pick up life, then I can live forever. Arlen's heart was beating wildly. The significance of this is enough to shock the world. Immortality. Countless emperors and great rulers in ancient and modern times have pursued this path but failed, but now Arlen has this opportunity. The Sydney family. Thank you so much. Arlen thanked him again in his heart. Then, Arlen did not waste any time either. He ran directly towards the bandits, directly touched the bandit's body. Pick up 5 points of strength. Pick up 5 stamina. Pick up 5 days of life. Pick up 3 points of speed. Pick up 5 days of life. I only saw Arlen running around in this mountain bandit's lair. Many soldiers looked at them in surprise. Isn't this guy a new recruit? How dare he be so bold? He actually went to check each corpse one by one. Haha, this kid is interesting. This is the first time I've seen such a courageous recruit. The veterans looked at Arlen's actions and laughed, because in their opinion, Arlen seemed to be making sure whether this group of bandits were dead or not, as if he was going to kill them all. Quickly, this bandit's den was completely cleared out. More than 40 bandits were all dealt with. Many government soldiers dug a huge pit and buried all the bodies of the bandits in it. Report to the 100 households. There are large quantities of gold, silver, and jewelry in the bandits' den. They looted it. A general flag came quickly to Marvin to report. Hear this? Marvin waved his hand. Many soldiers followed. Arlen was also among them, soon. We arrived at the innermost room of the bandits' den. Through the door, you can see that the room is filled with more than a dozen boxes. When the box lids are opened, there are Hongwu Tongbao coins, copper coins, silver, a small amount of gold and silver jewelry. These bastards actually looted so much money. Marvin was shocked when he saw this. 100 households. These bandits may not be ordinary bandits. Besides, it's impossible for these dozens of bandits to rob so much gold and silver treasures. Arlen spoke. Marvin turned his head to look at Arlen and asked with a smile, just say whatever you want to say. I killed 5 bandits today. From how they fought, I could tell they weren't disorganized, but rather well trained. And the accent is not the accent of our Ming dynasty. It's like the accent of the Jianzhou Tartars outside the border. Arlen said slowly. Hear this? Marvin nodded. You're right. The moment we started fighting, I realized these bandits were united as one. They were definitely not ordinary bandits. It seems they might really be barbarians from outside the border who have come to our Ming dynasty and made trouble. All right, move all this money out and transport it back to the county town. These bandits are related to the Tartars, so we still have to report to the captain, and then the captain will report it up the chain of command. It is beyond our ability to deal with. Marvin smiled and waved his hand. I accept your orders. All the soldiers obeyed the order. Looking at all these gold, silver, and treasures, all the soldiers' eyes were shining. Only there are Marvin and 2 general flags here. They didn't dare to take it. Now it is the Hongwu period of the Ming dynasty. Evander has zero tolerance for corrupt officials, and military regulations and discipline are very strict. If you dare to steal, you will be beheaded at the very least, and your entire family will be exterminated at the worst. These bandits are really rich. Arlen walked to a box and looked at the silver inside and couldn't help but be surprised. Only, I have a cubic storage space. No one will notice if I take some of it. Anyway, it was looted by bandits and they haven't counted it yet. Thinking of the panel storage space he opened, Arlen was also slightly excited. Immediately, Arlen squatted down, put one hand in the box and dragged the bottom of the box with the other hand as if to test how heavy it was. Pericles, kid, it's so heavy you can't lift it by yourself. The old soldier on the side said with a smile, I want to try how heavy this box of silver is. I have never seen so much silver before. Arlen replied with a smile, fuck. It really can. I just put the 100 taels into the storage space and no one noticed. Don't be greedy, this much is enough. 100 taels of silver is enough for an ordinary family to live without worries for several years. Arlen calmed down and looked at the 100 taels of silver lying in the storage space, feeling very happy. Naturally, no one can discover this process. Set off and return to the city. This bandit's lair is more than 10 miles away from Ancha County, and it will take time to return to the city. Beiping Prefecture. The Sydney family is known as the richest family in Beiping Prefecture and is also known as the richest family in Ming Dynasty. In many places in Beiping Prefecture, it is said among the people that the wealth of the Sydney family is comparable to the national treasury, and the wealth of the Sydney family is enough to rival that of a country. The head of the Sydney family, Sylvan Rockwell, is known as the richest man in the Ming Dynasty. In the lobby of the Sydney mansion, the somewhat aged Sylvan sat in the main seat with his children on either side. Father, it's all done. That kid has been incorporated into the Daning Prefecture military. The eldest son of the Sydney family, Anson Rockwell said with a bit of a sneer. Once enlisted, you are not allowed to take a break from fighting. You can only retire if you become disabled or have served for over 30 years. Moreover, Daning Prefecture is located on the border. Not only does it have the Northern Yuan dynasty, but it also has many barbarian tribes and bandits. It is even more dangerous than being enlisted in the inner prefecture. There is no chance that Arlen will come back alive. Warren Rockwell also said with a smile, kindness. Sylvan nodded. For the prosperity of our Sydney family, it was ultimately our Sydney family that failed him. However, compared to the prosperity of my Sydney family, Arlen is nothing. Now that he has joined the army, the marriage that my Sydney family had arranged for him is no longer valid. Estelaire, you go to the Rosalind Brightwater Mansion in Yingshan Prefecture in person. If successful, the position of my Sydney family will be more stable. Sylvan said to Anson, please rest assured, father. Fourth sister will definitely marry Mr. Malcolm Brightwater as a concubine. Anson immediately promised. Gretchen has no objection to this matter, right? Sylvan asked again. Fourth sister doesn't like Arlen at all. Now that she can marry into the Rosalind family, she naturally wants it very much. Anson said with a smile immediately. That's good. Sylvan nodded in satisfaction. I am the legitimate daughter of the Sydney family. A poor boy is naturally not worthy of me. Hear this. Sylvan's many sons also smiled, full of excitement. Who is Malcolm? He is the younger brother of the current crown prince's concubine, Rosalind. Although he is a concubine now, the internal affairs of the Eastern Palace are under the control of Rosalind. Moreover, Rosalind's offspring is now the crown prince's eldest son. It is very likely that he will be the future master of the Eastern Palace, and Rosalind will become the crown prince's principal wife or even the current queen in the future. Such a great opportunity to get close. How could the Sydney family miss it? Merchants are always profit-oriented. They will do anything for profit. Moreover, Sylvan would not miss this good opportunity to get on the royal list. Father, in order to prevent Arlen from criticizing my Sydney family in the future, my son thinks we have to do something thorough, Anson suddenly said. Hear this? Sylvan's expression changed slightly, but after a moment's thought, he nodded. You can handle this matter as you see fit. If you need money, go to the treasury and get it. Please rest assured, Father. My son will definitely handle this matter beautifully and won't leave any handle for my Sydney family. Anson smiled immediately. And outside the palace, wow, the hall door was opened directly. A beautiful girl in a light blue dress ran into the hall, her pretty face full of anger and an ugly expression. Father, how can you treat Brother Frostborn Arlen like this? Aubrey Rockwell said angrily. Hear the sound. Sylvan and his descendants looked at Aubrey, but after seeing her, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This matter has nothing to do with you. Go back, Sylvan said coldly. If you don't want fourth sister to marry Brother Frostborn Arlen, you can just go and tell Brother Frostborn Arlen directly. Why do you treat him like this? Do you want to kill Brother Frostborn Arlen? Aubrey asked angrily. My daughter, when can I enter the palace? Go back. Anson frowned and shouted coldly. Go back. Sylvan didn't even want to look at Aubrey. Aubrey's face was full of resentment and helplessness, but the worry in her eyes was tangible. Arlen Tianfu, Yingshan City, the capital of the Ming Dynasty. In the center of the city, the Ming Dynasty's imperial palace is located, which is also the administrative center of the entire Ming Empire, a place of divine power revered by countless Ming Dynasty people throughout the world. Inside the palace, OF Chinese letter / heaven serving hall, an emperor who looked a bit old, wearing a dragon robe and a crown, sat on the throne, his hands on the imperial desk, reviewing memorials. Even though his face was old, and he had reached the age of knowing the destiny, the majesty he exuded from his whole body, even if he was sitting there motionless, could make people feel an indescribable sense of oppression, and no one dared to look directly at this majesty. He is the sky of the Ming Empire. The founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty, Evander, was also an emperor who truly fought his way up to the supreme throne from the bottom of society, established the majesty of the Cornelius family, changed the situation where the Cornelius people were treated like grass, and rebuilt the power of the Cornelius dynasty. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. This time, a loud shout came from outside the hall. A man wearing a red prince's robe, with a resolute expression and a majestic look, walked quickly into the hall. No need to report, just enter Hall OF Chinese letter / heaven serving hall directly. Only one person in the entire Ming Empire has this right. That is the Crown Prince with the most stable position, Zachary Frostborn. Of course, many years ago there were two people, one of whom was Evander's wife, the Empress of the Ming Dynasty, Ma. The other person is Zachary's eldest son, Levi Frostborn. The boss is here. Seeing Zachary coming, Evander put down the memorial and smiled slightly. In the entire Ming Dynasty, the only person who could make Evander smile so gently and kindly was Zachary. Father, we just received a report from Daning Prefecture. The bandit problem in Daning Prefecture is getting worse and worse. In the border areas, bandits are rampant, looting caravans and killing civilians. More than 100 crimes have been committed so far, Zachary said with a serious expression. If it were an ordinary bandit problem, it would definitely not be so frequent. It seems that someone is secretly manipulating it, deliberately disrupting Daning Prefecture and disturbing the peace of the Ming Dynasty's border. Evander said in a deep voice, Father, is it possible that the news of the Ming Dynasty's conquest of the Northern Yuan Dynasty has been leaked? So they want to do something on the border to disturb our Ming Dynasty? Zachary asked with some speculation. Most likely. Evander nodded and his expression turned cold. Bei Yuan. Although they have been severely damaged by the Ming Dynasty, they have not yet been completely destroyed. This time, the little emperor of the Northern Yuan Dynasty still has ambitions to counterattack the Ming Dynasty. The Northern Yuan Dynasty's Grand Marshal Nahachu is even gathering troops and amassing a large army with the intention of attacking the Ming Dynasty. In the past, my father was kind enough to release him, but he did not appreciate the favor and remained loyal to the Northern Yuan Dynasty and eventually became a great trouble. Zachary sighed. It is obvious that Nahachu is also taken very seriously. Nahachu was known as the Northern Yuan's leader and was also called another Warren Jacob by the Northern Yuan. We must destroy him before we can completely control the northeastern territory of our Ming Dynasty. All right, There's no need to dwell on this matter. His little tricks won't stop the Ming dynasty from destroying him. As long as we get rid of him, destroying the northern Yuan dynasty will be much easier. We have already conveyed the order to Tobin Falconbridge, and he is already recruiting his troops. As for the procurement of food and supplies, Zachariah, you should handle this matter yourself. We don't trust those people. We will try to launch an attack on Nahatchu within a few months, Evander said to Zachary. Your son obeys your order, Zachary responded immediately. As for the bandit problem in Daning Prefecture, send a decree to the commander-in-chief of Taining Prefecture and have him completely suppress the bandit problem in the entire Daning Prefecture and clear up the border and maintain peace. This matter must be resolved before Tobin mobilizes his troops. If he fails, we will take his head. Evander said coldly. Zachary bowed and said, Your son obeys my order. Just as Zachary turned around and prepared to leave, Boss, you are busy with state affairs every day. You must pay attention to rest and remember not to overwork yourself, Evander said with a warm and kind face. Dad, don't worry. I'm still young, so naturally I have to share some of the burden with you, Dad. Otherwise, you will be too tired. Zachary replied with a smile. In short, your health is important. We've already lost your mother and Levi. We can't lose you again. Ugh. Evander sighed, his aged face filled with sadness. Now the only person who can see Evander like this is Zachary. Father, I will be fine, and Dad will be fine too. Zachary said seriously. Daning Prefecture, barracks, on the school field. Nearly 1,000 Ming army soldiers in armor gathered. Every 100 men formed a military formation with 100 households standing in front of the formation. The person standing on the reviewing platform was Percy Calloway, the captain of the Ancha County Guard. My soldiers from Ancha Guard. I have returned with great success this time. All the bandits within a 50-mile radius of Ancha County have been eliminated. Over 200 bandits were killed. All the soldiers deserve credit for their contributions. This bandit suppression campaign is over. The soldiers of the 100th Battalion in particular performed a remarkable feat, killing 48 enemies and seizing over a dozen chests of gold, silver, and treasure. Among them, many soldiers were brave and made great military achievements. According to the military merit system of the Ming dynasty, he should be rewarded. Now, those whose names I have called out, please stand up and receive your military honors. Percy stood on the platform and said loudly, subsequently. Percy took a quick look and pulled out a roster. 100th Battalion Marvin. The 100th Battalion Arlen. The 300th Battalion Corey Somerset. 600th Battalion Wui. Percy read out 9 names in a row. When Arlen heard his own name, he was also a little surprised, but he thought about how he had killed several bandits and a bandit leader in the bandits' lair. This is a great military achievement in the Ming army. Except for a few years ago when official positions could be inherited, this practice has ceased since the 15th year of Hongwu. Nowadays, promotions are based on military merit. A soldier can be promoted to a small flag if he kills 5 enemies, to a general flag if he kills 10 enemies, and to a centurion if he kills 100 enemies or kills a general instantly, or for other military achievements. All military achievements will be recorded. Strict military merit system has put an end to the hereditary succession system of the past. Marvin, you have made great contributions in leading the 100th Battalion to suppress bandits. I will reward you with 100 silver coins and commend you for your merit. Percy said loudly. Thank you, Captain. Marvin bowed. Arlen. Percy's gaze fell on Arlen. The mark is on. Arlen responded immediately with anticipation in his heart, this time. He killed 5 enemies, at least a small flag, and beheaded the bandit leader, who was a centurion of the Tartars, which was an even greater achievement. You killed 5 enemies and beheaded the bandit leader, making you a great military achievement. According to the military merit system of our Ming dynasty, you will be awarded a small flag, command 10 soldiers, and be rewarded with 50 taels of silver. Percy said loudly, Thank you, Captain. Arlen responded immediately. This time, a prompt appears on the panel. Awarded the small flag rank and rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. Another treasure chest. A look of joy appeared on Arlen's face. Not a moment. Percy, 1,000 householder, concluded the rewarding ceremony for the meritorious soldiers in this campaign. This bandit suppression campaign is temporarily over. Soldiers, please return to the camp and have a good rest. Percy said loudly. Followed. Thousands of soldiers headed towards their respective barracks. Arlen, you are really amazing. You killed 5 enemies in your first bandit suppression operation and even beheaded the bandit leader. I can't believe you look so weak and frail. But I didn't expect you to be so good at killing bandits. After just 2 months in the army, he's become a flag officer. He has a bright future ahead of him. Congratulations. A group of soldiers who were familiar with Arlen congratulated him. Thank you. Arlen naturally replied with a smile, of course. Many recruits looked at Arlen with envy. After all, the new recruits of the 1,000 households camp all joined the army at the same time as Arlen. Now Arlen was promoted first. Although it is only a small flag, it is also an official position. Return to the barracks. Arlen, you will be staying here, little flag, from now on. These 10 new recruits will be under your command. In front of the barracks, Marvin said with a smile, I obey your command. Arlen replied immediately, return to the barracks. Arlen took off his armor, took out his sword and bow and arrow and placed them on the weapon rack. Many of the 10 new recruits in the barracks looked at Arlen nervously. Before the bandit suppression, they were all new recruits, but now that Arlen has become their immediate superior, they are still a little nervous. What are you all standing there for? Just do what you need to do. I can't eat you. Take advantage of the opportunity to have a good rest now. You never know when we will be able to suppress bandits again. Looking at the reserved look of the soldiers, Arlen smiled and said unhappily, done. Arlen just lay down on his bed and closed his eyes to rest, but his mind was focused on the panel. Properties panel. A call. The panel appears. Host Arlen age, 13 years old strength. 190 points, 1 point corresponds to 1 pound of force. Speed, 156 points, the higher the value, the faster the speed. Constitution, 102 points, the stronger the constitution, the stronger the defense, and the faster the recovery speed from injury. Endurance, 101 points, the higher your endurance, the more energy and stamina you have. Spirit, 104 points, the higher the spirit, the clearer the mind. Lifespan, 88 years and 32 days. Storage space, 1 cubic meters. When all attributes exceed 100 points, you will be rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. A prompt appeared on the panel again. I think I understand the attribute values. The normal attributes of ordinary people should fluctuate between 80 and 100. Strength varies from person to person. An adult male who has reached 18 years old should have an attribute of over 100. I'm only 14, so my attributes are somewhat different from those of an adult. This time, apart from other things, my strength has increased by nearly 100 points. When you kill bandits, each bandit has a random 20-point attribute. Picking up corpses gives you a random 1 to 5-point attribute, but you need to pick up more lifespan. Looking at his attribute panel, Arlen was also studying it attentively. After having a basic understanding of the panel situation, Arlen also came back to his senses. 3 treasure chests. I wonder what kind of treasure can be found here, Arlen asked with curiosity. Subsequently, open all the treasure chests, Arlen ordered. Host's command, open all ordinary treasure chests. Obtain the yellow grade top grade martial art horizontal refining technique. Obtain fine steel knife. Achieve perfect riding skills. 3 prompts appeared on the panel in succession. Gong method. When Arlen saw the first reward awarded, his heart skipped a beat. 2 lives are human beings. Moreover, the previous life was a modern world, where martial arts techniques were naturally found in novels, but now they were actually opened from a treasure chest. Extract the skills. Arlen said without any hesitation. Moment. This horizontal training technique was instilled into Arlen's sea of consciousness. Horizontal training. 1 day of practice increases strength by 10, constitution by 10, and endurance by 10. The effect decreases as all attributes increase. This technique is amazing. A full day of practice should give you 10 attribute points. If all 3 attributes are 10 points, 100 days will give you 1,000 points. 3,650 days will give you points. A year will give you points. Even if you only practice at night, that's still to attribute points a year. After practicing for a few years, won't I be invincible in the world? Arlen thought excitedly in his heart. If I have several thousand points of strength, what effect can 1 punch have? The city gate couldn't even withstand Arlen's punch. Right, and the same goes for physique and endurance. Especially his endurance, he could fight against 100 women in 1 night, right? It's developed. The Sydney family. Sylvan Anson, wash your necks clean and wait for me. My grandmother was kind to you in the past. She saved your Sylvan family, and that's how your Sydney family became a wealthy family in the Ming dynasty. But not only did you not appreciate my kindness, you even tricked me into joining the army in Daning Prefecture, wanting me to die suppressing bandits in this most chaotic borderland. If you want to break off the engagement, then just break it. I will at most scold you a few times, but you actually want to kill me. I will never let your Sydney family go. Mention the Sydney family. Hatred also surged in Arlen's heart. Since the age of 8, he went to Baping Prefecture with his grandmother and housekeeper to settle down. The reason why he went to Baping Prefecture seemed to be that he had an old relationship with the Sydney family, and there was also a marriage agreement between him and the legitimate daughter of the Sydney family. Sylvan had 4 legitimate daughters, the first 3 of whom were already married, leaving only the 4th daughter. But merchants are greedy for profit. For the 4th daughter, Clara Rockwell, the Sydney family already has a better marriage partner. The Sydney family naturally looked down on Arlen, a poor man. In order to make this marriage go ahead, they tried to trick Arlen. They colluded with the officials of Baping Prefecture, registered Arlen in the military, and enlisted him in the army. They also transferred Arlen to the most dangerous Daning Prefecture in order to trick and kill him. But things are different now. They wanted to kill Arlen, but they also helped Arlen pick up attributes, practice the exercises, become the only practitioner in this world. Arlen has a promising future. As for the Sydney family, Arlen will never let it go. Practice well and seize the time to become stronger. It's the 20th year of the Hongwu reign. If we go by historical records, Evander should have launched an attack on the northern Yuan dynasty. Daning Prefecture is a border town, and we are still at Arlen of Daning Prefecture. I'm afraid we will also have to go to the battlefield. If we really get to the battlefield, it won't be as simple as suppressing bandits. We must become stronger quickly so that we can rise to higher positions and gain power in the future. Arlen thought to himself. Extract riding skills. Arlen came back to his senses and extracted this skill again. Unlike the transmission of martial arts skills, this riding skill was like a completely mastered inheritance, which was directly poured into Arlen's consciousness, allowing him to master it perfectly. In this era, although firearms had appeared, cavalry was still the mainstream of this era. Riding skills were also crucial. Just for a moment, Arlen went from being a person who barely knew how to ride a horse to one who was proficient in riding skills, but his riding skills would be perfected as he actually rode a horse. With so many people here, it's really hard to take out the fine steel knife. I'll have to find an opportunity to test whether the fine steel knife is sharp or not. Arlen thought secretly, come back to your senses. Then I started practicing according to the horizontal exercises. As the attribute panel opened, Arlen had undergone a transformation invisibly. His physique had been transformed into a data physique, and the gains from his cultivation could be fully reflected through the attribute data. But I probably won't be going out for the next few days. After all, the bandits around Ancha County have been wiped out. First official position. Do you want to condense the official seal of authority? A prompt appeared on the panel. Official seal. Arlen was stunned, then said, condensation. The official seal was successfully condensed. I have worn the official seal. Small flag official seal. Command the soldiers under your command. Increase their combat power by 10%, morale by 10%, and endurance by 10%. This official seal is awesome. Arlen's expression was one of surprise. Daning Prefecture City, the main hall of the government office. Many officials of Daning Prefecture gathered in the main hall. Not only civil officials, but also many military generals in charge of the army in Daning Prefecture. The border of Daning Prefecture is plagued by mountain bandits who have repeatedly committed crimes and harmed the people. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has already issued an edict. The rebellion of mountain bandits is by no means accidental. They must be secretly supported by barbarians to disrupt Daning. So let Daning solve the problem of mountain bandits as soon as possible. These are not only the mountain bandits in Daning Prefecture, but also the supporters behind them. Abner Percival, the prefect of Daning, said with a serious expression. Hear the sound? A military officer immediately spoke up. Master Percival, I've just received a report from Ancha County. The bandits within dozens of miles of the county seat have been wiped out. They number several hundred, and among them are dozens of chests of gold and silver treasures. Furthermore, according to the report, these bandits are indeed not ordinary bandits. They appear to have been trained, and their accents resemble those of the barbarians from the Jianzhu Tatar tribe. Jianzhu Tatar tribe? Abner's expression changed slightly. although the northern Yuan dynasty has been driven out of the central plains by our Ming dynasty, its prestige and influence remain. The Tartars are naturally their vassal. It's no surprise that they aided the northern Yuan in disrupting the borders of the Ming dynasty. Moreover, it will be beneficial for them to strengthen their clan power by using bandits to rob the money of the people of our Ming dynasty. Another military officer spoke up. General Somerset, General Carmichael. In your opinion, how should we completely eliminate the bandit problem in Daning and stop the barbarians from wanting to disrupt Daning? The Crown Prince has issued an order to completely eliminate the banditry in Daning and maintain peace on the Daning border. This matter must be dealt with quickly and cannot be delayed. Abner looked at the two military officers and asked, as the prefect of Daning Prefecture, although he was in charge of the government affairs of Daning Prefecture, as this was a border prefecture, Abner had temporarily obtained the military power granted by the court, but he could not fully control the military power. The focus of this discussion was to obey the prince's will. Hear this. Otis Somerset and Dustin Carmichael exchanged glances, then said, Your Excellency, our Daning Prefecture has a guard force totaling 50,000 soldiers. Judging from the current situation, the Jianzhou Tartars are colluding with the northern Yuan dynasty to disrupt our Ming dynasty. If we want to resolve the bandit problem in our Daning Prefecture, we must make the Jianzhou Tartars pay the price. Only by driving them out of the border with our Daning Prefecture and strictly guarding the border will these barbaric Tartars be unable to infiltrate. Do you mean to mobilize troops against the Jianzhou Tartars? Abner said thoughtfully. Master Prefect, this is the only way to solve the hidden dangers in Daning. The Jianzhou Tartars are quite powerful, with a population exceeding 1 million. Although they border the Ming dynasty and their tribes are scattered, not all their forces are concentrated on the Ming dynasty border. As long as we can inflict pain on them in one battle, we will be able to solve the bandit problem in Daning Prefecture. Otis said immediately, How many troops are needed? Abner asked after thinking for a moment. Deal with this Jianzhou Tartar. 20,000 troops are enough. Otis said immediately, 20,000 is enough. General Somerset, are you sure? Among the 3 Tartar tribes, the Jianzhou Tartars are quite powerful. Abner said seriously, reply to the prefect. I have done a lot of research on the 3 Tartar tribes. They are divided into 3 groups, but they are not actually one. The Jianzhou Tartars are close to the Ming dynasty, but not all of their forces are in the Ming dynasty. This mobilization is just a warning to hurt the Jianzhou Tartars, not to destroy their tribe. 20,000 troops are definitely more than enough. Besides, they secretly sent people to incite banditry in my Daning Prefecture. They dared not go too far against my Ming dynasty. This time we will mobilize troops and kill some people, which will be enough to deter others. Otis said immediately, Hear this. Abner also nodded. In that case, let's do as General Somerset says. Otis, Dustin, listen to my orders. Abner said immediately. The 2 commanders, Otis and Dustin, stood up. They were officers in the Ming dynasty's Arlen and could also be called generals of 10,000 men, commanding 10,000 troops. The end will be here. The 2 of them bowed immediately. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has issued an order to eliminate the banditry in Daning Prefecture as quickly as possible and restore peace to the people of Daning Prefecture. Now, I will act as the commander-in-chief and order the 2 generals to lead the soldiers from each Arlen to fight against the Jianzhou Tartars, cut off the source of the banditry, and drive the Jianzhou Tartars out of the territory of our Ming dynasty by 100 miles. Abner said immediately and also wrote a warrant. It was stamped with the commander's official seal. I obey your command. The 2 generals responded immediately. Ansha Town, Kaianhui Garrison. 6 days have passed since we returned to the city after suppressing the bandits. Inside the barracks, Arlen opened his eyes and looked at the sky outside the barracks, which was beginning to brighten, with a satisfied smile on his face. One night of practice. Comfortable. Feeling the newly added attributes, Arlen smiled. 6 days. Arlen did not waste a single moment. After suppressing the bandits, he devoted himself to cultivation every day. 6 days. Strength increased by 60 points, constitution increased by 60 points, and endurance increased by 60 points. Arlen clenched his fists and could feel his strength growing. The real strength becomes stronger. At this time, bang, 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 suddenly a burst of drum beating sounded. Emergency gathering. Are we going to suppress bandits again? Arlen's expression changed and then anticipation emerged. Brothers, get up quickly. Arlen shouted immediately. The The 10 soldiers in the barracks did not dare to delay. They got up from the couch, put on their clothes, then quickly put on their armor, picked up their swords and bows and arrows. "Little flag, are we going out to suppress bandits again?" a soldier asked nervously. Everyone else's eyes also fell on Arlen. "Most likely." Arlen nodded. Received Arlen's affirmation. All the soldiers were a little worried. "Brothers, what are you afraid of? Bandits and thugs are just 2 heads and 2 legs. Our armor and weapons are superior to theirs, so we are afraid of them. Anyway, if we really need to suppress the bandits, just follow me. Now that I'm in the military, there's no point in being afraid. It's better to think about killing the bandits and making merit. Let's go," Arlen said with a smile. Then he strode out of the barracks. Seeing Arlen's calm and fearless look, the soldiers also put away some of their worries and followed Arlen out of the barracks and headed towards the training ground. Soon, on the school field, all the soldiers of the Kaianhu camp stationed in Ansha County gathered on the parade ground. Percy stood on the platform with a serious expression. When everyone is present, soldiers from the Ansha 1,000 household camp, this captain has just received military orders. The source of the banditry within our Daning prefecture has been discovered. It's the Tartars from Jianzhou in the northern border. They've sent soldiers to infiltrate our Ming dynasty, recruiting bandits and vagrants to disrupt our peace. Now, the commander has issued orders to attack the Jianzhou Tartars, completely put an end to the banditry, and inflict pain on these barbarians who are causing trouble for the Ming dynasty. According to military orders, our Ansha 1,000 household battalion will immediately move to the border to join forces. With all the 1,000 household battalions under the Arlen, no more nonsense. Move the troops immediately without delay. Percy did not waste any time and gave the order immediately, and after hearing this news, the soldiers on the parade ground had different thoughts. Originally, they thought it was just a bandit suppression operation, but now it is a war on a larger scale, and they really have to face the barbarians in the north. As soldiers in the border area of Daning Prefecture, they naturally knew the cruelty of the barbarians. It can be said that because of the existence of the Northern Yuan dynasty, the ethnic groups in the north were all enemies of the Ming dynasty, and dealing with them is much more dangerous than suppressing bandits. This must be a fierce battle, just as I thought those bandits were planted by the barbarians. This time we are going to fight the Tartars, and we will indeed solve the root cause of the bandit problem in Daning Prefecture. Tartars, this is a disaster for China. Arlen thought secretly in his heart. He was not afraid, but rather eager to try live again. Arlen naturally knew what these Tartars would do to China in the future. They would plunge China into humiliation and endless suffering. The dignity of the Cornelius family was completely lost. All this is because of the Tartars. If I truly have the power to change things in the future, the first thing I will do is to wipe out the Tartars. I think the intention this time is to repel the Tartars and teach them a lesson, not to exterminate their clan. Perhaps this is also paving the way for the conquest of the Northern Yuan dynasty. As a prefecture adjacent to the Northern Yuan dynasty, it would not be a good thing if Angus Ning prefecture were in chaos. Arlen thought secretly in his heart. With his understanding of history, Arlen naturally thought about what the decision of the upper level was. The purpose of sending troops to attack the Tartars was to eliminate the banditry and chaos in Daning Prefecture. Of course, for Arlen, this is also a good thing to improve his strength. Can improve attributes again. The 1,000 household battalion is setting off. Percy shouted loudly. 2 days have passed. Daming, the northeastern border of Daning Prefecture. Today, the Ming dynasty's territory has controlled the entire Central Plains, but in the north, the Northern Yuan dynasty still exists, and in the northeastern border there are many barbarian tribes, Jianzhou Tartars and other ethnic groups. Of course, there was another country to the east of Liaodong, called Goryeo, but they did not pay tribute to the Ming dynasty, but still paid tribute to the Northern Yuan dynasty. Although the Ming Empire is now at its peak of national strength, there are still many hidden dangers from the outside. It's not just the Northern Yuan dynasty in the north. There are also undercurrents surging in Yunnan, Annan, and other places in the south. But, after all, it was because Evander was strong-willed that the Ming Empire continued to grow stronger under his leadership, and these foreign threats were gradually resolved. Think back a few years ago. Daning Prefecture, Beiping Prefecture, and even many prefectures in the north was still under the control of the Northern Yuan dynasty, but now they have become the Cornelius territory of the Ming dynasty. Daning border, 20,000 Ming troops set up camp and gathered at the border. In the main camp, Dustin. Many generals also gathered here. 20,000 households sat on both sides. This time, the Crown Prince's order is to eliminate the banditry in our Ming dynasty and severely punish the Jianzhu Tartars behind it. This time, General Carmichael and I will lead the army, including the soldiers from Daning Prefecture, to completely eliminate the bandits in Daning Prefecture and put an end to the bandit problem. Generals, commanders, any ideas? Otis sat in the main seat and looked at the generals in the tent. Your Highness, General Somerset. The Jianzhu Tartars border our Ming dynasty, and they have many spies in Daning Prefecture. The news of our Daning Prefecture's military deployment must have reached their tribe, and they must have made some preparations, but they are not at all on the border of our Ming dynasty. I believe that speed is of the essence in war. So I will launch an attack tomorrow. Just intimidate this barbarian. If they dare to send troops to fight, they will be killed, said a general. Good. At this point, the only way to make these barbarians pay the price is to kill them so that they will learn to fear. Tomorrow, I will lead my 1,000 household battalion as the vanguard. I am also willing to be the vanguard. I beg your pardon. One after another, the 1,000 households volunteered to be the vanguard. The Ming dynasty had a strict military system, so they naturally didn't want to miss this great opportunity to make a contribution. Seeing that many generals were so eager to fight, Otis showed a satisfied smile on his face. The Jianzhu Tartar tribe is located only 10 miles from our border. Tomorrow, use the 1st Guard Post, the 1st Assistant Battalion, and the 2nd Guard Post's 1st Assistant Battalion as the vanguard and launch a frontal attack. The remaining forces will attack from the flanks in 2 directions. When you meet an enemy, kill them. Leave no one alive. This battle must teach these barbarians a bloody lesson. Otis gave the order immediately. I accept your orders, all the generals said in unison. In the military camp, Arlen and his 10 brothers were carving words on feather arrows. His name was engraved on each feather arrow. In this way, after the war is over, this can be used to count the military achievements. Little flag, how many arrows did you receive? Can you finish coming? Seeing Arlen quickly carve his name and the number of arrows far exceeded 50, the soldiers around him were very surprised. Archer, the quiver can hold up to 50 arrows, but Arlen had received more than 100 arrows. If you can't finish shooting, there will be a spare. Arlen smiled. After filling one quiver, Arlen began to fill another one. As an archer, it is much safer than a direct charge. In order to pick up attributes and gain military merits, Arlen must be adequately prepared. The 100 household battalion to which Arlen belonged was the archery battalion. If used on the battlefield, it is also an extremely important long-range weapon. 100 arrows, 2 bows, and my fine steel knife. Once you're on the battlefield, you must kill as many enemies as possible. This isn't just about gaining attributes, it's also about earning merit and getting promoted. For the future, Arlen already has a good plan. Kill enemies, gain merit, gain power, and have your own team. There are unlimited opportunities in this era, not limited to the Ming dynasty. There are countless lands outside the Ming dynasty. As a reborn person, Arlen has the foresight to know the future, so he naturally knows what kind of turmoil the Ming dynasty will face in the future. After the death of Evander, Roland Frostborn succeeded to the throne, and then the 4th son of the Pericles family quelled the rebellion and seized the throne. The entire Ming dynasty will be in turmoil. Now Arlen has no ability to do anything and can only go with the flow. Save his life and become stronger. But when all his attributes undergo a transformation in the future and he becomes invincible in the world, will Arlen still be willing to be his minister? Even if he was not in the Ming dynasty, Arlen was fully capable of expanding his territory outside the Ming dynasty. All in all. Now we should make the best of it and make ourselves stronger. Let's do things in the future. This time, Arlen. Marvin walked over with a smile on his face. 100 households. Marvin responded immediately. Are you all ready? Marvin asked with a smile. Everything is ready. All bows and arrows are ready. We'll wait until tomorrow to fight, Arlen replied with a smile. Coming back to his senses, he asked, it seems the captain has received the news of the mobilization. Tomorrow, our 1st Assistant Battalion will be the vanguard. Within the Assistant Battalion, our 1,000 household battalion is the 1st military formation, so we will advance tomorrow. In short, be cautious tomorrow. Although they are a small Tartar tribe and cannot compare with our Ming dynasty, they are still Tartars after all and are extremely fierce and good at fighting. Marvin said with a serious expression. Yeah. Arlen also nodded. Arlen, how old are you? Why do you look like you're not even 16? Besides, your hometown is not in Daning but in Baping Prefecture. Why did you come to Daning to join the army? Marvin asked with a look of surprise. Obviously, he went to check Arlen's military registration record. Speaking of which, the 100 households may not believe it. I was tricked. Arlen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Being tricked. Marvin's expression changed and he looked at Arlen deeply. I'm just a small centurion and can't do much, but as long as you stay in my centurion camp for one day, I will do my best to protect you. Marvin patted Arlen's shoulder and said solemnly, Thank you, Captain. Arlen naturally thanked with a smile. Marvin pondered in his heart, to be able to enlist you in the Daning Prefecture military must have a lot of connections behind it. Arlen is young, how could he have offended such a person? The next day, Ming border. A huge army crossed the border. Now, the northern Yuan dynasty was not destroyed. There were no boundary markers in the northern border areas because for the Ming dynasty, these territories of the northern Yuan dynasty might belong to the Ming dynasty in the future. Therefore, there were no boundary markers on the border between the Ming dynasty and the northern Yuan dynasty. Ming army battle formation. The scout cavalry went ahead to explore the enemies. Tracks to avoid being ambushed. The infantry is in the rear and is the main attacker. A border tribe of Jianzhu Tatars, the army of nearly 10,000 garrisons from the border tribes has gathered. Your Highness, Commander, the Ming army has crossed their border and entered our territory. A Tatar soldier reported to their commander, the Ming Empire has finally arrived. General Jingyuda sighed, then asked, How is the migration of the tribesmen going? Returned to the commander. When we received the news of the Ming army's mobilization yesterday, our people had already migrated to the tribes in the north. The Tatar captain replied, In just one day, there are tens of thousands of tribesmen. I'm afraid they haven't even moved 50 miles yet. Jingyuda's expression was solemn. Captain of 10,000 men, why are you so wary of the Ming kingdom? After all, they are just Cornelius Chinese. In the past, during the Yuan dynasty, they were the lowest class of untouchables. My tribe's status is higher than theirs. In this northern border, the Yuan dynasty and our tribe are respected. If they really dare to fight with us Tartars, we will make sure they have no chance of returning. Seeing Jingyuda's worried face, it seems that you still don't understand the Ming dynasty, and you don't understand the Ming Emperor Evander. He's not someone you can easily deal with. Otherwise, how could the Yuan dynasty be driven out of the Central Plains? Jingyuda sighed. At first, when the Yuan court sent people to the Tartars to convey orders to disrupt the Ming dynasty, most people blindly obeyed. However, Jingyuda proposed to their clan leader not to help either side and not to be an enemy of the Ming dynasty. After all, in Jingyuda's view, the Yuan court was already at the end of its strength and might collapse at any time. But the Ming dynasty's national strength was rising steadily. But with the support of the majority, his Tatar tribe finally obeyed the will of the Yuan court. After all, the Tatars were ministers of the Yuan court. In this regard, Tatsuya Kanaya was also very helpless, but there was no way to change it. Whether facing the Yuan court or the Ming dynasty, the Tatars were just a small tribe. If you are not careful, your entire clan may be in danger of being wiped out. Captain of 10,000 men, now that the Ming army is attacking, should we fight or retreat? A centurion asked respectfully. In this battle, the Ming army attacked because they discovered our tribe's actions against the Ming dynasty. In order to retreat, we had no choice but to fight. Although the Ming dynasty is powerful, the Yuan dynasty still exists. It is impossible for the Ming dynasty to mobilize too many troops to deal with our people. My clan is attached to the Yuan dynasty. If we can defeat the Ming army in this battle, it will be of great benefit to our tribe in the future. Pass the order, prepare for war, Jingyuda said loudly. Now, even though he was afraid the Ming dynasty was coming to attack and Tatsuya Kanaya had no choice but to fight. Yes, all the 1,000 captains said in unison. It's also at this time, report, Your Highness, Commander. The Ming army is less than 10 miles away from our tribe, and there are Ming army scouts and cavalry leading the way. A Tartar cavalryman came riding to report. Have you found out how many troops the Ming army has? Jingyuda asked seriously. Return to the commander. No less than 10,000 troops, the Tatar cavalry said immediately. The news of the Ming army's attack has been passed back to the main tribe. The tribe leader will surely send troops to support us. In this battle, we only need to repel the Ming army and delay it. Send my order. 8,000 cavalrymen divided into two wings set up an ambush 5 miles from the tribe. Attacked the Ming army hard, with the infantry supporting the rear and catching them off guard. Jingyuta gave the order immediately. When he attacked the Ming dynasty, his border tribes had more than 10,000 troops, and all his Tartar men were soldiers, so the total number of troops was close to 15,000. And there will be reinforcements later. Ming dynasty. You were able to defeat the Yuan dynasty from the Central Plains, which is a testament to your abilities. Today, let me, Jingyuta, see the true strength of your battles. If I can defeat your Ming army, I, Jingyuta, will become famous among the Tartars. Jingyuta also revealed a kind of ambition in his heart, and this moment. The Ming army advanced in an orderly manner. Arlen held the bow and arrow, and his battalion, as the third row, advanced steadily forward. Each soldier was 10 feet away from each other and was extremely cautious. In crossing the border for the first time, everyone is afraid of a sudden hail of arrows. Especially the new recruits, they were even more nervous at this moment. Time passed gradually as the army advanced. The army has approached the border tribes of the Tatars, perhaps only a few miles away. The closer they get, the more dangerous it becomes. It's also at this time, kill all these lowly Cornelius people. From the north, bursts of loud shouts came. Immediately afterwards, the ground shook violently. It was only 100 feet away. Countless Tatar cavalrymen, wearing animal skin armor, and holding long swords, spears, and bows and arrows were dispersing and rushing quickly towards the Ming army. At this moment, they were holding bows and arrows and had already drawn their bows and drawn their arrows, the art of riding and shooting. In the Warring States period, perhaps only Donovan's dun clothing and horse riding were the most powerful. But in this era, the three treasures of horse riding and warfare have been perfected. With the help of the three treasures of horse riding and warfare, as long as you can control the war horse well, you can ride and shoot on the war horse after training. The same is true for these ethnic minorities living in the northern border. They were approaching rapidly, and this moment, Otis, who was in the center of the army, had a calm expression on his face. He immediately shouted, "Archers, form up. Cavalry and spearmen, bring up the rear. Rain, issue the order." The numerous Ming army soldiers immediately changed their formation. 2,000 archers quickly moved forward and dispersed to form an arrow formation, with small flags as units, 2 people standing side by side, divided into 5 rows. He quickly drew his bow and arrow, staring at the Tatar cavalry in front of him. Wait for them to enter the range and wait for them to tire themselves out. This is the tactic of infantry battle formations. Finally come. Arlen gripped the bow and arrow tightly in his hand. There was no fear in his eyes, only a firm will to kill the enemy. They come, the security. On this battlefield, fear is useless, and complaining is even more useless. The Sidney family wanted his life, but Arlen refused to give it to them. Moreover, he also wanted to use it to serve as a soldier on the border, kill enemies, make meritorious deeds, and get promoted. Shoot, Otis shouted. Drink. 2,000 archers raised their bows and arrows at the same time, raising them 45 degrees. Otis estimated the distance of the Tatar cavalry, when the Tatar cavalry was only 50 or 60 steps away from the army formation. The distance was less than 100 meters. Kill, Otis shouted. Suddenly, killing and destruction startled. 2,000 archers immediately fired a rain of arrows into the air. Under a rain of arrows, in an instant, many Tatar cavalrymen were pierced by arrows and fell off their horses. Kill 1 Tatar cavalryman and gain 20 points of strength. Arlen shot an arrow and accurately killed a Tatar cavalryman. With Arlen's current arm strength, the arrows he shoots are even more deadly. After shooting one, Arlen quickly raised his arrow. His eyes were fixed on another Tatar cavalryman. Call out. Another arrow. Kill 1 Tatar cavalryman and pick up 20 points of physical fitness. The panel prompts. Every time he kills an enemy and successfully picks up attributes, Arlen becomes more excited. He could actually feel the strengthening of his attributes. Kill the Tartars and improve attributes. Arlen was excited. The speed of archery is increased, with the blessing of the attributes at this moment. Moreover, the Tatar cavalry was not too far away, and Arlen had found his feeling at this moment, and almost every arrow he shot could hit the target. My fellow men, kill. Behind the Tatar cavalry formation, Jingyuta shouted loudly. Suddenly, the cavalrymen who charged forward one after another raised their bows and arrows, shooting as they charged forward. Arrows rained down on the Ming army. Arrows rained down. Screams also echoed among the Ming army. Countless Ming army soldiers were injured by arrows. Some were killed by arrows hitting their vitals, while others were pierced through their bodies and screamed in pain. Damn it! Beside Arlen, he saw several of his companions being killed by arrows and falling directly in a pool of blood. Arlen witnessed the cruelty of war with his own eyes. But as a soldier, Arlen could do nothing but shoot arrows madly, trying to kill as many enemies as possible. Kill the Tartar cavalry and pick up 20 points of strength. Kill the Tartar cavalry and gain 20 points of speed. Kill the Tartar cavalry. Arlen shot arrows wildly. More than 10 Tartar soldiers died at his hands. If you kill more than 20 enemies in total, you will be rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. The panel prompts. The Tartar cavalry was only 30 steps away from the Ming formation. The Ming archers fired continuously, causing them considerable casualties, but they continued their attack. Soon they passed 30 steps. And this time, Otis raised his sword and shouted, "Cavalry attack, spearmen attack." As the order came down, Otis rode his horse forward, sword in hand, and charged out first. Follow the general and kill. Suddenly, the Ming army's 5,000 cavalry and 3,000 spearmen who were on standby charged. Tapping, the cavalry marched, charged directly towards the Tartar cavalry in front. The real war begins. For the Ming army, the key to this battle is to intimidate the Tartars, defeat them in one battle, and prevent them from extending their hands so long in the future. For the Tartars, they are dependent on the Yuan court. Since they have already taken action against the Ming dynasty, they naturally have to do it in one go and defeat the Ming dynasty to show their merit to the Yuan court. This battle is the key. The two armies marched out together. The cavalry of both sides collided like comets. Boom, fighting together, long sword, long spear, cutting through armor and piercing through flesh and blood. This is the most cruel and bloody war. Human life is like grass at this moment. Arlen was in the archer formation. The archers gradually separated, scanned the enemy soldiers, locked onto them, and continued to shoot arrows. Kill the Tartar cavalry and gain 20 points of spirit. Kill the Tartar cavalry and gain 30 days of life. Kill the Tartar cavalry and gain 20 points of physical fitness. Congratulations to the host. All attributes have reached 200 points. I will reward you with an ordinary treasure chest. The panel prompted. A halo of light appeared on Arlen's body. The moment all his attributes increased, Arlen felt refreshed all over, as if he had been sublimated and transformed. All attributes exceeded 200 points. Cool. Arlen was excited. At this moment, all of his attributes have transformed, and his strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. Kill the Tartars. Arlen shouted in his heart. Continue holding the bow and arrow and shoot arrows faster. At this moment, the speed of drawing and releasing arrows is even faster. The battlefield was in chaos, with cavalry and spearmen fighting in complete confusion, extremely bloody. This time, seeing this, the Tartar commander Jingyuta sneered, "Send out the flank cavalry and surround the Ming army." Give an order. The Tartar cavalry, which had been standing still at the rear, started to move. They divided into two wings and attacked the Ming army again. Followed, Jingyuta also spurred his horse and charged towards the army. The real war is coming. Kill, kill. Kill all these lowly Cornelius people. Kill, kill all the aliens. Kill. Across the battlefield, shouts of killing and wailing were heard one after another. The two armies were already in complete chaos. At this moment, even the Ming army's archers were drawn into the battle. Followed, archers of the 1000th Battalion, draw your swords and engage in battle. Percy shouted loudly. Many Tartar infantrymen rushed forward and killed crazily. Brothers, follow me closely and kill as I go. Arlen did not hesitate at all and shouted to the soldiers around him, "Follow the little flag and kill." The 10 new recruits also roared bravely. Although they were afraid, they didn't feel so scared anymore when they saw Arlen in front of them. Kill! Arlen drew the fine steel knife from his waist and charged towards the Tartar army in front, head on. When the Tartar soldiers saw Arlen, one of them waved a long sword and attacked Arlen. "Die to me?" Arlen raised his sword to meet the attack. There was a click. The sword in the Tartar soldier's hand was cut off in an instant, without waiting for the Tartar soldiers to be surprised. Arlen slashed out with his sword. The fine steel knife was extremely sharp, and a human head flew into the air with blood splattering everywhere. Kill the Tartar infantry and pick up 20 points of strength. Arlen took a quick step and cut off the ear of the Tartar soldier's head and put it in his arms. This is a military achievement, and the ears are the proof. Pericles Yingshi was determined to climb up. No military merit will be spared. Damn Cornelius Chinese. Die. As Arlen killed one Tatar soldier, several other Tatar soldiers around him looked at him angrily. 4 or 5 people surrounded and attacked Arlen directly. Protect the little flag. The 10 soldiers around Arlen also rushed forward immediately and engaged in a chaotic battle with these Tatar soldiers. Kill. Arlen slashed at the Tatar soldier in front of him again. Another Tatar soldier was beheaded. Blood splattered and heads fell. Kill the Tatar infantry and pick up 20 points of speed. The panel prompts, deal with this person. Arlen looked at the embarrassed soldiers under his command, rushed forward immediately, and slashed with his sword again. The fine steel knife is extremely sharp, and combined with Arlen's powerful strength, it is extremely ferocious. The Tatar soldiers in front of them were unable to resist at all and were hacked to death on the spot. A few cuts. He easily killed the 5 Tatar soldiers in front of him. Arlen quickly cut off the ear of the enemy soldier he had killed and then said to the soldiers around him, "Follow me closely, kill." Yes. The soldiers responded immediately, looking at Arlen as if he were a god of war, too fierce. These ferocious Tatars were no match for their small flag. Kill. Arlen rushed directly into the chaotic army. Pick up the knife and chop. In this life and death struggle, skills seem useless, you just have to fight with all your might. Arlen's strength has now exceeded 400 points, which makes him a real strongman. Moreover, he has the support of a fine steel knife, and one blow from the knife can take the life of a Tatar soldier. Every time the sword was slashed down, even if the Tatar soldiers used their swords to block, their arms would tremble directly, and their weapons would not be able to block the sword. Arlen held the knife in both hands and slashed wildly, like a god of death with an unstoppable power. War continues. This time, all 15,000 troops from the Tatar border tribes were deployed, and they were divided into multiple routes to encircle the enemy. Although the Ming army was 50% smaller in strength, its combat effectiveness was not inferior at all. The 2 armies engaged, and the Ming army refused to retreat, continuing the bloody battle. As the general commanding this time, Otis rode his horse and raised his sword, slashing wildly and killing the enemy. This is the bravery of the Ming dynasty generals. It is not only about commanding, but also about charging bravely. During the Hongwu period, most generals emerged from the sea of blood and corpses, and so did the national strength. The Ming army's battle flag is ahead. The Ming army general is here, kill him. When Jingyuta saw the battle flag of the Kaienchi camp, he immediately shouted and rushed forward. With his loud shout, many Tatar cavalry rushed forward, heading straight for the battle flag and attacking Otis. Ming soldiers, kill. Otis was not afraid at all. He held up his sword and led his personal cavalry to continue attacking. At this point in the battle, the 2 armies have been completely engaged in a fierce battle, and what they are fighting for is morale and persistence. Just wait for the reinforcements to arrive, surround the Tatars, and the outcome of the battle will be decided by themselves. That should be the Tatar general. Killing him will definitely lead to a promotion. Jingyuta's loud shout also attracted Arlen, who was less than 100 feet away. When looking at Jingyuta charging on his warhorse, the other Tatars were wearing leather armor, but this one was wearing iron armor, and it was obvious that he was a Tatar general. And behind him, there were Tatar cavalry holding large flags. Think of this. Arlen didn't hesitate at all. He locked his eyes on Jingyuta, who was charging forward, and rushed over quickly with a fine steel knife in hand. At this moment, the battlefield was in chaos. Both armies had lost their formation and were fighting each other. When encountering an enemy head-on, Arlen would strike with one sword. Others would become weaker as the battle went on, but Arlen would become stronger. Every time he killed an enemy, his attributes would be added, and Arlen could clearly feel that his strength was increasing. Arlen rushed forward quickly, approaching Jingyuta's location. Damn Tatars, kill. Otis shouted coldly and led his cavalry to engage in a chaotic battle with the Tatar cavalry in front of them. Jingyuta rushed towards Otis with a knife in hand. The 2 generals' swords met and collided violently. Just one move. Jingyuta realized that Otis was stronger than him and immediately waved his hand. Kill this Ming general, and our tribe will win. Kill him. Promote him to captain of 1,000 men, and give him 10 Cornelius women. Hear the sound? Kill. The surrounding Tatar soldiers immediately surrounded Otis with great enthusiasm and completed the encirclement of Otis first. Otis swung his sword with all his might, and many Tatar soldiers attacked with their swords and guns. The surrounding Ming army soldiers were also fighting with all their might and had no time to pay attention. Oh shit. Why hasn't that bastard Dustin come yet? Otis cursed in his heart. At this time, a Tartar soldier stabbed with a spear. Otis's face changed, and he dodged suddenly, losing his balance and falling off his horse. Kill! The Tartar soldiers immediately surrounded them and hacked at them madly. It's over. A look of despair flashed in Otis's eyes, but right now, a Ming army soldier covered in blood rushed over, and with a snap of his sword, he killed one person, and with another sword, he killed another one. The several Tartar soldiers who surrounded Otis were killed in the blink of an eye. Kindness? Otis looked at the scene in front of him in surprise, having survived the disaster. But after the soldier in front of him dealt with a few Tartar soldiers, he glanced at Otis, then looked directly at Jingyuda and rushed over with a bloody knife. Don't go over there, you're looking for death. Seeing this, Otis stood up suddenly and shouted. But the next moment, a scene appeared that Otis had not expected. Arlen rushed forward at a very fast speed, waving the sword in his hand, killing one enemy soldier at a time. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Jingyuda. Court death. Looking at Arlen rushing towards him, Jingyuda spurred his horse, raised his sword and swung it down. The force of the horse's forward charge plus the sword slash. The powerful force struck Arlen directly. Welcome. Arlen shouted coldly. He went straight forward with the knife in hand. There was a ding. The swords collided and the powerful force directly produced sparks. Arlen held on to the knife and resisted, his body standing still. Even with all his strength and the help of his horse's forward momentum, Jingyuda was unable to shake Arlen. Pour it for me. Arlen gritted his teeth, mobilized all his strength, and blocked it fiercely. An overwhelming force pressed towards Jingyuda. Not good. What a strength. Jingyuda's face changed. He felt as if his hands were bearing 1,000-pound weight. His whole body and even the 4 legs of his warhorse were trembling. There was a pop. Jingyuda fell to the ground with his horse. How much strength does he have? Otis, who was standing by, looked on in shock, but Arlen did not hesitate at all. He immediately stepped forward with his sword, seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and slashed at Jingyuda, who fell to the ground in a mess. Do not. Before Jingyuda could get up, Arlen slashed at him with a knife, and he screamed in despair. Click. The fine steel knife directly cut off Jingyuda's neck. Blood splattered instantly, and his head and body were separated. Kill the Jianju Tartar commander Jingyuda and gain 100 points in all attributes. The first one to kill a general will be rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. A prompt appeared on the panel, followed. With 100 points of blessing on all attributes, Arlen felt his whole body sublimely transformed, but Arlen did not hesitate. He picked up Jingyuda's head and hung it around his waist. This was his greatest achievement in this battle. Take your battle flag. Kill, Arlen shouted loudly, looking at the soldiers in front, holding the Tartar war flag. Then attack the Tartar soldiers behind Jingyuda. All attributes increase and strength becomes stronger. One sword strike kills a Tartar soldier. Kill the Tartar infantry and pick up 20 points of strength. Kill the Tartar infantry and gain 40 days of life. Kill the Tartar infantry and gain 20 points of speed. The panel prompts constantly. With Arlen's brave killing, he quickly reached the soldier holding the Tartar war flag and killed him with one sword. He even brought the battle flag with him. There was a click. Arlen directly cut off the flagpole of the Tartar war flag. I have killed your commander. Surrender without killing. Arlen stepped on the broken battle flag and shouted loudly. The sound was like thunder. See this scene. All the Tartar soldiers on the battlefield were in a panic. On the battlefield, the battle flag comes first. The army attacks following the battle flag. As long as the battle flag remains standing, the morale is high. If the battle flag falls, the army will lose its backbone and eventually scatter. The commander is dead. The battle flag is broken. We lost. Retreat, retreat quickly. The Tartar soldiers, in the chaos of the battle, panicked and shouted in fear. Originally, they had the advantage in military strength and were fighting the Ming army to the death, but at this moment they were defeated. This soldier is truly a fierce warrior. Otis stared at Arlen intently, his face filled with shock. He had witnessed Arlen's bravery the entire time, and this time, from the side and back. 2 groups of cavalry and Ming army soldiers suddenly rushed out and surrounded the Tartar army. It was Dustin who led the reinforcements and completely surrounded them. Looking at these Tartars fleeing in a panic, Arlen didn't think much and chased them with a knife. Killing one will give him 20 random attribute points, and Arlen will not miss the opportunity to strike hard. This is a good opportunity, so we should make the most of it. Now this battle has come to an end. An hour later, the war subsided. The infantry rested on the battlefield, cleaned up the corpses and treated the wounded, while the uninjured cavalry pursued to the north. And now, the military governor gathered his soldiers and began to count the military merits. Each battalion of 100 households will have a military merit chief who is directly under the command of the carter, that is, 100 households. How many brothers from the 100th battalion are still alive? Come all over. Marvin shouted loudly, gathering his soldiers. It's not just him. Many centurions were also shouting and gathering their soldiers. Wait until all the soldiers of Arlen's 100 households camp have gathered. Of the original more than 100 people, only less than 70% are left, with heavy losses. Seeing this scene, Marvin's expression was also somewhat sad, but he did not think much about it. He immediately said, "From the centurions, count the military achievements and the soldiers who died in battle. I accept your orders." A centurion from the 100 households battalion immediately stepped forward and shouted, "The credit for arrows found on enemy corpses will be recorded by the pacification battalion. Now, our 100 households battalion will record the credit for killing the enemy in battle and will report it directly. Brothers, do you have proof of capture? Heads, even ears, can be turned in for credit." As the words from the captain fell, more than a dozen soldiers stood up and took out the ears and heads of enemy soldiers they had cut off. "Is there anyone else?" the captain asked loudly. This time, Pericles Yinkai walked out slowly. The centurions and the soldiers, in charge of military statistics, held documents and looked at Arlen with pens in hand. Arlen didn't say anything. "Just take it out from your arms." Dozens of bloody ears fell to the ground. There's also a human head and the Tartar battle flag. See this scene. Marvin was stunned. The centurions who were in charge of counting the military achievements was stunned, as were the clerks who were in charge of recording the military achievements. It was you who killed the Tartar commander and cut down their battle flag, asked the captain in shock. "Here is the head. You can ask the centurion to confirm it." Arlen pointed at Jinguta's head on the ground and smiled. Marvin on the side was completely shocked and didn't know what to say. "I report to the 100 households. There are 58 ears on the ground. He killed 58 enemies, and the enemy soldiers killed with bows and arrows have not yet been counted." The clerk who was recording on the side counted the ears on the ground, his voice trembling. The captain took a look, gulped, and then said, "Record it in the register and report it immediately to the captain." "No, report it directly to the governor." This is a huge contribution. It was so big that even the 100 households couldn't believe it. But the results of the battle were out, and this was the fact. The merit of killing the enemy, beheading the general, and cutting the flag. This is undoubtedly the first major achievement of this battle. What's your name?" asked Arlen from the captain's office, under the banner Arlen's small flag of the 100th battalion. Arlen replied immediately, "It is good. Your military exploits have all been recorded and will all be reported truthfully. You performed very well in this battle and have made great contributions to the Ming dynasty. When the pacification is reported to the commander, and then reported to heaven, there will be a handsome reward." The captain said excitedly. The look he gave Arlen also became much gentler. Obviously, after this battle, Arlen will definitely be promoted, possibly even 3 levels higher. After all, this military achievement is too great. Thank you. I would also like to ask for your recommendation and monthly votes if you can. Every opportunity to pick up attributes. Wait until the military merit statistics of the 100 households camp are completed. The soldiers around all looked at Arlen with awe. Such a result, such a fierce battle. How disrespectful to a comrade who had just experienced life and death. This is a real achievement gained through fighting hard. "Arlen, are you okay?" Marvin walked forward and asked with concern. "Just some minor injuries, nothing serious." Arlen replied with a smile. Even though Pericles Yinquan's attributes surpassed those of ordinary people, he was inevitably injured during the charge. There were knife marks on his back, chest, and arms, and there was a broken arrow on his left arm. However, with Arlen's physique exceeding that of an ordinary person, these wounds had already scabbed over and the bleeding stopped quickly. When Marvin saw Arlen's expression, he immediately said, "Wait a minute, I'll call a military doctor for you." "Thank you for your help, Captain." Arlen thanked him immediately. Subsequently, Arlen sat down on the spot and looked at his attributes. He was excited. He really made a lot of money this time. Killed 58 enemies. The total number of attributes picked up exceeded 1,000 points, including lifespan. Property panel. Arlen opened his own property panel. To the eye, host, Arlen age, 14 years old, strength, 489 points, 1 point corresponds to 1 pound of force. Speed, 432 points, the higher the value, the faster the speed. Constitution, 351 points, the stronger the constitution, the stronger the defense, and the faster the recovery speed from injury. Endurance, 345 points, the higher your endurance, the more energy and stamina you have. Spirit, 332 points, the higher the spirit, the clearer the mind. Lifespan, 88 years and 578 days. Storage space, 3 cubic meters. This battle is over. Pericles, Yinquin's attributes can be said to have ushered in an incremental growth. Xiaoyun has been picking it up for nearly 2 years. Other attributes have picked up more than 200 points. With my current attributes, I can fight my way out even if I'm surrounded by 100 people. The battlefield is dangerous, but it is the foundation of my advancement and power. There are still so many corpses on this battlefield. I'll go pick them up later, pick up as many as I can. Even a small mosquito is meat. Arlen thought secretly in his heart. Not a moment, a military doctor was brought by Marvin. Arlen, take off your clothes quickly and let the military doctor treat your wound. Marvin said immediately, "Thank you, Captain." Arlen thanked him, then he quickly took off his armor and clothes. Suddenly, there were more than a dozen scabbed wounds on his body which looked very hideous. You really have walked through the gates of hell. When looking at the shocking wound, Marvin couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. I'm lucky the king of hell won't take me. Arlen replied with a smile. Little brother, you are really lucky to be alive. The military doctor standing by couldn't help but sigh when he saw these wounds. After seeing the arrow on Arlen's arm, the military doctor said, "It may be painful to remove the arrow, little brother. Please bear with it." It's okay. The arrow didn't hit any vital parts. Military doctor, please take care of it. Arlen said with a smile, kindness. The military doctor nodded. He took out a knife and started digging out the arrowhead for Arlen. Marvin watched worriedly from the side and approached Arlen, but Arlen didn't even scream until the arrow was removed. Blood flowed, but soon it stopped and formed a scab on its own. The military doctor standing by was also secretly amazed. Little brother, your physique is really amazing. The bleeding stopped so quickly, said the military doctor. Maybe. Arlen laughed. My own physical attributes are now more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. Naturally, this physical fitness brings stronger recovery ability. In modern terms, it means faster healing and faster blood production. The military doctor did not hesitate and quickly bandaged Arlen's wound and applied medicine to all the other wounds. All right, this little brother seems to have many wounds, but the bleeding has stopped and he is not seriously injured. I'll take my leave first, the military doctor said to Marvin. Thank you, Marvin thanked him. Wait until the military doctor leaves. You're really going to be rich this time. Not only did he kill the general and the flag, but he also killed so many Tartars. Perhaps I will have to call you sir soon. Looking at Arlen in front of him, Marvin was also quite emotional. Although he knew that Arlen was brave on the battlefield and had saved his life in a bandit's lair, he did not expect Arlen to be so fierce. You are too kind, Captain. Arlen replied immediately. Arlen, I know you want a promotion, but don't be too reckless. The battlefield is full of dangers. Even a general who has fought 100 battles cannot always avoid hidden arrows. You are still young, and there are plenty of opportunities. Marvin said earnestly. He naturally saw the hidden reason behind Arlen's desperate fight and frantic killing of enemies. After all, he also knew that Arlen was framed into the army, and his age was changed. Thank you for the reminder, Captain. I know. Arlen smiled and nodded. Arlen was naturally aware of Marvin's concern, but when he thought of the Sydney family, he thought of putting himself to death. Arlen only felt hatred in his heart. To deal with the Sydney family during the Hongwu period, the laws are strict and force alone is not enough. Power is necessary. As long as Arlen has power, he can easily kill them. Get some rest. I'm going to check on the other brothers. I guess our infantry won't be needed in subsequent battles. Marvin said with a smile. Arlen nodded and looked at the many corpses on the battlefield. Now the logistics troops have begun to enter the scene to clean up. The slower you are, the more attribute points you will lose. Think of this. Arlen immediately stood up, holding a knife, and began to wander among the pile of corpses. While touching it with your hand, pick up the attributes. At the same time, he tried to see if there were any Tartars pretending to be dead and clean them up. Pick up 1 point of strength. Pick up 3 points of speed. Pick up 5 days of life. Pick up 3 points of physical fitness. While Arlen was wandering around the battlefield, he was happily picking up attributes and strengthening himself. Night is falling. Set up camp. The logistics troops have prepared enough food to be delivered. As an army during the Hongwu period, they had outstanding combat capabilities and naturally had no shortage of salaries or food. Since Dun Huaiyang was dealt with, the army's food and wages have been personally taken care of by the current Crown Prince Zachary, who will naturally not blame the army. In the main camp, a group of generals gathered. Otis and Dustin sat opposite each other. I heard that you were almost killed by the Tartars this time. Dustin looked at Otis with a smile. How dare you say that? If you hadn't accelerated the encirclement, I wouldn't have been surrounded. Fortunately, a brother in my army saved me, otherwise I would really have to go to see the King of Hell. Otis cursed angrily. I swear to God this is the fastest speed I've ever run. Dustin said helplessly, come on, winning this battle successfully is the key. Otis was not really angry. After all, the speed at which Dustin led his army to encircle the enemy was not slow. After all, I still underestimated the fighting power of the Jianzhu Tartars. Although these Tartars are barbarians, their weapons are not much weaker than those of the Ming dynasty. His iron weapons and their leather armor are all well made. The Ming dynasty can no longer treat them with the same eyes as we once treated the Tartars. Otis said with a serious expression, if it was once, the Tartars are barbarians and their military power is inferior to that of the Cornelius dynasty. Since the Yuan court was established in the central plains of China, everything has naturally changed. The wrought iron and iron smelting technology that originally belonged to the Cornelius people in the Central Plains was also introduced to the northern border, which also brought a certain sense of weapon innovation to the original barbarians in the northern border. Yes, no matter what kind of barbarians they are, they should not be underestimated. This battle can be regarded as a warning. Dustin also nodded. This time, the prefect has arrived. A loud shout came from outside the tent, echoed. All the generals in the tent stood up. Greetings, His Excellency the Prefect. All the generals bowed. Although Abner was the prefect, he was acting as the commander-in-chief, so they naturally did not dare to be rude. General Somerset, General Carmichael, what are the results of the battle? Abner smiled, walked directly to the main seat, looked at the two generals with concern and asked. He had received a direct order from the prince to resolve the bandit problem as soon as possible, so he was naturally very concerned about this matter. Your Excellency the Prefect. This time our army engaged the Tartar army and annihilated the enemy with a great victory. Our army's battle report has come out. Otis immediately picked up a battle report and handed it respectfully to Percival Wanny. Just read it. I also want to hear how brave the soldiers of my Ming dynasty are. Abner said with a smile, his eyes showing anticipation. Yes, Otis replied, immediately opening the battle report and shouting. In this battle, our deputy battalion engaged the Tartar army. In one battle, we killed over 5,800 of them and captured over 3,000. Our army suffered 3,780 casualties and 2,500 wounded, and we won the battle. It is good. Upon hearing the battle report, Abner's face lit up with a smile. Well done, a mere Jianzhu Tartar tribe dared to become an enemy of the Ming dynasty. This is the price the Ming dynasty makes them pay. You two generals have worked hard in this battle. I will personally report this to the Crown Prince and the Emperor, requesting credit for you two and all the meritorious soldiers. This battle truly enhances the might of the Ming dynasty. Before the battle, Abner was still a little worried, but now he is completely relieved. A great victory, defeat the Tartars in one battle. There is one more matter that the prefect needs to decide. Personally, Otis took out another battle report from his arms. What's the matter? Abner asked with a smile. A soldier from my sergeant battalion bravely killed the enemy and performed great merit. The specific reward needs to be decided by Your Excellency personally. Otis looked serious and handed the battle report in his hand to Abner with both hands. Seeing that Otis attached so much importance to it, Abner took the battle report without delay. Open it and take a look. Abner's expression suddenly changed from calm to surprise and shock. Is this battle report true? Abner looked at Quincy Hengdao in surprise. It's absolutely true. I saw him behead the Tartar commander with my own eyes. If it weren't for him, I would have died under the Tartar siege. Otis said immediately, looking at Abner's shocked expression. Many generals in the tent also looked puzzled. Obviously, the news of Arlen beheading the general and the flag had not yet spread widely. After all, today's battle just ended not long ago, and the wounded need to be treated. Sir, what results of the battle have surprised you so much? Dustin asked curiously. Read it. Abner suppressed his excitement and immediately handed the battle report to the guards around him. The latter took the battle report and immediately read it out loud. Arlen, a small flag officer of the 1000th Battalion of our assistant battalion, fought against the Tartars and killed 103 of them, including 45 shot with bows and arrows and 58 beheaded. Also killed the Tartar leader Jinguda and the Tartar battle flag in the chaos, making a great contribution. As soon as these words fell, except for the Carter who was under Otis's command and was responsible for counting military achievements, all other generals stared at the personal guard who was reading the battle report with wide eyes. One man killed 103 Tartars. Is this still human power? Even Rosalind Percival in the past couldn't have done this, right? What kind of courage is this? Even though the former king of Kaiping was incredibly brave and powerful, he never achieved such a victory. This person is really amazing. Not only did he kill so many Tartar soldiers, but he also achieved the feat of beheading the general and severing the battle flag. This is a huge achievement. No wonder the Tartar army collapsed when we surrounded them. Arlen's execution of the general and the flag was the reason. This achievement is truly significant, enough to earn him a promotion of 3 ranks or more. All the generals in the tent couldn't help but talk about it in surprise. Even Dustin, who was also a deputy commander, looked at Otis in surprise. Master Prefect, this is the battle report I will submit. I wonder how to reward such military achievements, Otis asked again. After being rescued by Arlen, Otis sent people to inquire about Arlen's situation. After all, this was a life-saving grace, and he had such a brave soldier under his command. As a commander, how could he not be moved? This is also true. After Carter counted the military achievements, he immediately submitted the battle report to Otis, and it was a separate letter for Arlen. After all, this battle report is too horrifying. When the Ming dynasty was first established, the emperor issued an edict that the Ming army would tolerate no corruption. Those who have made contributions will be rewarded, and those who have killed the enemy will be treated with no indignity. This time Arlen has made such a great contribution, he should be rewarded according to the military merits of the Ming dynasty. General Somerset, according to the Ming dynasty's reward and punishment system, you should be promoted to a certain rank based on your military achievements this time, Abner said immediately with a smile. For Abner. Now all the generals are in the tent, and the military achievements have been read out and have also been counted after pacification, so there is absolutely no trickery. No one dares to play tricks on military achievements. After all, the Ming dynasty's Jinwei are everywhere. And Arlen's great achievement was also a good thing for Abner. Although he was only temporarily serving as the commander-in-chief, the defeat of the Tartar Jianzhu was real. Reporting Arlen's brilliant military achievements to Yingshan would surely be even more eye-catching, or this applies to any general in the tent. Defeating a small Tartar border tribe was not a big or small military achievement, and was far from enough to shock the court. But when combined with Arlen's achievements of killing 100 enemies alone, beheading the enemy's main general, and cutting off the enemy's battle flag, this was enough to shock the court. These generals will also benefit from this. After all, they also have the opportunity to catch the attention of the current emperor and prince. Why not do something good like this? Return to my lord. Arlen has made such a great contribution. According to the military merit reward and punishment of our Ming dynasty, he can be promoted 4 levels based on the number of enemies he killed. If the merit of beheading generals and cutting flags is counted, he can be promoted 1 level again. Otis said without hesitation. After seeing the battle report, Otis had already made some careful calculations. For those below the rank of Kainhu, one can be promoted by killing the enemy, while for those above the rank of Kainhu, one can be promoted by killing non-ordinary enemies. This is also the military reward and punishment determined by the current emperor himself. Under 1,000 households, as long as you can kill enemies for the country, you can continue to be promoted. If you achieve great merits such as killing generals, you can be promoted again. All of these are military merit laws and regulations set by Evander. Arlen is currently a minor official. If he is promoted to the 5th rank, he can be promoted to 1,000 householder. My goodness. Advancing 5 levels in one day, who else could have done that except before the founding of the Ming dynasty? When the emperor was in Hidden Dragon, he was promoted from a soldier to a vanguard. That's not level 5. I've been promoted to the 5th rank. I have a bright future ahead of me. He killed more enemies in this battle than an ordinary soldier could kill in his entire life. Perhaps this is what makes him a natural-born warrior. Killing 100 enemies in one day, beheading the general and the flag, there's nothing fishy about this. He deserves the promotion of 5 ranks. Good. That's how it should be in the military. When the generals in the tent heard Otis's words, they were all surprised, but they did not have any objections. After all, what the army talks about is military achievements, and military achievements are everything. If they, as military generals, rejected this promotion based on military merit, it would be rejecting their own future path. No general would be so foolish. There is a military merit system to rely on. Then it is right to be rewarded in this way. General Somerset, is Arlen in the camp? Abner smiled and asked immediately, Your Excellency, let's rest in the camp. Otis said immediately, Quickly call Arlen into the tent. I also want to see what the soldiers in my Daning prefecture who have such bravery look like. Abner said with a smile, It's not just him. Many generals in the tent were also full of curiosity. Otis immediately looked at Percy and said, Captain Calloway, Arlen is in your camp. Go and tell him to go to the main camp. I accept your orders. Percy bowed and quickly retreated. This time Dustin quietly approached Otis and said with a smile, Brother Quincy, can we discuss something? Listen to this. Otis glared and said immediately, No need to talk about it. I haven't even said anything yet and you're refusing. Dustin said speechlessly, Just because you didn't say it doesn't mean I can't see it. You want Arlen to join your team, right? Dream. Such a powerful general should be under my command. Otis said proudly. Seeing Otis like this, Dustin could only watch angrily. The 1000th Battalion, where the bonfire is. Many soldiers were eating bread around the campfire. And their conversations were all about surviving a great war. The northern border is located. Even though it was just the beginning of autumn, it was still very cold at night, and it was really cold without a bonfire. Arlen sat by the campfire. While eating the bread, my heart was filled with joy. List the pickup attributes. Arlen communicated with the panel. Next moment, pick up 98 points of strength. Pick up 102 points of speed. Pick up 103 points of physical fitness. Pick up 99 stamina. Pick up 89 points of spirit. Pick up 454 days of life. This is the attribute that Arlen successfully picked up after the war. Congratulations to the host for breaking through all attributes to 400 points. I will reward you with an ordinary treasure chest. As these attributes were integrated, panel prompts also appeared. Attribute panel. Arlen took a look immediately. Host. Arlen age, 14 years old, strength, 584 points, 1 point corresponds to 1 pound of force. Speed, 512 points, the higher the value, the faster the speed. Constitution, 431 points, the stronger the constitution, the stronger the defense, and the faster the recovery speed from injury. Endurance, 415 points, the higher your endurance, the more energy and stamina you have. Spirit, 402 points, the higher the spirit, the clearer the mind. Lifespan, 88 years and 1,138 days. Storage space, 4 cubic meters, 5 treasure chests. I hope I can find some more treasures this time. The key is to improve my strength and save my life on the battlefield. Arlen thought secretly in his heart, just when he was about to open the treasure chest. Where is Arlen? A voice rang out in the night. Many soldiers around raised their heads and looked towards the place where the sound came from. Arlen, it seems that Kyan-Hu is calling you. The soldier on the side shouted to Arlen. Arlen was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses, raised his head and stood up quickly. I'm here. Next moment, Percy strode over. When he saw Arlen, he looked him up and down, then immediately smiled. Good boy, I didn't expect that my 1000 household battalion could produce a figure like you. Captain, is there anything wrong? Arlen asked tentatively, but he was secretly looking forward to it in his heart. Bros, do you know how many Tartars were killed by Arlen, a soldier from my 1000 households camp, during this battle with the Tartars? Percy looked around and said loudly. The soldiers from the surrounding Kyan-Hu camp all looked over. My 1000 household battalion, Arlen, is brave and invincible. With one person's strength, he killed over 100 Tartars, beheaded their chief general, cut off their battle flag, and severely damaged the Tartar army's morale. Only then did our army achieve a great victory. This time I, a 1000 householder, am ordered by the commander-in-chief to summon Arlen to the main camp to meet him and reward him according to his military merits. Percy said loudly. This moment, Percy's tone also carried a sense of pride. Although this military achievement was not earned by him, he did not know Arlen before. After all, he had more than 1,000 people under his command, and it was impossible for him to know everyone. But after this, who in the entire Daning prefecture did not know Arlen? Arlen came to the fore in his own 1,000 households camp, so Percy was naturally very proud. Kill over 100 enemies. Behead the Tartar commander. Is this still a human? Arlen, we actually have such a fierce man in our 1,000 household battalion. He will definitely be promoted. He doesn't look tall, how can he be so powerful? It's so irritating to compare people to each other. Many soldiers were shocked when they heard the results of the battle. Arlen, come with me. The commander and 2 generals are waiting for you. Percy smiled at Arlen and led the way directly. I accept your orders. Arlen immediately bowed and followed. It seems like I'm really going to get promoted this time. Although the Hongwu emperor was ruthless in dealing with corrupt officials, still attached great importance to the army and was strict in rewarding and punishing military merit and promotion. I don't know how many levels I can be promoted this time. I hope to be promoted a little and have more power, then I will definitely have more opportunities in the future. Arlen had a strong expectation in his heart. His goal is very clear, to get promoted. This is also the reason why he is so crazy on the battlefield, not only to pick up attributes to strengthen himself, but also for power. I will update 4,000 words every day during the new book period without interruption. I am waiting for the PK and hope to be able to pass it all the way. The starting point is so cruel now. Please follow me and read my book. Reading my book is the best way, thank you. Quickly, main camp tent. Percy led the main battalion into the main camp. Once inside, everyone's eyes were turned to Arlen, curious, surprised, and astonished. All kinds of emotions appeared before the eyes of many generals. Obviously, when they saw that Arlen was so young, still a teenager, they were all shocked. When they saw Arlen's battle results, they still thought that Arlen should be a big, strong, and sturdy man. But this time they saw that he was completely different from the image in their minds. If he had not been wearing armor and military uniform, if he had not exuded such a murderous aura, Arlen might have become a scholar if he had put on a long robe. Report to your majesty, the commander. Bring the small flag, Arlen here. Percy bowed to Abner. Your highness, I am here to see you, commander. Arlen immediately bowed. Abner raised his gaze and landed on Arlen. After examining him for a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Ha ha ha, it's true that heroes emerge from youth. I originally thought that someone who had accomplished such great deeds would also look fierce, but now I see that he is completely different from what I imagined. Thank you for the compliment, sir. You are a soldier of the Ming dynasty, and you should fight for your country." Arlen said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Seeing Arlen's attitude, which showed no arrogance or pride, Abner nodded with satisfaction and said, "You have made great military achievements, including killing hundreds of enemies and beheading generals and flags. According to the Ming dynasty's military rewards and punishments set by the emperor himself, you can be promoted 5 ranks. What do you think about this?" Abner asked with a smile. "I am willing to serve the Ming dynasty until death." Arlen bowed immediately, promoted 5 levels. At this moment, Arlen's heart was also boiling. For him, a small flag, this was undoubtedly a step to heaven. Power and status have all changed. You have to know that I have been recruited into the army for less than 4 months. Or just over 3 months at most. But in just over 3 months, he achieved military exploits that others had never achieved even after years of service. It is good. Abner's expression also turned serious. Subsequently, he picked up the pen and took out a blank military order. He wrote Arlen's reward order on it. After writing, he picked up the commander's seal and stamped it on the military order. These military reward orders also came into effect. Pericles Yingting, the small flag of the 1,000th Battalion of the 1st Assistant Battalion, is given the title. Abner said loudly, holding the military order. "Submit the bid and wait for the seal." Arlen bowed immediately, with anticipation showing on his face. Small banner Arlen engaged the Tartars, killing 100 of them, beheading their commander and severing their battle flag. This secured our victory and was a great achievement. Now, according to the military merit system set by the emperor, you will be promoted 5 levels and appointed as a Charles Dunn, commanding thousands of troops, and will be awarded 100 taels of gold. Abner announced loudly. Arlen bowed and replied loudly, "I thank you, sir. I will serve the Ming dynasty till my death and kill the enemy for the Ming dynasty." Subsequently, Abner smiled, stood up from the main seat, holding the military order of reward. Walked slowly to Arlen and first helped Arlen up. Then he smiled and said, "Captain Frostborn, I hope you will continue to work hard and make new contributions to the Ming dynasty." "I will never let you down, sir." Arlen replied immediately, "It is good, take the order." Abner smiled and handed the military order in his hand to Pericles Yingyi. Arlen immediately took the military order with both hands. "Give me armor, give me a knife, give me a sword, give me gold." Percival Wanny waved his hand, suddenly. Next to several guards were already prepared and stepped forward immediately. One held armor and a helmet, one held a sword, one held a knife, and the other held a box containing 100 taels of gold. "The sword is for the battlefield and the saber is for preparation. Captain Frostborn, take it," Abner said with a smile. "I accept your orders." Arlen did not hesitate and directly took the armor, sword, and gold. Generals. Captain Frostborn has been promoted 5 times in a row. This is the reward and punishment for military merit in the Ming dynasty. All our Ming soldiers are like this. I am the prefect of Daning. I have been entrusted by the Emperor and the Crown Prince to temporarily assume the position of Commander-in-Chief. Therefore, I hereby guarantee that as long as I hold this position, I will treat military merit with the utmost fairness and will reward those who have made contributions. Abner said to all the generals in the tent, "Your Excellency is wise." Everyone shouted in unison. Captain Frostborn's military exploits were outstanding. He killed hundreds of men in one battle, beheaded generals, and captured flags. This achievement is enough to inspire the entire Ming army. I have decided that this battle report should be submitted to Yingshan together with the report on defeating the Tartars. I am sure that the Emperor and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will be extremely happy. Abner said with a smile again, "Hear this." Many generals also showed a hint of envy on their faces. What an honor it is to submit a memorial to Yingshan and present it to the Crown Prince and the Emperor. If I could get the Crown Prince and the Emperor to remember my name, it would be a great opportunity. I have pledged my life to serve the Ming dynasty. All the generals bowed. General Somerset. Arlen has been promoted to the rank of 1,000. Householder. Is there a vacancy for 1,000 householder in the assistant battalion under your command? Abner looked at Otis and asked, "Return to my lord. Yesterday's battle. The 1st Cavalry Battalion of our assistant battalion charged into the battle, and the captain was seriously injured, so the position of captain is vacant." Otis said immediately, "It is good. Then Captain Frostborn will go to the 1st Cavalry Battalion as a captain and command the cavalry battalion." Abner nodded and said immediately, "I accept your orders." Arlen's eyes lit up, and he bowed immediately. The commander of the cavalry battalion is a good job. In this era, cavalry is the most powerful force. Cavalry battalions have more opportunities to make merit and gain attributes than infantry. Arlen naturally refused it disrespectfully. "Captain Frostborn, please take a seat. We still need to discuss the war against the Tartars this time." Abner smiled at Arlen with a very good attitude. "Yes." Arlen nodded, holding his armor and weapons and looking towards the location inside the tent. "Sit here." Otis smiled and pointed to a place next to him. Arlen did not refuse and sat down. "General Carmichael, how's the pursuit going?" Abner asked Dustin, who was the same assistant commander as Otis. "Return to my lord. Now, our army has continued to pursue the enemy northward for dozens of miles. They have captured many Tartars and have caught up with the fleeing civilians from the Tartar tribes. We have intercepted them and are sending them back to the Ming dynasty in batches without encountering much resistance. It's up to me. Although the Jianzhou Tartars are affiliated with the Yuan court, they are only a small tribe. They dare not truly devote their entire clan strength to become the enemy of the Ming dynasty. After this, they will surely behave themselves and dare not raise a hand against the Ming dynasty again. This time, we will rebuild the Taizhi in Chengzhou. We will deploy 30,000 troops in Daning Prefecture to suppress the bandits and robbers. In this way, the bandit threat will be resolved," Dustin replied immediately. "Kindness?" Abner nodded. His expression was still somewhat serious. The fundamental purpose of this battle is to stop the Tartars from causing trouble on the borders of the Ming dynasty. If we want to stop the war, we must make this Tartar submit a letter of surrender. Otherwise, our Ming army must not withdraw," Abner said in a deep voice. "Grown-ups, maybe that's something to think about. The Jianzhou Tartars are vassals of the Northern Yuan dynasty. If the Ming dynasty launches an attack, the Northern Yuan dynasty may not sit idly by. If we continue the attack now, we may have to be wary of the Northern Yuan dynasty. Otis said with a serious expression. Hear this, Abner smiled. This time our Ming dynasty has already mobilized its troops and won the first battle. I can also tell you generals a piece of news. Abner's expression gradually became serious. All the generals' eyes were focused on Abner, but Arlen thought to himself, it seems that the imperial court has already sent troops to attack Yuan. Sweeping away the banditry might be one step, and attacking the Jianzhou Tartars is just one step. The fundamental goal is to attract attention, preferably the Northern Yuan's attention, and then the real main force of the Ming army will take advantage of the opportunity to move. Understand history. Combined with the current situation, Arlen could naturally deduce it. After all, there are historical records of many wars during the Hongwu period of the Ming dynasty, but they are not completely detailed. For example, the Daning prefecture suppressed bandits and then attacked the Jianzhou Tartars, which is not recorded in history. However, compared with the overall situation of the Ming dynasty, this naturally does not have much impact. The emperor has issued an order. The Ming dynasty is sending 200,000 troops to attack Liaodong and destroy Nahachu. Nahachu, I'm sure all the generals have heard of him. Abner smiled. This man is the Grand Marshal of the Northern Yuan dynasty, holding great military power. In the past, our Ming dynasty captured him, and the emperor released him out of grace. However, he has not appreciated the emperor's grace and continues to be an enemy of our Ming dynasty, always aiming to destroy our Ming dynasty and reshape the Northern Yuan dynasty to rule over the Central Plains. This man is highly relied upon by Emperor Yuan and is hailed as another Warren Jacob. Otis said immediately, Nahachu is a hidden danger to the Ming dynasty. He has gathered hundreds of thousands of troops in Liaodong with the intention of overthrowing the Ming dynasty. The emperor has issued an order. If he wants to destroy the Northern Yuan dynasty, he must first destroy Nahachu. Abner said in a deep voice, Dare to ask your lord, who did the emperor send to lead the troops this time? What are the responsibilities of our Daning prefecture? Dustin asked respectfully. As far as I know, this time the emperor has sent the Taubin as the main general and the Maxim Smith and the Rufus Valemont as deputy generals. I believe they are already mobilizing troops and transferring food supplies. As for the responsibility of our Daning prefecture, it is ostensibly to eliminate banditry, but in reality it is to attract the attention of the Northern Yuan dynasty. The Jianzhou Tartars are a key link. Abner said in a deep voice. I understand. Otis and Dustin also nodded with a look of realization. Now, all the generals in the tent showed expectant looks. This war was not just a small-scale war against the Jianzhou Tartars, but a real war to destroy the Northern Yuan dynasty. This is a great opportunity to make merit and get promoted. Generals. The emperor's order has been issued and the army has moved. Within 2 months at most, and within 1 month at least, the true main force of our Ming dynasty will enter the northern border and defeat Nahachu. During this time, our Daning prefecture soldiers will focus on offense. If the Northern Yuan dynasty sends troops to support us, we will focus on defense and wait for the main force. This war concerns the safety of our Ming dynasty. The emperor has decreed that I and other generals will respond with all our strength. Abner said with a serious face. Hear the sound. All the generals stood up and bowed. Everything is for the Ming dynasty. The meeting is over. Arlen. Arlen was stopped by Otis as he just walked out of the tent. General Somerset. Arlen responded immediately, but I am carrying so many things now that I cannot salute. I haven't had the chance to thank you for saving my life today. Otis said with a smile, the general is overrated. On the battlefield, we are all comrades and there are enemy troops in front of us. Naturally, we will fight the enemy to the death. Arlen replied with a smile. Listen to this. Otis's smile remained unchanged and he continued, Comrades are comrades and saving my life is saving my life. I, Otis, will remember this great favor. In this regard, seeing Otis like this, Arlen nodded and said no more. All right. The battle just ended today and you are injured. Go back and have a good rest first. I will personally take you to the cavalry camp tomorrow. Otis patted Arlen's shoulder and said with a smile. Yes, Arlen nodded. Besides, a centurion can have 50 personal guards. If you are interested, you can select them from your own group. If there is no one, I can arrange one for you. Otis reminded again. Upon hearing this, Arlen's eyes lit up and he nodded immediately. Thank you for the reminder, General. I will ask about it when I get back. Subsequently, Arlen left the main camp carrying his armor, sword, and saber. You are so lucky to have such a brave general under your command. One man killed 100 enemies, beheaded the general, and cut off the flag. This bravery is truly terrifying. Dustin walked up to Otis at some point and said with great emotion. However, the envy in his tone was also very obvious. Haha, just be envious. Otis glanced at Dustin, turned around and left with great satisfaction. You guy. Dustin was so angry that he laughed when he saw this. Return to your own tent. A group of soldiers immediately surrounded them, not only those under Arlen's command, but also the entire 100 households camp and the surrounding soldiers all gathered together, full of curiosity. Although less than half an hour had passed, Percy had just arrived and read out all of Arlen's battle achievements. He had killed hundreds of enemies, beheaded generals, and captured flags, making him a great contributor in this battle with the Tartars. Naturally, many people were curious and in awe of Arlen. How about it? As soon as Pericles Yingy came back, Marvin came over and asked curiously. Seeing Marvin's expectant look, Arlen smiled and said, You'll be promoted 5 levels to the rank of Charles Dunn. Charles Kyenhu. Marvin opened his eyes wide, feeling a sense of disbelief. Arlen was promoted to 1,000 households. Oh my goodness, how many levels has he been promoted? But I think it's totally worth it for Arlen to be promoted to Charles Dunn. He killed 100 enemies by himself and even killed the Tartar commander. This is a great achievement. This promotion is too fast. Sharp. I saw with my own eyes that Arlen was killing the enemy on the battlefield. Those Tartars were like chickens. Arlen killed them with one blow. That's really amazing. All the soldiers looked at Arlen with surprise and awe, of course. At this moment, both the new recruits and the old soldiers were shocked by Arlen's promotion to captain. However, when thinking of Arlen's military achievements, no one dared to object. After all, the promotion of military merit in the Ming dynasty was decided by the current emperor himself, and the generals in the army dared not act recklessly. Good guy. Kyenhu. Marvin was stunned with shock. When suppressing the bandits before, Arlen was still a new recruit who had just joined the army for less than 3 months. He was promoted to a small flag for killing the bandits, but now he has been promoted to 1,000 householder and has become an officer in the army with thousands of troops under his command. Others may not be clear about this leap, but Marvin is very clear about it. Brother Carmichael, General Somerset just told me that the rank of Charles Dunn gives you the power to form a personal guard of 50. I originally commanded 10 people, and I hope to integrate them into my personal guards. Arlen said with a smile. Although these 10 people are all new recruits, Arlen is already very familiar with them. They are personal guards and they are his own people, so he has to find trustworthy ones. Arlen, what do you think of me? Marvin suddenly looked at Arlen seriously. Brother Carmichael, what do you mean? Arlen asked in surprise. With my rank of centurion, I should be able to serve as the chief of your personal guards, right? Marvin said with a smile. Brother Carmichael, are you serious or joking? Arlen had a strange expression on his face. Of course I'm serious. Marvin smiled, then his expression turned serious. He suddenly knelt before Arlen and said, Captain Marvin is willing to follow Captain Frostborn and serve as his personal guard. Please accept me. The soldiers around were looking at it in amazement. Many of them had anticipation in their eyes. See this? Arlen also realized that Marvin was serious. If Brother Carmichael is willing, I will accept it. Arlen also said solemnly, Marvin, I am willing to serve Kyenhu until my death. Marvin kowtowed directly. Personal guards, personal troops, these are the true attendants of officers above the rank of Kyenhu, and they are also the most loyal. At critical moments, they swear to serve them and take the blame for the position of Kyenhu or even higher officials. Once he became Arlen's personal guard. The one who directly served was Arlen. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. Higher Arlen's status, the higher the status of his personal guards. If anything happened to Arlen, his personal guards would be implicated. The word personal guard is not just a superficial statement. Get up. Arlen walked forward and helped Marvin up. Thank you, Captain. Marvin did not dare to overstep the bounds and bowed immediately. That's it. From now on, Brother Carmichael will be the chief of my personal guards. In addition to the 10 soldiers in the small flag that I originally command, I will have to trouble Brother Carmichael to select the other 40 people. Pericles Yingying was about to hand over the task to Marvin. I obey your command. Marvin happily accepted the order and bowed. I'll take a break. Thank you, Brother Carmichael. Arlen laughed and walked towards his tent. Arlen was full of anticipation for his promotion to level 5. It was not only about power, but also about treasure chests, which would definitely greatly enhance his strength. Looking at Arlen's back, Marvin's eyes were filled with excitement. He knew very well that Arlen had a bright future. Although his position as a centurion was demoted to the chief commander of the Imperial Guards, it seemed like a demotion, but in fact he had gained a better future. Judging from his current promotion, he does not have the courage and strength of Arlen, nor can he kill 100 enemies. It is difficult for him to be promoted to 1,000 households. Even if he can, it may take several years or even longer to do so. But by following Arlen and becoming his personal guard commander, his status will also be improved in the future as Arlen's official position rises. Bros, from now on Marvin, will become Captain Frostborn's personal guard. In addition to the 10 people under Arlen's former small flag, we need to recruit 40 personal guards. Anyone interested can come to me and sign up. I will select them to join the personal guard. Under night, Marvin shouted to the soldiers of his 100 households battalion. Hear this? Many soldiers were excited. I do. I would like that too. Captain, please accept me. I am willing to become Captain Frostborn's personal guard. The soldiers shouted excitedly, and even the soldiers from other centurions' camps came over. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Arlen has a bright future. If one can become Arlen's personal guard, that would be a great opportunity. Inside the tent, Arlen put down his armor and sword. As expected of a 1,000-man commander, this armor is much thicker than that of ordinary soldiers and has stronger defensive capabilities. And the swords are all extremely sharp iron swords. Arlen took a look, drew his sword and looked at it, and couldn't help but sigh. The effect of power can be seen from the armor and weapons. 100 taels of gold, not bad. Arlen naturally put the box of gold directly into the storage space, promoted to the rank of Charles Dunn, treasure chest. Arlen looked forward to it. The host has been promoted. Promote general flag and be rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. Promoted to century rank, rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. Promote century and be rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. Promoted to deputy captain, rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. Promote Charles Dunn and be rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. A prompt appears on the panel, 10 treasure chests in total. As long as my luck isn't too bad this time, I'll be able to get something good. Arlen's eyes sparkled full of anticipation. Immediately, open all the treasure chests. Arlen said immediately. Host's instructions accepted, open all treasure chests. Gain the archery skill, hit the target with 100 steps. Obtain the yellow grade mid-grade treasure carved bow. Obtain fine steel long sword. Obtain the lower grade yellow rank wild dance sword technique. Obtain the lower grade yellow rank small restoration. Pill. Obtain the yellow rank, lower grade martial art divine arrow continuity. Obtain the lower grade yellow rank mountain collapse fist. Get 500 taels of gold. Obtain steel refining method. Obtain exquisite gunpowder refining method. The panel prompts continuously, and all 10 treasure chests have been opened. Arlen glanced down and a happy smile appeared on his face. Not bad. Skills, as well as high-grade martial arts and weapons. This is really good luck. This method of refining fine steel is far beyond the technology of this era, right? And this fine gunpowder should be even better than the gunpowder of this era. All right, keep it. The world is big. In the future, when I have enough strength, I can expand the territory outside the Ming dynasty and become the emperor. Arlen had a smile on his face. Naturally, he accepted all the treasures that came out of the treasure chests as they all belonged to him. Let's extract archery first. It should be a skill that can be mastered directly, just like riding. Arlen thought. Directly extracted the archery technique of shooting the target through the arrow at 100 paces. As a halo of light descended, Arlen, who had originally mastered the basic and intermediate levels of archery, now had a clear understanding of it, and his archery skills had surpassed those of ordinary people. To shoot an arrow through a target from 100 paces. A way requires strength, eyesight, and feeling. I see, Arlen thought with enlightenment. Come back to your senses. Arlen continued to extract the martial arts he had obtained. All 3 martial arts were of high quality. To know, there is a huge difference between not reaching the highest level and reaching the highest level, not only in martial arts, but also in weapons and so on. Once it is of high quality, it will be more powerful. The first level is the yellow level, followed by the black level, the earth level, and the heaven level. The wild sword dance is powerful and domineering, not bad. Divine arrow consecutive beads. After practicing, I can shoot arrows in succession and unleash my power to the fullest. The collapsing mountain fist is also a martial art that can fully unleash my own strength and even multiply it several times. Good. After extracting these 3 martial arts, Arlen was even more satisfied. There's no doubt that these 3 martial arts are not ordinary skills, and Arlen needs to practice to improve them, and being on the battlefield is the best place to practice. Bao Dio Bow. Arlen extracted again. A black and gold longbow appeared in his hand. Just hold it. Arlen could clearly feel a sense of heaviness. The moment he held it, the properties of this precious carved bow became apparent in Arlen's eyes. Treasure carved bow, yellow grade mid-grade. Possesses armor-piercing properties. The greater the force, the greater the power. It's worthy of being a top-grade precious bow. Don't have to worry about me breaking the bow in the future. Arlen smiled. Then he extracted a long steel sword. A long sword used in cavalry warfare appeared in his hand. The handle is made of iron and the blade is made of fine steel, exuding a sharp and cold edge. Just by gripping it, Arlen knew that the steel knife weighed 50 or 60 kilograms. It's a good one this time. With these weapons and martial arts, we will be safer on the battlefield. Arlen thought with great satisfaction. Oh right, the official seal of authority. Arlen came back to his senses. Immediately thought of the official seal of authority condensed on the panel. When he was a small flag, this official seal of authority had already played a significant role. In the fierce battle, 10 soldiers under his command were still alive, and they were all new recruits. The fact that they were able to survive such a battle showed that this official seal played a significant role. The host has been promoted to the rank of Charles Dunn and can condense the official seal of the Charles Dunn's authority. Do you want to condense it? The panel prompted. Concentrate. Arlen didn't hesitate at all. The small flag commands 10 people and has the blessing of combat power and morale. 1,000 households must have greater power. If the overall combat effectiveness of his subordinates can be improved, it will be more beneficial for Arlen's promotion. After all, after being promoted to 1,000 households, personal military merits in killing enemies are negligible, and he must make great military achievements to be promoted. Killing the enemy individually is no longer the key. Commanding the army to kill the enemy is the fundamental. Therefore, Arlen was very clear about the importance of this official seal. Next moment. 1,000 household official seal. Command 1,000 soldiers under your command. Increase their combat power by 60%. Morale by 60% and endurance by 60%. Sure enough, he's leveled up 5 times in a row. His combat power has increased from 10% to 60%. All of these can be reflected on the battlefield. Arlen thought secretly, come back to your senses. The next step is to practice hard and wait to take over the cavalry battalion tomorrow. Arlen thought to himself, practice horizontal training and start the necessary daily practice. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Arlen stopped practicing for a night. Wearing armor and carrying a sword. They were dressed like 1,000 householder, which was very different from ordinary soldiers. Get out of the camp. Marvin, leading 50 people, was already waiting outside. Report to the 1,000 households. Marvin, the chief guard, leads 50 guards and welcomes you. Marvin took the lead and bowed directly. Greetings, Kainu. All 50 guards knelt on the ground. This is power. See this scene. Arlen couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. No need for formalities, Arlen said solemnly. Thank you, Captain. All the guards said in unison. Subsequently, Marvin walked forward and handed a letter to Pericles Yingyi. Report to the 1,000 households. This is the list of personal guards. Marvin said, it is good. Arlen nodded and took the roster. This time, only the sound of footsteps was heard. Otis, escorted by a group of personal guards, came towards where Arlen was. General Somerset. When Arlen saw this, he immediately stepped forward to greet him. Otis waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be polite. Have you chosen your personal guards? Otis took a glance and asked with a smile. General, this is the list. Arlen immediately handed the list in his hand to Otis. Otis took it but didn't look at it. Instead, he walked in front of the guards with a serious expression. Everyone, do you know the responsibilities of the personal guards? Otis stared at the guards and said loudly, return to the general. As the personal guard of Kainhu, I should do my best to protect the safety of Kainhu. Marvin replied loudly, good. Otis nodded, but after glancing at them, he added, the duties of the personal guards are tied to their rank as 1,000 householder. On the battlefield, the personal guards are there to protect the men they serve. That's the personal guard's duty. As personal guards, your duty is to protect the Lord you serve. If Arlen dies as 1,000 householder on the battlefield, none of you will be able to live. Do you understand what I mean? Otis's voice contained a warning. Words personal guards are not just two words. Once they become personal guards, their lives are no longer their own, but are mainly to protect the superiors they serve. This is also the protection that the current emperor gives to the generals who lead the army. On the battlefield, swords have no eyes. The survival of the generals is the key to the victory of the army. The existence of the personal guards is to protect the generals. If the generals they protect die while they are still alive, then it is their fault and they cannot escape death. Understood. 50 soldiers, including Marvin, said in unison. Of course, as 1,000 household guard, you will receive a higher salary, which is what you deserve. Otis said again after explaining the matters concerning the personal guards. Otis then turned to look at Arlen and said, Captain Frostborn, follow me to the cavalry camp. Yes. Arlen nodded immediately, not a moment, under the personal guidance of Otis. Arrived at the Arlen of the 1st Cavalry Battalion. Welcome, General Somerset. Otis arrived. The cavalry battalion was fully assembled. However, out of the original 1,000-strong force, only 600 or 700 are left, obviously the result of casualties in yesterday's battle. Let me introduce. These two are the deputy captains of the cavalry battalion, Todd Farley and Brooks Stanton. Otis pointed at the two generals in front of him. Then he pointed at Arlen and said, This is Arlen, the new captain of the cavalry battalion. He will be in charge of the 1st Cavalry Battalion from now on. Greetings to Captain Frostborn. Todd and Brooks bowed to Arlen. Although they also saw that Arlen was very young and much younger than them, it was the Hongwu period now, and one could not get promoted without military merit, and Arlen's name had already spread throughout the Arlen camp. Todd and the others had also heard of it. Kill hundreds of enemies in one battle. Kill the enemy general and the enemy's battle flag. Not everyone can achieve such a result, at least no one can do it since the war started, or even after the Ming dynasty launched many wars against foreign countries. How could Todd and the others disrespect such a brave general? You too are welcome. Arlen smiled and replied with a fist salute. Todd, Brooks. The latter is not very famous, but the former has a great reputation in the future Ming dynasty, because he was a meritorious official after Daniel Frostborn pacified the rebellion and was even posthumously named a duke. This shows his bravery and ability to command troops. But now Evander is still alive, and the Jingnan rebellion will last for many years. So Todd is naturally still serving as the deputy captain of 1,000 households in Daning Prefecture, and he was under Arlen's command. For Arlen, seeing such famous historical generals under his command, he is full of expectations for the future, and the future is promising. Know history, know the future, power not difficult. The 1st Cavalry Battalion suffered heavy casualties in this battle. We will need to wait until the war is over before we can replenish our forces. The two deputy captains will introduce you to the specific situation of the Cavalry Battalion. You have just taken up the position of 1,000 households. I will give you 3 days to familiarize yourself with it. After 3 days, you will immediately mobilize the troops and continue to attack the Jianzhou Tartars. Otis said to Arlen, I accept your orders. Arlen immediately accepted the order. If you have anything, come to me directly. Otis smiled and nodded, then left with his personal guards. After he left, Brothers, how many soldiers are left in the 1st Cavalry Battalion now? Arlen asked directly. Returned to Jianzhou. 689 people remain. In this battle with the Tartars, my 1st Cavalry Battalion served as the vanguard and the main attacker, so the casualties were quite heavy. Todd replied immediately, Kindness. Arlen nodded, his expression slightly heavy, although what Todd reported were just numbers, but Arlen also experienced yesterday's battle. Death shrouded the entire battlefield. Arlen also witnessed the death of his brothers with his own eyes. It was extremely bloody and cruel, but this is also inevitable. That's what war is, after all. Fortunately, Arlen had adapted to killing enemies when he was suppressing bandits. Otherwise, he would not have been so brave on the battlefield yesterday. Report to the 1,000 households. All the brothers in the 1st Cavalry Battalion are waiting for instructions from the captain. Brooks said respectfully, It is good. Arlen looked to the other side, and all the soldiers of the 1,000 household camp who had gathered nodded immediately. Then he strode over. Greetings, Master Jianzhou. When Arlen walked to the front of the battle formation, nearly 700 soldiers of the 1000th Battalion all bowed in a deafening sound. The might of the Ming Dynasty soldiers was fully displayed. The Ming soldiers of this era were undoubtedly elite troops, let alone border troops. Feel the power in this voice. Arlen nodded and said immediately, "No need to be polite, everyone." "Thank you, Master Kyanhu." All the soldiers said in unison, each of them looking at Arlen with curiosity and awe. "My fellow soldiers, some of you may not know me, but some of you may have heard of my name. But it doesn't matter. From today on, I, Arlen, will be a comrade in arms fighting alongside all of you brothers. On the battlefield, courage comes first. I, Arlen, hereby promise to all my brothers that I will always charge ahead of them. A general who does not seek safety and soldiers who do not fear death are the leaders of an army that will always be victorious. What I, Arlen, want to do is to be a general who will not try to escape unscrupulously. If Arlen is afraid of fighting and flees, any brother in the cavalry battalion will take up his sword and chop off Arlen's head." Arlen said loudly without any nonsense, "In this army there is no such thing as empty promises. Even if there are empty promises, promotions are based on military merits and killing enemies. This is decided by the current emperor. In the army, only blood and courage are the most important, and bravery and skill in fighting are respected." Hearing Arlen's words, Todd and Brooks standing by also looked surprised. He obviously hadn't expected to say those words, but the eyes of the gathered cavalry soldiers when they looked at Arlen changed. "I swear to follow Captain Frostborn until death." "Follow till death." All the soldiers shouted. Obviously, they were also impressed by Arlen's courage. The capital of the Ming Dynasty, Yingshan, Hall OF Chinese letter / Heaven Serving Hall, all the officials gathered. Evander was wearing a dragon robe and sitting majestically on the dragon throne. On the stairs below the dragon throne, Crown Prince Zachary, wearing the crown robes of the crown prince, had a calm demeanor and also dominated the court. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. May you live long and long." All the civil and military officials in the court shouted in unison, and the cheers resounded throughout the hall and seemed to spread throughout the entire palace. The spirit of Ming Dynasty officials is displayed here. "Flat body." Evander raised his hand. "Thank you, my emperor." All the civil and military officials in the court shouted in response, then stood up one after another, with civil and military officials standing on both sides. "If you have the foundation to play, you will retreat from the court without the foundation." The chief eunuch serving Evander screamed loudly, "Let's start playing, Your Majesty." "I have a starting point." Yili, a civil official who was among the civil officials, stood up and spoke loudly. "Accurate." Evander waved his hand. "According to the Emperor's order, we are gathering food and supplies. The Ministry of Revenue has already mobilized funds from the National Treasury, Shunshan Prefecture, Baoding Prefecture, Hejian Prefecture, and other 8 prefectures. According to the Ministry of Revenue's imperial decree, all prefectures have mobilized their supplies. Grain and supplies have already been delivered in batches to Daning and Baping prefectures. Within half a month, food and supplies will arrive, enough to sustain our 200,000 soldiers for at least 5 months. Further food and supplies are still being allocated and called upon." Ragnar Donovan, the Minister of Revenue, stood up and made a speech respectfully. "Good. Thank you for your hard work, Donovan Brooks." A smile also appeared on Evander's cold face. "For the Ming Dynasty and for the Emperor, this is the responsibility of the Ministry of Revenue." Ragnar replied immediately. "How's the troop deployment going?" Evander looked at the Minister of War Lester Farnsworth again. "Return to the Emperor. Tobin and the generals have already set off for Daning Prefecture. Troops have also been mobilized from various prefectures, totaling 200,000 troops, and are heading to Daning Prefecture. According to the Ministry of War, the army will reach Daning within a month and begin attacking the Yuan court." Farnsworth Duotang immediately reported. "After planning for so long, this day has finally arrived. Preach our will. Let Tobin bring Nahachu's head to see us. Take back the Liaodong area completely," Evander said with a stern look in his eyes. "I accept the decree." Lester responded immediately and then returned to his court. "Zachary, how's Daning?" Evander looked at Zachary on the stairs. His tone was originally serious, but when facing his son, his tone became extremely gentle. "Go back to father. This time we're suppressing the bandits as a pretext, but in reality, we're trying to attract the attention of the Northern Yuan dynasty. I believe that Daning Prefecture has achieved some results." Zachary replied with a smile, "It's also at this time. Report, good news from Daning Prefecture." Arlen's name resounded throughout the court and reached Vander's ears for the first time. Report, good news from Daning Prefecture. A loud shout echoed outside the temple. Follow closely. An urgent messenger rushed into the hall and knelt down in the hall. "Let's start playing, Your Majesty. Good news from Daning Prefecture." The messenger took off the bamboo tube containing the victory news from his back and held it up with both hands. Zachary is right. It seems that Daning Prefecture has really achieved some results, Evander said with a smile, then waved his hand. The eunuch beside him immediately walked down the hall, took the bamboo tube, and then quickly turned around and presented it to Evander. Evander opened the bamboo tube and took out the victory news. One look, a smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha. Abner, this commander is pretty good. Our Ming soldiers invaded the northern border Tatar territory, annihilated over 6,000 enemies, captured over 3,000 and suffered only 4,000 casualties. We were victorious. Haha, not bad." Evander burst into laughter. "We congratulate His Majesty. If this attack is successful in the first battle, it will be a blessing for the Emperor and the Ming dynasty. Our Daning Prefecture is located in the northern border, bordering the northern Yuan dynasty and the Jianzhou Tatars. These Jianzhou Tatars are the northern Yuan dynasty's lackeys, disturbing the peace of our Ming dynasty's border prefectures. This time, killing so many Tatars will surely greatly deter the northern Yuan dynasty. Congratulations, Your Majesty." The civil and military officials in the court congratulated Evander one after another. What? After putting down the victory news, Evander let out a light exclamation because there was a battle report underneath the victory report. With a bit of surprise, Evander opened the battle report and took a closer look. His expression became surprised. The court officials watched, and most of them became curious. "Father, is there anything else happening in Daning Prefecture?" Zachary asked with a smile. "Zachary, look." Evander directly handed the small battle report in his hand to Zachary. Zachary walked forward with doubt and took it. When Zachary saw the contents of the battle report, his expression became quite surprised. "There are such brave soldiers." Zachary was quite surprised. "His Royal Highness, could something have happened in Daning Mansion?" A military official stood up and asked respectfully. "Read it." Zachary directly handed the battle report in his hand to the eunuch beside him. The eunuch took it and immediately picked up the battle report, reading it aloud. "Your Majesty, I, Abner, report this to you. This time, our Daning Prefecture border troops invaded the northern border and defeated the Jianzhou Tatar border army in one battle, achieving considerable gains. The key to this victory was a small flag officer of our Daning Prefecture border troops named Arlen. He was valiant and brave. He charged into the enemy camp, fearless of death, and single-handedly killed 103 enemies. He also bravely beheaded the Tatar commander and their battle flag, causing the Tatar army to collapse and their morale to shatter. As a result, our army won a great victory over the Tatar army and completed the encirclement. According to the system of military merit and killing the enemy set by the Emperor, I have rewarded Arlen according to his merits and promoted him 5 ranks to the rank of Charles Dunn. This boy is brave and valiant, and his strength is extraordinary, so I have submitted a memorial to the Emperor." Hear this? The civil and military officials in the court could not help but look at each other in confusion. One man killed 103 enemies, one man killed 100 Tatars. This battle report can't be fake, right? Such courage and strength, is this still human power? The former Prince of Kaiping was so brave and valiant. He led his troops from the front, and when he fought Quincy Yuliang, he killed over 70 enemies in a single day, which was already the greatest military achievement of the time. How brave is this boy? He actually killed 100 enemies. Impossible. Not only did he kill 100 enemies, but he also beheaded the general and the flag. This result is a bit too much. The statistics of the battle results are compiled by the military and reported to the higher levels. How could they be false? Perhaps in this battle, our Ming dynasty has truly produced a formidable general. Regarding this victory result, the first feeling of the court officials was shock, and the second was some disbelief. After all, this result seems a little too unbelievable. One man killed 100 people. Killing a chicken isn't that easy, isn't it? Especially not against the ferocious Tatars from the northern border. Your son congratulates His Majesty. It is a blessing for the Ming dynasty to have such a brave general in the army. Zachary turned around and congratulated Evander. Kill 100 enemies, kill the generals and the flags. Evander's face also showed a look of shock. His thoughts went back to the time when he was fighting with Quincy Yuliang, which was the critical moment to wipe out Quincy Yuliang and unify the South. Ascend. Just wait for this battle. Look at me personally killing those bastards of Quincy Yuliang. But after this battle to capture the city, you must give me Quincy Yuliang's Fergana horses. Don't let Moreland Angus and the others get away with it. A middle-aged man stood in front of Evander and said, very confidently, and he went straight away with a knife. The outcome of this battle, Evander also remembered it clearly. His brother Orson Yuchun led the charge and killed 78 enemy soldiers. He even killed Quincy Yuliang's son with a single blow. After that battle was successful, Evander still remembered that he raised Orson Yuchun's hand and shouted in front of the entire army, "See, this is our brother, this is the god of war in our army." The memory of that moment now appeared in Evander's mind. "Father," Zachary shouted softly. Evander was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and a smile appeared on his face. Zachary is right. It is indeed a blessing for our Ming dynasty that such a brave general has emerged. Evander said with a big laugh, "Father, since this battle report has been submitted to Yingshan, the results must have been clearly counted and there won't be any falsehoods. This boy is so brave and valiant, he should be trained with much emphasis." Zachary said immediately, "Zachary is right." Evander smiled and said that he completely agreed with what his son said. "By the way, what's his name?" But as soon as he finished speaking, Evander forgot Arlen's name. He was completely attracted by the achievement of this man who killed 100 enemies. "Think of this." Evander hurried to read the battle report. "Father, this general's name is Arlen Frostborn," Zachary said with a smile. "Arlen?" Evander nodded, his heart trembling, but he recovered quickly. "Preach our will." Percival Wanni's military merits were well rewarded. In our Ming dynasty, in our world, no meritorious official will be buried. As long as he has made contributions to the country, he will be rewarded. The Ministry of War should spread Arlen's victory throughout the army to inspire all the soldiers. Evander immediately issued an order. Lester immediately stood up and said, "I obey your order." Now that the border troops of Daning Prefecture have achieved victory, I believe that the Yuan court and Nahachu will definitely take action. Convey our will. Let Abna hold us accountable. The border troops of Daning Prefecture may face a massive attack from the Yuan court and the Tartars. Let him hold on. The real main course of our Ming dynasty will be here soon. Evander said with a sneer. The border troops of Daning Prefecture were attracted. It may seem like the main force to the northern Yuan dynasty, but in fact the real main force is behind. If you really don't have any, you can leave a message, thank you. Imperial Palace, Palace of Tranquil Earth. Today this palace is sealed. Except for some palace maids who come in to clean the palace on a daily basis, no one is allowed to approach the palace, because this palace is a taboo place for the current emperor. I see His Highness the Crown Prince, the general who led the Imperial Guards on duty outside the palace, and the Imperial Guards bowed immediately. "Father must be inside," Zachary said with a smile. Inside, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Samson Shadowvale, replied respectfully, "Kindness." Zachary nodded, looked up at the palace, and his face was full of thoughts. Then he stepped into it. In the palace, Evander had changed out of his court robes, and a look of compassion hung on his face. As far as his eyes could see, 3 spirit tablets were placed on the table in front of the main hall, and there were many burnt incense sticks in the incense burner on the table. For so many years, the incense in this incense burner has never been extinguished. "Father," Zachary walked in and called out in a gentle voice. This sound. Evander, who was staring at the spirit tablet, was startled for a moment, then came to his senses. "The boss is here." Evander turned his head and smiled slightly. "Pray to your mother and the others." "Yes." Zachary didn't hesitate at all. He walked straight to the table, picked up the incense, lit it, and placed it in the incense burner. And when Zachary was burning incense, 3 spirit tablets also appeared before his eyes. The highest spiritual seat, the spirit tablet of his wife, Alexis Pierce. The identity of Queen Pierce is not written on this memorial tablet, and she does not have any royal identity. Because this memorial tablet was not erected by Evander, but by Pericles Changba. The word written on the spirit tablet at this moment is wife, Evander's wife. 2 spirit tablets on the lower side. The spirit tablet of daughter-in-law, Hallie Tilton. The spirit tablet of the Levy. No doubt, those enshrined in this Palace of Tranquil Earth are Evander's closest relatives, who are also his real family. No, strictly speaking, they are Pericles Changba's closest relatives. How many years? Evander gazed at the spirit tablet of Empress Pierce with a look of sadness on his old face. Father, Mother and Levi have been gone for 6 years. Sister Tilton has been away from me for 10 years. Zachary stared at the 3 spirit tablets in front of him and spoke slowly. Time, it's really a sharp knife. So many years have passed without me noticing. Evander sighed. The dead are gone. Dad, you should take care of your health first, Zachary said in a gentle voice. Today in the court, it happened to remind me of some things that happened in the past. I still remember when we defeated Quincy Yuliang, your Gawain Thornton was right in front of us. He said he would butcher Quincy Yuliang and present his head to me. In that battle, your Gawain was incredibly brave. He single-handedly killed 78 enemies and beheaded Quincy Yuliang's son, making him a household name. After so many years, I can still recall your Gawain's heroic figure. It's a pity. Time has passed, and old friends are gradually gone. Your Gawain, your Uncle Merlin, alas. Evander sighed with a sadness that he only showed in front of Zachary. Father, it's past. Zachary spoke gently. He didn't know how to comfort his father. After all, my father is at this age and is very sentimental. Of course, even Zachary often missed his son, his wife, and his mother. It's human nature. Who can say it's wrong? If our Levi was still alive, he would probably be 14 years old now, Evander said quietly as he looked at his grandson's spirit tablet. At this moment, Zachary was also stunned. He couldn't help but recall the scene when his mother, wife and children was still alive. It is also the palace of tranquil earth. A little boy of a few years old was running in a panic, surrounded by guards, as well as serving palace maids and eunuchs. And at the back was a young man, Zachary, who was holding a rattan stick and chasing after them. You little brat, you skipped class again, and you took your 12th and 17th uncles to rob bird nests. Today your father will definitely beat your ass, you bastard. Zachary held a cane and chased the little guy in front of him while cursing. The palace maids and eunuchs around were serving respectfully, watching this scene in surprise. The little guy rushed directly into Palace of Tranquil Earth. Obviously, he is the young Levi. When he saw Empress Pierce at the palace gate, Levi ran over quickly and rushed into his grandmother's arms. Grandma, my father has gone crazy. He wants to beat me again. He wants to beat me to death and force me to memorize my lessons. I'm only a few years old and he only knows how to bully me, Levi said very aggrievedly. It's okay, Grandma is here. Empress Pierce first patted Levi's back kindly, then looked at Zachary with a stern face. Boss, what are you doing? Corey Arlen is still so young. Is it necessary for you to chase him like this? What if he falls later? Queen Pierce said lovingly. Mother, this brat loves to play and doesn't study, and he even brings his uncle to mess around. Zachary stared at Levi with gritted teeth, but now that he had a backer, Levi hid directly behind Queen Pierce and was very proud of himself. Boss. This time, Evander walked out of the hall. Dad, why are you here too? When Zachary saw it, he immediately felt helpless. With my parents around, I definitely won't be able to beat this brat today. What's the matter? Can't we have lunch with your mother? Evander said unhappily, but when he saw Levi, Evander immediately smiled kindly and squatted down. Levi, come here, old man. Onged. Levi immediately ran towards Evander, calling out sweetly. Our Levi has grown taller and heavier. Evander held Levi in his arms with a kind face. He had none of the arrogance of a founding emperor, but only the doting love of an old man for his grandson. The closeness between generations is fully presented. Thoughts turn. Zachary sighed in his heart. Mother, Levi, Sister Tilton, are you all okay over there? The area north of Ming Dynasty's Daning Prefecture, the northern border, and the territory of Jianzhou Tatars. Hundreds of cavalry surrounded a group of fleeing Tatar soldiers and the Tatar civilians they were protecting. Now, many of these Tatars looked at the Ming cavalry surrounding them with hatred. Those who surrender will be spared death. Those who refuse to surrender will be killed. Arlen held a long sword in his hand and shouted softly, Damn Ming dog, my men would rather die than surrender. My men, fight them. The leader will avenge us. The leading Tatar soldier shouted and rushed towards the Ming cavalry in front with a knife in hand. See this. Arlen didn't hesitate at all. Kill. A low drink, a horse draw. The war horse galloped out. Just a knife. The Tatar soldier who rushed out was beheaded instantly. Kill the Tatar infantry and pick up 20 points of stamina. The panel prompts, but Arlen continued to swing his sword and charge forward on his horse. The sword is swung. The sword fell with the force of burning the boats and crossing the river, and it was a blade that no ordinary person could block. In an instant, several more Tatar soldiers died at the hands of Arlen. Kill the Tatar infantry and pick up 20 points of strength. Kill the Tartar infantry and gain 20 points of speed. A few more reminders, attribute improvement. Following Arlen's move, the cavalry of the 1000th Battalion also took action. It attacked the Tartar soldiers who were fighting back with blades without any hesitation. Hundreds of cavalrymen attacked and surrounded and annihilated the enemy, almost in an instant. These hundreds of Tartar soldiers were all killed, but these Tartar civilians were still surrounded by the cavalry, and at this moment they looked at the Ming cavalry around them with panic and hatred. Qianhu, what to do with these people? Todd pointed at the thousands of Tartars and said, "What will happen if the people of our Ming dynasty fall into the hands of these Tartars?" Arlen turned his head and asked Todd in return. Men were killed and women were humiliated. Todd said without hesitation. As the border troops in the northern border, Todd naturally knew it clearly. Because of its proximity to the northern Yuan dynasty, massacres and genocide of clans often occurred in many places once they were invaded by the northern Yuan dynasty. War is inherently cruel. Once they are allowed to invade, there will be no order, because the Tartars in their northern border all advocate killing, the most primitive killing, and have no such education as the Cornelius people. As a reborn person, Arlen knew clearly how the Tartars would treat the Cornelius people in later generations. The 3 days of Yangzhou, the 3 massacres of Jiading, the keep your hair but lose your head, keep your head but lose your hair incidents all happened in later generations, and countless Cornelius people were massacred. That's it. Then follow their northern rules. Arlen turned his head and said coldly, anyone taller than the wheels will be killed. With so many people, the Ming dynasty did not have enough military rations to feed them, nor did it have enough reserve troops to watch over them, and it would be a burden to carry them around. That's the case. Then we must destroy all their living strength, and this is war. Nothing to do with anything else. I will obey Charles Dunn's order. Todd and Brooks immediately accepted the order, a wave of his hand. Many cavalrymen dismounted from their horses, swords in hand, directly guided by wheels. Time. There were wails and screams here and these. Arlen didn't show much excitement. If the situation were reversed, they would treat the people of the Ming dynasty even more cruelly and leave no one alive. War. Arlen looked at this scene coldly, feeling a sense of emotion in his heart. This era marks the beginning of the Ming dynasty. In the future, the Tartars will seize the Central Plains and enslave the Cornelius people. But since I, Arlen, am here, he will never let this happen. If that day ever comes, I will live forever, and I will be able to build a force strong enough to annihilate the Tartars, establish a nation, and achieve hegemony. I will never allow those traitors who are responsible for the massacres in later generations to appear again. Since I'm here, I have to do something. Arlen thought secretly in his heart, these days. Since the battle with the Tartar border army on the border, the Tartars have not put up much resistance on the border and are retreating rapidly to larger tribes. Abner directly ordered the Ming dynasty to pursue the Tartars with all their might and kill them if they encountered them. After taking over the 1st Cavalry Battalion, Arlen followed the orders from above and led the cavalry battalion northward. Along the way he killed many defeated Tartar soldiers and many young and strong Tartars. Qianhu, those Tartars taller than the wheels have all been beheaded. Todd rode up to report, take all their food, then continue north to join the main army. This is how we will treat these Tartars from now on. Kill the young and strong ones and cut off their food supplies. If they can escape back to their tribe alive, they will be lucky, but they will also consume the food of the Tartars. Arlen explained, I accept your orders. Todd responded respectfully. The Tartars have collapsed on their borders, and they must have asked the Yuan court for help. And considering the strength of the Jianzhou Tartars, they have more than just 10,000 troops. I believe they are also gathering a large army, plus the northern Yuan army. The real hard battle is coming. I don't know where the main force of the imperial court has gone. Arlen thought secretly. Don't think that the border troops of Daning have entered the northern border and attacked the Tartars, and the Tartars are fleeing in all directions, but after all, they are just the marginal tribes of the Tartars. The only way to really defeat the Tartars is to annihilate their entire clan, which is difficult to do. The most difficult thing to do in the northern border is to exterminate a clan, because the area is vast and the direction is unpredictable. They can escape madly, and then accumulate strength to come back. This is also one of the reasons why every dynasty in the Central Plains had to face threats from the northern border. Jianzhou Tartar clan. In this vast northern border, In fact, Tatars was a general term used by the Cornelius people of the Ming dynasty to refer to the ethnic minorities in the northern border. The Jianzhou Tatar tribe was not composed of just one tribe but was divided into 3 tribes. However, the Jianzhou Tatars were the most powerful one, while the other 2 were still in the north. Clan leader: the Ming army has now invaded our territory in large numbers, and many of our people have been massacred by them. Now the Ming army is approaching the Blue Banner tribe. Although there are troops guarding there, the Ming army seems to have a lot of troops. I'm afraid they can't resist. Agunu of the Blue Banner tribe asks the chief to send troops for support as soon as possible. A Tatar general respectfully reported to the leader Ahachu, who was sitting on the throne. No need to panic. The Ming army won't be able to keep jumping around for much longer. This clan leader has already asked for help from the Yuan dynasty. General Nahachu has sent troops to support us. Ahachu said in a deep voice, not worried at all. Clan leader: the Cornelius people are no longer the Cornelius people who once served under the Yuan court. In this battle with the Ming army, our tribe has lost more than 10,000 skilled warriors and thousands of war horses. Moreover, tens of thousands of our people were hunted down and killed by the Ming army. If we really continue to confront the Ming dynasty, our tribe may suffer heavy losses. A Tatar general said, there is no distinction between civil and military in this tribe. They believe in the rule of strength and plunder. However, there are also people who know the current strength of the Ming Empire. If it were just our people, we would be unable to compete with the Ming kingdom. But the Yuan dynasty still exists, with millions of soldiers. Sooner or later, they will invade the Central Plains again and destroy the Ming dynasty. This time, our tribe is following the will of the Yuan dynasty. We will launch a counterattack someday. General Nahachu has promised our tribe a piece of extremely fertile land, allowing us to enter Liaodong as well. Migrate south. Except for the many direct tribes of the former Yuan dynasty. Who else can get such an opportunity? A hot look appeared in Nahachu's eyes. Obviously, he was completely moved by Nahachu's conditions. This is also the fundamental reason why he followed the Yuan court's will and became the enemy of the Ming dynasty. 70 miles away from the border of Daning Prefecture, the location of the Ming dynasty's Arlan. This place was originally the location of a tribe of Jianzhou Tatars. In the main camp, all the generals gathered. All those above the rank of 1,000 households came here to listen to the discussion. Abner sat in the main seat, with Otis and Dustin on his left and right. As a civil servant, Abner suffered a lot during the bumpy journey, but for the sake of victory this time he endured it. Grown-ups, this is the result of the battle. Our army continued to advance northward, and the Tartars continued to retreat. Although our army caught up with many and killed many, we were ultimately unable to find the Tartars' lair. However, according to the scout cavalry report, a Tatar tribe was discovered 30 miles away, and it seems that there are quite a few troops stationed there. Otis reported to Abner, General Somerset, what is the Tartars' intention, to fight or not to fight? Abner looked at Otis and asked, it's very simple. The Tartars are waiting for reinforcements from the northern Yuan dynasty, so they are deliberately delaying and retreating to lure our army deep into the northern border. Otis said without hesitation. According to General Somerset, our army cannot advance any further. Abner frowned. Return to my lord. The northern border is vast. Further away from the Ming dynasty, the more difficult it becomes to transport food and supplies. If we continue to advance, once the northern Yuan mobilizes troops from Liaodong, our army will be in danger. Perhaps the northern Yuan dynasty has already sent troops at this moment. Otis said with a serious expression. Kindness. Abner nodded. He was the prefect and also the commander-in-chief, but although he understood government affairs, he really didn't know much about marching and commanding troops. But he also had one good point, which was that he never said much along the way and left all the military matters to Otis and Dustin. So what should we do this time? Continue the pursuit or keep the troops in place? Abner asked Otis and Dustin. What suggestions do you generals have? Otis smiled and looked at the generals in the camp. Many generals looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The results of the battle are like this now. If we advance, we can gain more results, but there is a danger of being lured into deep territory by the enemy. After all, it is difficult to maintain logistics far away from the territory of the Ming dynasty. But if we retreat, the results of these days cannot be consolidated. Report to the commander. Arlen spoke at this moment. Captain Frostborn, What do you think? Seeing that it was Arlen, Abner asked with a smile. There were many thousand households in the army, but Abner was deeply impressed by Arlen. If my prediction is correct, the Northern Yuan dynasty has already mobilized its troops, but it will not directly reinforce the Tartars. Arlen said. You won't reinforce the Tartars? What do you mean, Captain Frostborn? Dustin asked in surprise. Otis looked thoughtful, as if he had thought of something. The Northern Yuan will definitely attack Daning Prefecture and cut off our army's retreat. They will only let the Tartars hold us back. Eventually, our food and supplies will be cut off, and we will be attacked from both sides. We will surely be defeated, Arlen said with certainty. Hear this. Abner's expression changed. Daning Prefecture is still guarded by tens of thousands of troops, and there is also Daning City as a town. The Northern Yuan dynasty should not have a chance to break through easily. Otis said, General. Although the Northern Yuan dynasty was driven out of the Central Plains by the Ming dynasty, its national strength is still strong. Nahatu stationed troops in Liaodong with hundreds of thousands of soldiers. He has always wanted to counterattack the Ming dynasty. Such a good opportunity now cannot be missed. Arlen said affirmatively. Captain Frostborn, according to your opinion, what should our army do? Abner immediately looked at Arlen and asked. Give up attacking the Tartars, leave some troops behind to contain them, fight and retreat, and then the army will head east to attack Liaodong controlled by Nahatu. Arlen said without hesitation. Hear this. All the generals in the tent looked at Arlen in surprise, obviously not expecting him to come up with such a strategy. Captain Frostborn, you just said that Nahatu has hundreds of thousands of soldiers. How can our Daning Prefecture's border troops deal with him? Yes, with less than 20,000 troops. Wouldn't it be like a moth flying into a flame to attack Nahatu? Wouldn't it be a dead end? I think the strategy proposed by Captain Frostborn is inappropriate. Since the Emperor has already ordered the mobilization of the army to destroy Nahatu, our army can completely withdraw from this Tartar territory and defend Daning Prefecture. Even if Nahatu sends troops to attack, our army can defend it. Good. I think retreat is the best option. The general seconded the proposal. At this moment, retreating back to Daning is the safest option. This will prevent our army from being attacked from both sides and will also prevent Daning from falling. Many generals spoke up, and most of them disagreed with Arlen's dangerous strategy and believed that retreating back to Daning Prefecture was the safest strategy. Seeing the generals like this, Abner did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he looked at Otis and Dustin and asked, What do you two generals think? I think what Captain Frostborn proposed is worth a try. The Yuan court will definitely send troops to attack our Daning. Once Daning is lost, our army's attack on Liaodong will slow down the Yuan court's offensive, delay the Yuan court, attract the Yuan court's attention, and better delay time, waiting for the arrival of our Ming dynasty's main army. Otis smiled. The general also thinks so. The situation is now such that we cannot continue to advance northward. It would be better to follow Captain Frostborn's plan and do the opposite, catching the Yuan court off guard. In this way, our army will not affect the court's overall plan to destroy the Yuan dynasty and will delay the Yuan court. Dustin also said loudly, Hear this. Abner nodded. Since his two deputy commanders agreed, he naturally didn't say much. That's it. How many troops should be left behind to contain the Tartars and fight while retreating? Abner asked directly. Return to my lord. The northern border is vast, not conducive to infantry. We only need to leave some cavalry to delay the attack. If the Tartar army attacks in large numbers, we will immediately retreat to Daning. If the Tartars don't come, our army can linger in the Tartar tribes. We only need sufficient dry food. Of course, the fundamental purpose is to contain the Tartars so that they cannot move south and come to the aid of the Northern Yuan dynasty. Arlen said immediately, Which general is willing to take on this important task and contain the Tartars? Abner immediately looked at the generals in the tent. Can be used for this purpose. The generals looked at each other, but no one came to take over. A few thousand soldiers were sent to deal with the Jianzhou Tartars with a population of over 1 million. Even if their population was only a tiny fraction of that of the Ming dynasty, as long as everyone was a soldier, once they launched a large-scale attack, a few thousand soldiers would be like a piece of meat that could be easily chewed up. Is there no one willing to take on this task? Whoever completes this task and holds back the Tartars will do a great deed. Abner spoke again, but compared with the danger, this achievement seems not worth it. This time, Arlen immediately stood up and said loudly, I am willing to take on this task and hold back the Tartars. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Seeing Pericles Yinglai taking on this task, many generals in the tent were secretly thinking in their hearts, and some even mocked him. This one sounds like it's just like that. As long as the Tartars mobilize their troops, they can retreat. But in fact, once they are caught by the Tartar cavalry, there may even be Northern Yuan cavalry coming to their rescue. Once they are caught, there is a high probability that they will be destroyed. Arlen, are you sure you want to take on this mission? Otis looked at Arlen with a warning in his eyes. Although he is the deputy commander-in-chief commanding thousands of troops, he has to put the overall situation first. But Arlen had saved his life after all. This position was so dangerous and the consequences were unpredictable, so he still didn't want Arlen to take it. I am sure, Arlen said loudly, Captain Frostborn. How many troops do you want? Ebner looked at Arlen and asked. This task does not depend on the number of soldiers, but on the strength of the soldiers and their ability to fight. I have nearly 700 people under my command. If you can gather 4,000 cavalry and enough dry food, I am confident that I can hold back the Tartars. Arlen said immediately. 4,000 cavalry, combined with his own strength and the attribute bonus brought by the official seal of authority, Arlen is very confident. General Somerset, how many cavalrymen do we have now? Ebner looked at Otis and asked. Return to my lord, nearly 10,000 cavalrymen. Otis said, Arlen, since you are so courageous, I will credit you with this great achievement and temporarily promote you to acting Arlen commander. I will give you 5,000 cavalry and assign 4,000 household officers to assist you. With your Arlen commander's authority, I grant you absolute command over these 5,000 cavalry. All 1,000 household officers will obey your orders. Those who disobey orders will be subject to military law. Ebner immediately wrote a military order and stamped it with the seal. Arlen, an official position above the rank of Kayanhu, commands 5,000 troops and is under the command of the assistant commander. Although it was only a temporary position of Arlen, this was also the greatest support Ebner gave to Arlen. Although he was a civil servant, he also felt that what Arlen said made sense. His 20,000 troops had already penetrated 100 miles into the northern border. If they continued to advance, they would indeed be in danger. Food and supplies are one thing, but the more critical thing is that it is easy to be surrounded. Now the strategy proposed by Arlen can both delay the Tartars and attract the Northern Yuan dynasty, killing two birds with one stone. Since Arlen dared to take on this task at the risk of his own life, Ebner would naturally lend a helping hand for the sake of the overall situation. Hearing Ebner's words, many generals in the tent were filled with regret, although dangerous. But this time he could be promoted to a higher rank, although it was only a temporary position. But as long as he could hold back the Tartars and return to the Ming dynasty alive, this temporary position would no longer exist, and he would become the official one. I would like to thank the commander and will not let you down. Arlen bowed immediately, feeling a little excited in his heart. The reason for taking this task was, firstly, that it was indeed a great achievement, and secondly, it would allow Arlen to continue killing the enemy in the northern border. Compared with attacking the Northern Yuan dynasty and fighting for cities, Arlen, as the commander of the cavalry, has more opportunities in the northern border. Seize this opportunity. Kill enemies and pick up attributes. Perhaps Arlen has the opportunity to have all attributes exceed 1,000. At this point, Arlen had completely established his foothold in the army and in this era. Of course, the power gained will be no less. General Carmichael, once you're gone, tell the logistics troops to quickly prepare at least half a month's worth of dry food for 5,000 soldiers. We must be prepared today. Ebner said to Dustin, I obey your command. Dustin accepted the order happily. At this time, report. An urgent military report has arrived from the Daning prefecture's Arlen. The Northern Yuan dynasty's Nahachu has shown signs of mobilizing troops in Liaodong, seemingly intending to attack Ardaning. Please let the commander decide. A messenger rushed into the tent and reported loudly. As soon as these words fell, the generals in the tent all looked shocked. Many people's eyes fell on Arlen at the same time. Just now, Arlen had predicted that if the Northern Yuan army mobilized, it would not directly support the Tartars but would attack Daning. Now, his prediction had come true. It seems Arlen is not only brave but also a talented general. It seems that I have to focus on training him in the future. If I can produce a talented general under my command, and he makes meritorious contributions in defending the border of Daning in the future, the Emperor will surely be very pleased. Abner thought secretly in his heart. Now, couldn't help but look at Arlen with higher regard. Grown-ups, now that the Northern Yuan dynasty is about to mobilize its troops to attack our Daning prefecture, Daning cannot be left without a defender. I think you can return to Daning to guard the city first. This way, the soldiers who stay behind will have a backbone. Dustin suggested respectfully. I second the motion. Otis said immediately, kindness. Abner nodded. After days of marching in the northern border, Abner admitted that he could not keep up with the pace of these generals. In this way, the surprise attack on Liaodong depends on these two generals. You two can discuss and decide the details. Abner gave the order immediately. I obey your command. Otis and Dustin responded immediately. The meeting in the tent ended. Issue the order. The cavalry in the army was also quickly reorganized and integrated. A Arlen cavalry battalion of 5,000 cavalrymen was assembled for Arlen. The logistics troops are also working hard to produce dry food. Otis stood in front of Arlen with a helpless look on his face. You kid, I don't know what to say to you. Don't want to die? Otis sighed. What do you mean, General? Arlen smiled and clasped his fist. You kid are still pretending. 5,000 cavalrymen placed in this northern borderland are like a drop of water falling into the ocean, causing no waves. Although the Jianzhou Tartars are weak, their entire population is a soldier after all. Moreover, they have a horse farm and a large number of cavalry. Their military strength is definitely no less than 70,000 or 80,000. If the Northern Yuan dynasty comes to support and encircle you, you will be in real danger. Otis said helplessly, General, even if I am not the one to take on this task, there will still be other generals who will take it. And you will be promoted after taking up this position. Which is a good thing. Arlen said with a smile, not looking very scared. See this. Otis was completely helpless. You kid, I don't know what to say to you. Come on, if you have any requests or anything for me to do, just tell me. Hear this. Arlen smiled and said, General, please prepare more arrows. At least let each cavalryman carry 2 quivers of arrows. It is good. Otis nodded without any hesitation. Apart from that, the logistics troops are also preparing dry food and water, so I have nothing to worry about. Arlen said with a smile. Are you sure there's nothing left? Otis stared at Arlen. It's really gone. Arlen immediately shook his head. Where are you from? Who else is at home? Don't you need me to send someone to pass on the message? Otis said helplessly. General, what you said makes it seem like it's hard for me to come back alive. Arlen also looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. This is to leave your last words. Otis looked serious. You have already received the military order and I cannot change it. I can only do something else. Otis said in a deep voice. Seeing Otis's heartfelt expression, Arlen also became serious. I had a grandmother before, but now I am alone. Of course, if you count it, I still have a housekeeper who has taken care of me since I was a child. Hear this. Otis's heart couldn't help but tremble. From these words we can tell that Arlen is alone. Hi, General, don't worry about me. I will come back alive. When the battle is settled, I'll treat the general to a drink. Looking at Otis's expression, Arlen immediately said with a smile, I'll be waiting for that day. But when you come back, it's not you who will treat me, it's me who will treat you. Otis also said with a smile, Okay. Arlen smiled and nodded heavily. General, I also went to the army to prepare. See you later. Pericles Yingyi clasped his fists. Otis nodded and said nothing more. He just watched Arlen turn and leave, his heart in turmoil. You are only 16 years old and already 1,000 households. You have a bright future. Why are you working so hard? In fact, deep down, Otis didn't understand why Arlen was fighting so hard. Fighting for life on the battlefield is a completely reckless way of fighting. This is simply not the mentality of a 16-year-old boy. Return to the camp. Arlen returned to his tent first. Properties panel. Arlen opened his attribute panel. Host Arlen age, 14 years old strength, 654 points 1 point corresponds to 1 pound of force. Speed, 612 points the higher the value, the faster the speed constitution. 531 points the stronger the constitution, the stronger the defense, and the faster the recovery speed from injury. Endurance, 525 points the higher your endurance, the more energy and stamina you have. Spirit, 512 points the higher the spirit, the clearer the mind lifespan, 88 years and 1,456 days storage space. 5 cubic meters, this is the result Arlen has achieved in the past few days of conquest. All his attributes have successfully broken through to 500 points. This time I am leading the troops alone in this northern borderland. I must break through 1,000 points in all my attributes against the Tartars and other foreign races. Only in this way can I completely possess the strength to rely on in this era. Arlen thought secretly in his heart. Come back to your senses. Open the treasure chest. Arlen said, this is a treasure chest reward obtained when all attributes exceed 500 points. Open a normal treasure chest. Obtained 5 bottles of lower-grade yellow-level Titus pills. A prompt appeared on the panel. Bigu pill. All of this can be opened. All right. I don't know how long I'll be staying in the northern frontier this time. With the Bigu pill, I have some resources. The 5 cubic meters of space is mostly empty. I should put more arrows, dry food, and water in it. They can save lives in critical moments. Arlen thought to himself and walked towards the logistics troops to prepare more supplies. Baping Prefecture, the provincial capital, Baping City. As the 4th son of the current Emperor Evander, Daniel was enfeoffed in Baping Prefecture and commanded 50,000 border troops to Arlen Baping Prefecture. Inside the palace, report to the prince. The Ministry of War has issued a transfer order, transferring the border troops from Baping to Daning to join forces and attack the Yuan dynasty. A military general came into the palace hall and respectfully spoke to a majestic man in royal robes who was sitting on the main seat. He is none other than the Daniel, the 4th son of the Ming Emperor. How many troops does the Ministry of War require? Daniel asked the generals in the hall. 40,000 troops, leaving 10,000 to guard the border passes. The general replied respectfully, the Ministry of War's order cannot be disobeyed. This time, Tobin is personally leading the troops, and they are almost entering Daning. Blake Farley, as the commander of the guards of my Baping Prefecture, you must not bring disgrace to my Baping army. Daniel said seriously, I will definitely not let the prince down. Blake bowed and responded confidently. As far as I know, Daning Prefecture has already sent troops north. What are the results of the battle? Daniel asked casually. Your Majesty, this is a secret report sent back from Daning Prefecture. Please take a look, Your Highness. Blake stepped forward and took out a secret report from his arms. Daniel took it and opened it. A strange color flashed in his eyes. It's not difficult to deal with a small barbarian tribe like the Jianzhou Tartars and destroy them. Who is this Arlen? One man killed 100 enemies. Behead the general and the flag. Among the 50,000 border troops of Daning Prefecture, only Otis and Dustin are capable of leading troops and are quite brave. This is the first time Arlen has heard of this. Daniel asked seriously. Reporting to the prince. This Arlen is not the original general of Daning Prefecture, but a new recruit who has just joined the army for a few months. Blake reported immediately. A new recruit who has only been in the army for a few months. A strange light appeared on Daniel's face, one of surprise. There are no such brave men in our Baping army. Daniel said with a hint of regret in his tone, Your Majesty, it is said that Abner has already reported Arlen's victory to the Heavenly Emperor. Judging from the timing, perhaps the Emperor has also known about Arlen's battle results. Blake said respectfully, Hear this. Daniel said slowly, being able to catch the eye of the Emperor, Arlen's future is limitless. Your Majesty, should we secretly send someone to win him over? Blake asked tentatively. Daniel frowned and stared at Blake. The latter's face changed and he immediately knelt down. I have overstepped my bounds. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Let's march. If you meet this person, you can try to contact him, but don't be too obvious. Daniel said in a deep voice, I obey your command. Blake retreated respectfully. After Blake left, Daniel said quietly, Now you have indeed gone too far. Father is still alive and my elder brother is in his prime. Do you want to plunge me into a hopeless situation? A moment after Daniel's voice fell, a deep voice rang out from the hall, Amitabha. This Doran Dragonsbane is planning for the Daniel for the future and for destiny. Future, destiny, this king will be killed by you, Daniel said coldly. I once said I would give His Majesty a white hat. Your Highness, just wait and see what happens in Beijing. The future has its own laws. Your Majesty has the aura of an emperor. Another voice came from inside. In this regard, Daniel had a complex expression on his face. It seemed that he was thinking of his father and even more so of his elder brother. But the words of this man who called himself a Doran had been stimulating him day after day for many years, making him unable to suppress the ambition in his heart. Unknowingly, he had fallen completely into it. In the inner hall, the incense burner is lit. Middle-aged Doran in a black robe was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, holding Buddhist beads in his hands. He looked calm, as if everything was under his control. If Arlen could see this person, he would surely exclaim, "The Doran, a key strategist who helped Daniel succeed in his rebellion in history." And after the death of Empress Pierce, he met Daniel in Yingshan, and when they first met, he told Daniel that he would give him a white hat. What is a white hat? Add a white character above the word, and it becomes Northern Xinjiang, Jianzhou Tatar Territory, Blue Banner Tribe. Now it was already night. Outside the Blue Banner Tribe, one can see many Tatars patrolling at night, apparently on guard against a sudden attack from the Ming Dynasty, and under the cover of night. A cavalry group quietly approached the Blue Flag Tribe, but they made very little noise and did not get too close. Arlen, we just caught two tongues. They were the night patrol scouts of this tribe of Tatars. Marvin brought a group of personal guards and captured two Tatars and came to Arlen. See Arlen and the surrounding Ming troops. The two Tatars looked terrified, but there was still hatred deep in their eyes. I ask, you answer. Arlen said to the two Tatars who were kneeling on the ground, "If you want to kill, kill. You damned Ming dogs, one day my people and the Yuan dynasty will crush your Ming kingdom." A Tatar cursed angrily. Arlen was too lazy to talk nonsense. Hands up. The sword at his waist was unsheathed. There was a click. Blood splattered and the Tatar's head fell directly to the ground. Kill one Tatar infantryman and pick up 20 points of strength. The panel prompts. I ask, you answer. Arlen looked at the remaining one again. I answered. The Tatar soldier said in horror. How many troops does this tribe have? How many people are there? Arlen asked directly. The chief has been mobilizing troops these days. Now our tribe has more than 30,000 troops. This tribe is our tribe's pasture. It has a population of nearly 100,000 all scattered around the tribe. The Tatar soldier was afraid of death and spoke in horror, not daring to refuse to answer. Then what is your clan leader's next plan? When will he launch an attack on our Ming dynasty? Arlen asked again. The chief has ordered the tribe to defend with all their strength and not to attack proactively. Exactly why, I don't know. But the Yuan dynasty has sent troops to reinforce our tribe. This is all I know, sir. The Tatar soldier knelt on the ground and said in horror, but the next moment, there was a click. Arlen slashed down with one sword, kill the Tatar infantry and pick up 20 points of spirit. The panel prompts, seeing Arlen so decisive. All those 1,000 households looked at Arlen in awe. Such decisiveness in killing is totally inconsistent with Arlen's age. Of course, it is right to leave no one alive. The army that had originally invaded the northern border had already headed towards Liahadong. There were only 5,000 soldiers left here. Leaving them alive would mean disregarding the lives of their comrades. Everyone, what do you think? Arlen sheathed his sword and looked at the 5,000 households in front of him. 4,000 households. Among them is a familiar person, Percy. There are 3 other people whom I met for the first time. One is named Dwayne Hawthorne, one is named Vincent Parrish, and the other is named Julian Aldridge. As for the 1,000 households camp originally under Arlen's command, Arlen let Todd take charge temporarily. Arlen, in my opinion, our army only needs to wander around the Tatar territory and attract their attention. As long as we complete the delaying mission, we can withdraw to Ming Dynasty. Captain Hawthorne, Dwayne said immediately. Captain Hawthorne is putting it too lightly. Our army has now penetrated over 100 miles into the northern border. If we could return whenever we wanted, this mission wouldn't be so dangerous. Stay here and wander around, it's tantamount to seeking death. Do you really think the Tatars won't take any action? Do you really think the northern Yuan dynasty won't take any action? Todd glanced at Dwayne and said with a bit of sarcasm, "Then what do you say? Our army has only 5,000 soldiers. Can we take the initiative to attack this Tatar tribe?" Dwayne replied angrily. It was at the moment he said it angrily. Good, Arlen spoke up. I don't want to passively take a beating. Taking the initiative is the way to go. Arlen, you also heard what that Tatar said just now. This Tatar tribe has over 30,000 soldiers. Even if our Ming cavalry is powerful, it's impossible for us to defeat them alone, right? Taking the initiative to attack is tantamount to seeking death. Dwayne's face changed, and he said immediately. Arlen glanced at Dwayne and said nothing more. He just stood there and waited quietly. Seeing that Arlen ignored him, Dwayne also had a look of anger on his face. But due to his official rank, he did not dare to get angry. This time under night, a dozen cavalrymen rode back. Report to the Arlen. The situation of this Tartar tribe has been basically explored. A scout flag immediately stepped forward to report. How? Arlen asked. Although this tribe is a large one, it is divided into 5 parts. Now we are ahead of this tribe's southern tribe, which is the barrier of this alien main tribe. Besides, there's also a small tribe guarding each of the other 3 directions. The scout flag said respectfully, "It seems these foreign races have learned some military tactics. With 4 tribes each in one direction. Once one tribe moves, the other tribes can quickly rush to support and ensure that the main tribe is not lost." Arlen said with emotion. "Arlen, what's next?" Todd looked at Arlen and asked respectfully, "Captain Hawthorne." Arlen looked at Dwayne. "What are your orders, Arlen Commander?" Dwayne responded reluctantly. Obviously. He was obviously dissatisfied that Arlen, who was so young, could become a Arlen Commander. "Since Captain Hawthorne wants to withdraw to Daning so much, I, the Arlen Commander, can do as you wish," Arlen said in a deep voice. "What do you mean by guard?" Dwayne frowned. An hour later. Lead your army to harass the Tartar tribe to the south. Just create chaos and attract the Tartars' attention. It would be best if they would come out and pursue you. As long as you complete this task, if you want to continue to stay in the northern frontier, it will be counted as a merit. If you don't want to stay, I will not remember your fault of deserting the battlefield. The merits and demerits will offset each other. Arlen looked at Dwayne and said coldly, "Since he has no good attitude, Arlen will not indulge him. Since he wants to withdraw." Arlen then complied with his wish, "But don't take any credit for it. Hear this." Dwayne stared at Arlen for a moment and asked, "Does the Arlen commander really want to take his men to seek death?" "This defense lets you choose. Stay or retreat," Arlen shouted coldly. "Since the Arlen said so, I will naturally choose to retreat. I will not let my brothers die in vain," Dwayne said immediately. "Have you heard that, my lords? I can give you the same choice I gave Captain Hawthorne. If you don't want to stay, you can just harass and then evacuate. Those who are willing to stay will surely make great contributions when they return victoriously." Arlen looked at Julian, Vincent, and other 1,000 households. "Follow the Arlen until death." Percy, Julian, Todd, and Vincent said immediately. "It is good." Arlen nodded. He looked at Dwayne deeply and immediately ordered, "Dwayne, listen to my order. In 1 hour, attack the Tartar tribe. If you disobey the order and slack off in the battle, I will definitely hold you accountable." After giving the order to Dwayne, Arlen led 4,000 cavalrymen and quietly headed north of the Tartar tribe. Obviously, this time Arlen planned to make a feint to the east and attack in the west, kill the Tartars by surprise. Time is passing gradually, under night. In addition to the chirping of insects, there is also a strange wolf howling sound. The night seemed to be plunged into complete silence. "Captain, after this action, do we really have to retreat back to Daning?" The deputy captain looked at Dwayne with a look of struggle on his face. "What, do you also want to die like Arlen?" Dwayne glared at the captain. The 2 deputy captains looked at Dwayne hesitantly, wanting to say something. "Since Arlen is going to die and is taking thousands of his men with him, let him go. But I, Dwayne, will not take my brothers to die. He has already issued the order. As long as we harass this Tartar tribe and lure them out, our mission will be accomplished." "How much time has passed now?" Dwayne asked in a deep voice. There was still sarcasm towards Arlen in his words. Using only 4,000 soldiers to attack a Tartar tribe with tens of thousands of soldiers is tantamount to seeking death. What Dwayne was thinking in his mind was naturally to protect himself and not to seek death. "Return to Kyanhu. It will take 1 stick of incense to get to the Arlen and set an hour." The deputy captain replied immediately, "It is good." Dwayne nodded and stared at the alien tribe in the distance. "When the time comes, act immediately. First, get close to the Tartar tribe and harass them with bows and arrows. Wait for the Tartars to react and then retreat immediately." Dwayne said immediately, "Your Majesty obeys the order." The 2 deputy captains said immediately, "The other side, north of the Tartar Blue Banner tribe. Arlen, the northern tribe of the Tartars, should be in front of us." Percy said, pointing to the tribe in front with faint firelight. "It should be almost an hour, right?" Arlen asked. "There's only 1 stick of incense left in an hour." Todd replied, "Hear this." Arlen nodded and turned to look at the 1,000 commanders and thousands of Ming soldiers behind him. "Bros, in this alien land, danger surrounds us. The Yuan court is eyeing our Ming dynasty with covetous eyes. The alien race is determined to destroy our Ming dynasty and China. You still want to treat the Chinese people like ants and trample on them at will. just like the Yuan court did when it controlled the Central Plains. The Tatars have gathered their forces and are ready to cooperate with the Yuan court to invade the Ming dynasty and massacre the Chinese people of the Ming dynasty. As soldiers of the Ming dynasty, we are here to protect our homeland. If we don't hold these Tatars back and allow them to join forces with the Yuan court, the people of the Ming dynasty's borderlands will be plunged into hell. This war is for the country and the people. We have to fight. Brothers, are you willing to join me in defending our country? Arlen turned around and said to all the soldiers. The voice was not loud, but it revealed a sense of majesty, calmness, and determination. Follow the Arlen until death. The 1,000 commanders were also inspired by Arlen. The 4,000 soldiers did not speak, but everyone looked at Arlen with awe, and the meaning was very clear. When I was a captain, I once said that on the battlefield, Arlen would definitely charge ahead of his comrades. If he retreated, his comrades would kill him. It's the same today. Today's battle is a battle to attack and kill Changying. In this battle, I will lead the charge. My personal guards will hold torches. All soldiers will use the torches as their command and follow me to charge and break through the camp. This battle is extremely difficult and dangerous. If our camp is breached, the Tatars' attention will be completely drawn to our army. They will be unable to come to the aid of the northern Yuan. If we fail, Arlen will live and die with his brothers. Brothers, are you ready? Arlen said in a deep voice, his right hand already tightly gripping the fine steel knife. Follow the Arlen until death. Thousands of soldiers, the officers and soldiers lowered their voices. It is good. Check the bows and arrows, prepare to attack, Arlen said in a deep voice. Arlen. Shouldn't we wait for Dwayne to launch the attack first to attract the Tatars? Why is our army going first? Percy asked in confusion. The other 1,000 households also watched curiously. If you were Tatar, knowing that my army was in the south, would you take the initiative to leave your tribe to fight? Arlen smiled faintly. This sentence. Percy and the other 1,000 households immediately understood what was going on. If our army attacks, it will be seen as harassment by the aliens. However, if Dwayne in the south attacks, the aliens will think it is our main force attacking and will definitely mobilize all their troops to defend the southern tribe. For our army, this is an opportunity. The 1,000 households immediately understood in their hearts. Pass the order. Attack the camp and charge. There is no turning back. All soldiers must not fall behind and charge all the way. After charging into the enemy tribe, set fire and kill everyone, regardless of gender. Arlen said in a deep voice, I will obey the general's orders. Several captains responded immediately and conveyed the order to their deputy captains and then to the 100 householders until it reached the ears of every soldier. Tatars, Bei Yuan, this is the first battle today. Arlen stared at the Tatar tribe in front of him after taking a look at the moon in the sky. Walk, Arlen growled. He rode his warhorse slowly towards the alien tribe. Marvin led 50 personal guards and followed Arlen, 3,000 households, 1,000 households, 8,000 households. Leading their respective soldiers, they first dispersed and followed Arlen towards the northern Tatar tribe, under night, in the dark night with only faint moonlight. 4,000 cavalrymen approached quietly. Compared to the Tatars and the southern tribes who were still full of vigilance and even arranged night patrols outside the tribes in the north were too lax. There are dozens of watchtowers standing on the tribal fence. The Tatars guarding many of the watchtowers had fallen asleep. Only a few people at the main gate looked on. Listlessly. Erlin, are you asleep? The Ming army is not far from our tribe. How can I dare to sleep? Don't worry about that. Even if the Ming army wanted to attack, they would attack the tribes in the south. How could they possibly come to our north? General Agunu has now deployed a large number of troops to defend the south. We are very safe here. What if the Ming army bypasses us? The Tatar sentries in 2 adjacent watchtowers were chatting. This time, what? A sentry looked at the front of the tribe, seemed to see something, and rubbed his eyes again. Do you see anything in front? Have you seen a ghost? Where could anything be? Ha ha. Several sentries laughed. Look forward, under night. It is indeed difficult to see, but right now, kill. A low shout echoed through the main gate of the Tatar tribe. Follow closely. Shh. The sound of several sharp arrows breaking through the air rang out. A bow was shot, and these arrows were shot towards several watchtowers. The Tatar sentries who had just been laughing did not have time to react. PFFT. In an instant, a sharp arrow pierced his throat. He died on the spot. Kill 1 Tatar sentry and pick up 20 points of strength. Kill one Tartar sentry and gain 20 points of speed. Kill the Tartars. 4 consecutive beeps. Arlen's archery skills were very powerful. The powerful force combined with the might of the precious carved bow easily pierced the throat. Then Arlen took action. The many Ming Dynasty soldiers behind them did not hesitate at all. Kill. Kill all the Tartars. Kill. The roar instantly resounded throughout the northern Tatar tribe. Accompanied by 4,000 cavalrymen attacked with their bows drawn and arrows raised, shooting at the alien tribe in front of them. Under the cover of night, arrows were fired at random, transformed into thousands of murderous intentions, and showered upon the Tartar tribe. Many Tartars slept in tents. Before they could react in their sleep, they felt severe pain and were pierced by arrows, dying on the spot. When the Ming cavalry charged, pull the bow like crazy and shoot arrows like crazy. Arrows rained down like crazy. Standing guard on the watchtower, the Tatar soldiers in the tribe were baptized by a rain of arrows. Enemy attack. Ming army attacked. Quickly report to the commander. Shoot quickly to block it. On the watchtower, many Tartar sentries frantically rang the small bells. The sound quickly spread throughout the tribe. At the same time, they were accompanied by panic screams. The Jianzhou Tatar tribe had always lived in the northeastern border of the Ming dynasty. Although they were dependent on the Yuan court, they had never engaged in war. Especially the tribe living in the center of their territory, it was even more difficult to encounter them. The Ming dynasty's attack today actually made them panic. Not good. The Ming army did not attack from the southern tribe. They went around to my northern tribe. Quickly gather the troops and report to General Agunu. The Tartar general, who stayed behind in the tribe, shouted hurriedly. In a hurry, the Tartar soldiers in the tribe were awakened from their sleep and quickly gathered together. The entire tribe was in chaos. Many Tartar soldiers gathered in front of the Tartar tribe, drawing their bows and shooting arrows into the night outside the tribe, but you couldn't even see anyone shooting the arrows. Defense is weak. All soldiers follow me to kill. Arlen took the lead, holding a long steel sword in his right hand, his eyes staring ahead. Arrows flew in from inside, but with a slash of the fine steel knife, those arrows were quickly cut down. When they approached the main gate of the Tatar tribe, they found the wooden door was closed, and there were many chevoks de fries blocking the way. Cut. Arlen brandished his sword. Even under the cover of night, the knife flashed under Arlen's powerful strength. All I heard was a sound of chopping. The sword light slashed through. The barricades in front of him were cut down in an instant, and he rushed forward with his horse until he arrived at the camp gate. Dozens of Tartar soldiers blocked the gate tightly to stop the Ming army. Arlen's eyes were sharp as he approached the camp gate. Wild sword dance. He held the knife in his right hand and slashed towards the camp gates. Looks like a knife, but the knife is sharp. Just in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen slashes were hurled out, just for a moment. Boom, the huge camp gate shattered into more than a dozen pieces. What? The Tartar soldiers inside were knocked to the ground by this force. Cut. Arlen rushed out on his horse. The fine steel sword slashed down again. The sword flashes up and down. The heads of several Tartars were separated from their bodies. Kill the Tartar infantry and pick up 20 stamina points. Kill the Tartar infantry and pick up 20 points of strength. A series of prompts. Arlen swung his sword and continued to kill. With the support of more than 600 kilograms of strength, every slash of the sword carries unmatched power and is accompanied by a whistling strong wind. Wherever the blade passed, the Tartar soldiers in front of him were like ants, with their flesh and blood torn into pieces. Even if the blade did not hit them, the powerful force of the blade back could still shock the Tartar soldiers to death. With one blow of the sword, several Tartars died. Brave and invincible. Ming soldiers, follow me and kill all the enemies. Kill. Arlen raised his blood-stained sword and roared. The sound was like thunder exploding in the night. In this moment, the 50 personal guards behind Arlen lit torches one after another, which served as guiding lights for the 4,000 soldiers. Follow the Arlen. Kill. Percy, Vincent, and other captains roared. Follow the guards and kill. 4,000 Ming dynasty soldiers roared and clenched their swords and spears. From their original scattered formation, they gradually gathered into a long dragon, followed their defenses, and charged into the Tartar tribe. Arlen tore open the main gate, and the Ming cavalry rushed in one after another. Kill, kill, kill all the Tartars. Countless Ming soldiers roared and killed the Tartars on sight. Whether soldiers or civilians, this was also Arlen's order. Rushing into their tribe, everyone is an enemy. How can we tell them apart under the cover of night? Anyone who is a Tartar will be killed. This is the battlefield, it's so cruel. Kill. Arlen also swung his sword wildly, killed one Tartar after another. As his attributes also grew rapidly, Arlen became more and more courageous. Then they rushed into the tribe. Perhaps the soldiers under Arlen's command did not realize that after they followed Arlen into this area, their physical strength, combat effectiveness, and morale were at a stronger stage. Their combat effectiveness was stronger, and they had no fear even though they were in the enemy's hinterland. This is the influence brought by Pericles Yinquin's official seal. Command your subordinates. Increase their combat effectiveness, morale, and endurance is physical strength. With the Ming cavalry charging in, the entire alien tribe was filled with shouts, killing, and screams. The main tribe of the Blue Flag. Report, General Gawain, something bad is going on. An urgent report has arrived from the northern tribes. The Ming army is attacking our tribe. General, please send troops to support us immediately. A Tartar soldier rushed into Agunu's tent and reported loudly. Inside the tent, Agunu was galloping on his horse, looking very happy. The sudden shout gave him pause. Although he was angry, Agunu did not dare to delay when he heard that the Ming army was attacking. He could only suppress his anger and rage, quickly put away his gun and walked out of the tent. What happened? Agunu asked coldly. General, the Ming army launched a surprise attack on the northern tribes. The urgent messenger knelt on the ground and reported. Why would they attack my northern tribe? That is the heartland of my tribe. Aren't they afraid of being surrounded? Agunu looked thoughtful, very confused, because he had already expected it. If the Ming army wanted to attack, it would definitely start from the southern tribes. To this end, he had already deployed heavy troops in the southern tribes and also deployed a certain amount of troops on the east and west sides. Once the Ming army attacks the southern tribes, the three tribes will come to their aid at any time. What exactly is the Ming army's intention? Is it intentional to attract the attention of our people? Agunu looked thoughtful, obviously unable to figure out what the Ming army was trying to do this time. Someone is coming. Quickly send 5,000 troops to support the northern tribes. Agunu thought for a moment and gave the order, but now, report. General Gawain, the Ming army is attacking the southern tribes. Another urgent messenger came running to report. Hear this report. Agunu, who had just ordered reinforcements for the northern tribes, changed his expression. Wait, don't send the order. Agunu immediately stopped the general who was about to dispatch troops to provide support. General, why? The Tartar general asked in confusion. I originally couldn't understand why the Ming army would attack from the northern tribes. After all, that's our tribe's heartland. Once they were discovered by our tribe, we could just dispatch enough troops to encircle and annihilate them, and they would have nowhere to escape. But now I understand. The Ming army's attack on my northern tribes is a bait and a cover. The real purpose of the Ming army is to gather troops to attack our southern tribes. Agunu looked enlightened as if he had seen through the Ming army's tricks. So, General, what should we do? Several Tartar generals standing aside asked respectfully. Increase the troops to defend the southern tribes. Agunu said without any hesitation. Yes, the Tartar generals led their troops and retreated quickly. Ming army. I, Agunu, am the chief's most trusted warrior. You want to lure me to reinforce the northern tribes and then increase your forces to attack the south. Your plan is good, but I saw through it in the end. Although my clan suffered some minor losses at the hands of your Ming army, compared to the destruction of your Ming Empire by the Yuan dynasty. These losses are nothing more than minor ones. As soon as the Yuan dynasty conquers your Ming dynasty's Daning, my people will raise our weapons, march into the Central Plains, and seize everything from your Ming dynasty. Greed appeared in Agunu's eyes. Turn your eyes, the northern tribe of Tatars. This tribe has a population of no less than 20,000 or 30,000, so it is not a small tribe. At this moment, Arlen was still charging forward frantically, waving the sword in his hand without stopping since he rushed into the tribe. As soon as he saw the Tartars, he would kill them with a single blow without any mercy. Kill the Tartar infantry and pick up 20 points of strength. Kill the Tartar infantry and gain 40 days of life. The host's overall attributes have exceeded 600 points, and he will be rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. The panel prompted. In less than an incense stick of time, Arlen had killed countless Tartars, and all his attributes were directly improved. At the moment when all his attributes were improved, it was like an upgrade, and the sublimation of all his attributes made all his fatigue disappear. Bros, burn this Tartar tribe. Kill, Arlen shouted. The sword was swung and the killing was carried out crazily. Kill all Tartars. The attributes he picked up also made Arlen feel comfortable. Behind Arlen, in the dark night, dozens of torches were shining brightly, and thousands of Ming soldiers used these torches as a guide and rushed forward madly, hearing Arlen's order. Without any hesitation, many guards lit the torches and fire starters they carried with them and threw them at the tents of the Tatar tribe. Just in the blink of an eye, a raging fire broke out in the Tatar tribe. "Where are our warriors? Why don't you fight, damn Ming people? Spare my life." The Tatars in the tribe shouted in fear, wanting their warriors to come and save them, but in the bloodbath during the storming of the camp, all their shouting was a stimulation to the Ming soldiers. Kill, crazy killing. The Ming cavalry was like a long killing dragon, charging and killing crazily in the tribe. Arlen was like the head of this long dragon. With his blade, he slashed through countless Tatars. Shouts and screams, the boiling sound of burning fire, tear apart the tranquility of the night. The northern tribes of the Tartars were completely thrown into chaos by the attack of Arlen's army. Countless people were slaughtered, and corpses were scattered all over the ground. Lu Flag tribe, General, something's not right. The Ming army from the southern tribes just made some probing attempts, fired some arrows, and then retreated. They didn't attack at all. I don't know what their intention was. A Tartar general respectfully reported to Agunu. Agunu looked puzzled. What exactly is the Ming army's intention? Report. The tribe in the north is asking for help. The Ming army has already broken through the tribe. The people have been slaughtered by the Ming army. The blood has flowed like a river. Please let the general decide. A Tartar messenger from the northern tribe came to Agunu and said sadly. What? Agunu's face changed. Did I fall into a trap? The Ming army is not going to attack my southern tribe at all, but the northern one? Agunu thought in panic. Quickly mobilize the troops and follow me to rescue the northern tribe. Agunu realized that something was wrong. Order immediately. He immediately ran towards the warhorse and jumped on it. Time flies. The night gradually faded and the sky gradually brightened. When Agunu led his army to the northern tribe, his face looked extremely ugly. There were burning tents everywhere, corpses everywhere, and people crying everywhere. The entire tribe seemed to be destroyed. Ming people, how dare you? Agunu's eyes were filled with anger and his voice was hoarse and filled with hatred. General, the Ming army attacked our tribe at night. The tribe suffered heavy losses with over 10,000 members dead. A Tartar general reported to Agunu with a bitter look on his face. How many Ming troops attacked last night? Agunu asked, gritting his teeth. No, I don't know. The Ming army attacked the tribe and killed them, a long dragon. We can't stop them at all. The remaining Tartar general replied in panic. Although the northern tribes only have a few thousand soldiers, didn't even leave a single Ming army behind, Agunu asked with a cold look. Me. The Tartar general was extremely terrified and didn't know what to say. The Ming army attacked very quickly and his tribe was unprepared. After the camp was broken, everyone was panicked and did not organize much of a counterattack. This is the consequence of attacking a camp without defense. Chase, Nuolin, chase me. Cut these Ming troops into pieces. They have penetrated deep into our tribe's heartland and cannot escape. Catch them while it's daytime, Agunu roared. Yes. A Tartar general responded immediately. He then led his troops to pursue the Ming army in the direction of their escape. Ming army, Ming country, I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood. Agunu cursed hatefully. Looking at the devastated state of the tribe, with almost half of it burned down, how could he not hate it? And the northern border is more than 20 miles away from this northern tribe. It is still within the territory of Jianzhu Tatars. Stop. Arlen raised his hand, reined in the warhorse. Stop. The captains gave orders one after another, and thousands of Ming cavalrymen who were marching quickly stopped. Look at them at this moment. Each of them had their armor and weapons stained with blood. It was like an army coming out from the underworld. Head count. Arlen turned his horse around and shouted, count the number of people based on 100 households. Report immediately. Each 1,000 households also shouted immediately. Immediately, the head count begins. After a round of inventory. Report to the Arlen. All the 1,000 soldiers of my 1,000th battalion have arrived, and 58 of them were injured. Todd shouted. All the 1,000 soldiers of the 2nd 1,000 household battalion have arrived, and 89 of them are injured. Percy said loudly. The 3,000th battalion. The 4,000 households reported one by one. Hear this number. Arlen took a quick look and laughed loudly. Brothers, we have done it. We have slaughtered countless Tartars and left no one alive. You are all heroes of the Ming dynasty. Follow the Arlan until death." 4,000 soldiers shouted in unison, no matter they were captains or ordinary soldiers. At this moment they all looked at Arlan with fanatical and awe-inspiring eyes. The battle last night. Wayne Frostborn impressed all the soldiers with his ability to command troops and his bravery in killing the enemies. The army respects the strong, and Arlan is such a strong man. Listen to my general's orders. Todd, you will personally lead 100 men to patrol the rear and guard against the Tartar attack. Rotate every half an hour. The rest of the brothers, please rest here for an hour and a half. First treat the wounded, and then rest. Arlan said loudly, "I accept your orders." The 4,000 households responded in unison. Afterwards, all the soldiers dismounted, and the captains of each battalion and the general flag began to treat the wounded. This battle is over. Some of the wounded were injured by arrows, and some were injured when they entered the tribe. Compared with the wounded, at least 4,000 people made it out this time. This is a big win, of course. The fundamental purpose of this battle was to catch the Tartars off guard, and the feint attack on the southern tribes also made the Tartar generals unaware that Arlan's focus was on the northern tribes. "Arlan, the battle is over. Should we report the results to the commander?" Percy came to Arlan. "How many carrier pigeons did you bring?" Arlan asked Percy. "I brought 5 in total." Percy replied immediately, "Kindness." Arlan nodded, his face thoughtful for a moment, then said, "Report the results of this attack on the Tartar tribe and also report the truth about Dwayne. I don't want the merits earned by my brothers at the risk of their lives to be shared by this coward." "I obey your order." Percy immediately accepted the order. "Okay, let's all go and rest. This time, the Tartars have suffered such heavy losses that their attention has been completely drawn to our army. Moreover, the commander has already withdrawn. I believe the Tartars will soon learn of this, and will immediately send a large number of Tartars to encircle and suppress us. The real fierce battle is about to come," Arlan said with a serious expression. Yes, several thousand households also nodded seriously. Then they dismounted and rested. Arlan also dismounted, led the horse to the side, sat down, took out a piece of dry food and called out in his mind, "Attribute panel." Arlan opened his attribute panel. Host Arlan age, 14 years old, strength, 978.1 point corresponds to 1 pound of force. Speed, 889.8 times faster than an average person constitution, 712.7 times stronger than an ordinary person's constitution. The stronger the constitution, the stronger the defense and the faster the recovery from injury. Endurance, 734.7 times more endurance than an average person. The higher the endurance, the more energy and stamina one has. Spirit, 723 points. The higher the spirit, the clearer the mind lifespan, 88 years and 2,356 days storage space. 7 cubic meters. After this battle, no fewer than 200 aliens died at my hands. My overall attributes also successfully reached the level of 700 points, and my lifespan also increased by over 1,000 days. It's so comfortable. Looking at his own attributes, Arlan smiled with satisfaction. Night of fierce fighting. Arlan did not feel tired at all, not even sleepy. This was due to his spirit and endurance, and he felt full of energy. Look at all his attributes at this moment. It's already non-human. One punch could easily shatter the city gate. Nearly 1,000 pounds of force. Hard to imagine, of course. There's also speed. If Arlan runs at full speed, 100 meters may be covered in a blink of an eye. It is conceivable that his speed is 8 times faster than that of an ordinary person. This speed is not only about leg strength, but also about the speed of swinging the sword. For an ordinary person to swing 1 sword, Pericles Yings can swing 8 swords. You can imagine how powerful he is. Correct. There are 2 more treasure chests. Now that we are in the enemy's hinterland, if I can get something good to improve my strength, I will have a greater chance of breaking out with my brothers. Arlan thought to himself. All of his attributes were upgraded to over 700 points, and he also received 2 treasure chests as rewards. Now, every time all attributes exceed 100, you will be rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. Open all the treasure chests. Arlan gave the order immediately. Open 2 ordinary treasure chests. Obtain the yellow-grade mid-grade tiger roaring technique. Obtain 10 packs of crazy diarrhea powder. The panel prompted, see this. A martial art that has reached a certain level. Arlan's focus fell on it. Extract immediately. The practice is transmitted and empowered. Arlen immediately had an epiphany. Tiger roar technique. It makes a sound like a tiger, but it requires internal energy and true Kai. Could it be that if I reach a certain level in all my attributes, I can actually generate true Gawain? Now, although I can make a tiger roar by using my strength, I cannot unleash the full power of this martial art. After taking a look, Arlen was secretly looking forward to the future. Internal force, infuriated. I knew this from reading novels in my previous life. Maybe when all my attributes reach a certain level, I will be able to generate internal force or true energy. At that level, I will be invincible. Quanxi powder, or 10 bags. Seeing the rewards from the second treasure chest, Arlen felt helpless. Better than nothing. Later, we'll go to these Tartar tribes and throw this laxative directly into their water sources to kill them. Arlen naturally found the use of this Quanxi powder very quickly. Arlen, the battle report has been written. Please review it. Percy came to Arlen and handed him a piece of paper. Arlen took it and took a look. After a quick glance, he nodded. Yes, and I'll add one more thing. Tell the commander not to worry. Our army will do its best to hold these Tartars back. Send this message back. Yes. Percy immediately accepted the order. He picked up the pen and added a sentence, then tied the paper directly to the carrier pigeon he brought. The carrier pigeon was released. Go get some rest. I'll go take a look. Arlen glanced around and stood up. After a night of fierce fighting, almost all the soldiers were exhausted. But there is not much time to rest. Daning Prefecture. Order City, Daning Prefecture City, outside the prefectural government office. Many Ming army guards have occupied both sides of the street. An old veteran came with many personal guards escorting him, and behind him were many generals. It seemed that he was of high status. And this moment, Abner, the prefect and commander of Daning Prefecture, bowed to greet him. Thank you very much. Your subordinate respectfully welcomes Tobin. Welcome, generals. Abner led a group of officials from Daning Prefecture to bow to the visitor. The leading veteran smiled slightly and raised his hand. Master Percival, please don't be polite. Thank you, Tobin. Abner immediately expressed his gratitude. What is the current situation of Daning Prefecture, the Northern Yuan dynasty, and the Tartars? Tobin asked immediately. Abner glanced around and immediately led the way. Tobin, please go into the palace first to discuss in detail. After all, there are too many people here. It is good. Tobin did not refuse and followed Abner into the government office. 1,000 personal guards accompanying Tobin were also in good order, distributed outside the government office, and some of them protected Tobin as he entered the government office. The Duke of the current dynasty holds a very high status. If there were any damage, it would be a major event that would shock the Ming dynasty. Inside the government hall, Tobin sat in the main seat, and the many generals accompanying him also took their seats in an orderly manner. Your Highness, Tobin, the Yuan court has already sent troops to attack Huizhou City on the border of Daning Prefecture. I have already dispatched 20,000 border troops to defend the city. Although the Yuan court's offensive is strong, it cannot break the city. This is enough to support the main force of the Ming dynasty to rush to the rescue, and we can turn from defense to offense in a short time. Abner said immediately. What about the northern border? Tobin asked again. The reason why he arrived early and ahead of the army was to understand the situation of the war and to know the better way to deal with it, so he attacked and destroyed Nahachu. Reply to Tobin. Before the Yuan court mobilized its troops, the Jianzhou Tartars, who were affiliated with the Yuan court, sent people to disrupt the peace of our Daning Prefecture and murder the people. Following the order of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the Daning border troops were dispatched to suppress the banditry. In reality, they were also attacking the Jianzhou Tartars, stabilizing Daning and attracting the Yuan court's attention. After a battle on the border with the Jianzhou Tartars, their territory was driven 100 miles away by our Ming dynasty. During the pursuit, the Tartars avoided fighting, intending to delay our army. Therefore, our army has divided its forces. The main force will attack the Yuan court in Liaodong from the northern border to attract the attention of the Yuan court and delay the Yuan army. At the same time, we will leave thousands of elite cavalry in the northern border to delay the Tartars. General Abner reported the current situation truthfully. Hear this. Tobin frowned. Aren't the thousands of people left in the northern border in danger? He commanded troops for many years. Even from just a few words of Abner, one can hear the situation and outcome of the battle. For the Ming dynasty, everything is worth it. although the Jianju Tartars are just a small tribe. All their people are soldiers. If we don't hold them back, they may not cooperate with the Yuan court to attack the Ming dynasty. It will be worth it as long as we can hold back the Jianju Tartars with thousands of people until the main force of the Ming dynasty arrives. Abner replied immediately. Tobin nodded. From a big picture perspective, this is indeed the case. Correct. Where is Captain Frostborn Arlen, who killed hundreds of people and beheaded generals and flags? Tobin asked with a smile. Although he was mobilizing troops outside, Tobin also knew about the good news that had been sent back to Yingshan. Moreover, the current emperor has issued an order to spread this victory throughout the army to boost morale. Reply to Tobin. It was Captain Frostborn Arlen who proposed the strategy of dividing the troops to launch a surprise attack on the Yuan court and using cavalry to hold back the Tartars. Arlen is brave and fearless. He proposed the strategy and took on this responsibility. Now he has requested the command of 5,000 soldiers to disrupt the Tartars in the northern border territory and delay their military action. Now, according to the military merit system, I have temporarily promoted Arlen to the position of acting Arlen commander, commanding 5,000 troops. Once the task is completed, Arlen will be officially appointed as the Arlen commander. Abner said immediately, Arlen is indeed courageous and loyal to his country. He is worthy of training. Tobin also praised him. It's also at this time. Report. Military reports have been sent back from Ansha County. One of Abner's personal guards came quickly with a military newspaper in his hand. Could they have evacuated? Abner thought to himself. He immediately waved his hand. The guards immediately presented the military report. Abner quickly opened it and took a look, but his expression suddenly changed. Prefect Percival, what happened? Tobin asked immediately after seeing Abner's expression. Abner said with a serious expression, Arlen is being a bit reckless. Please have a look at it. Tobin, talking. General Abner handed the military newspaper in his hand to Tobin. After Tobin received the military report, his face changed immediately. It was indeed a reckless move. The Tartars have an army of tens of thousands. Using 1,000 cavalrymen to launch a feint attack, while 4,000 cavalrymen seize the opportunity to attack the camp. The Tatar tribe is heavily guarded. This is a suicidal act. If I were in command of the troops, I would harass them gradually and not engage in a head-on battle with the Tartars. I would just delay them. Tobin spoke slowly, a look of disappointment on his face. Obviously, this military report was submitted by Duane, who had already withdrawn to Daning. This time he has led his subordinates to withdraw to Daning. In order to avoid being held accountable in the future, he naturally wants to completely clear himself of the matter and must report to Arlen for his stubbornness and insistence on attacking the Tartar tribe with a small force. Arlen is indeed too aggressive this time. It's dangerous. Abner also sighed. This time, you could even imagine the situation where Arlen and his 4,000 cavalrymen were surrounded and destroyed by the Tartars. Pity. Such a young and brave general, after all, only has courage and strength, but doesn't know how to command troops. Tobin said with a sigh, before coming. He also heard that the current emperor praised Arlen, saying that his bravery was the best among the Ming dynasty soldiers and worthy of learning from every Ming dynasty soldier. But now, is there any way to contact Arlen? If you can make contact, have him evacuate immediately. As for the Tartars, there is no need to worry for the time being. Within 10 days, 200,000 troops of our Ming dynasty will gather in Daning. Tobin said in a deep voice. I will immediately send a message to the captain guarding Ansha County to send people to look for him. Abner said immediately. Obviously, although Arlen made the mistake of being too reckless and underestimating the enemy this time. However, his achievements were recognized by the current emperor, who just announced to the entire army that Arlen had killed 100 enemies. If he really died in battle in the northern border, it would not be a good thing for the Ming dynasty. Yeah. Tobin nodded and said no more. After seated, Tobin prepared to arrange subsequent troop deployment and offensive strategies. At this moment, report. Arlen, the Arlen commander of the northern border, sent a letter via carrier pigeon. Please read it, sir. A soldier in charge of guarding the carrier pigeons quickly came into the hall and bowed respectfully. Arlen's carrier pigeon message. Abner's expression was slightly surprised. Grown-ups. When Arlen stayed behind in the northern border, he specifically asked General Somerset for a few carrier pigeons to pass on messages. Abner's personal guard replied. It seems that Arlen is fine. A smile appeared on Tobin's face. "Show it up quickly." Abner immediately waved to the soldiers in the hall. The latter quickly stepped forward and took away Arlen's military report. Abner took the military newspaper and was about to open it, thinking that Tobin had already arrived, and with Tobin's arrival, as the commander-in-chief of this campaign against the northern Yuan dynasty, all the troops of Daning Prefecture were under his control, Abner naturally did not dare to overstep his authority, and immediately handed the military report in his hand respectfully to Tobin. "Please take a look at it, Duke," Abner said. Tobin nodded, took it immediately, and opened it. This look. Tobin's expression changed immediately. After reading this, there was even a hint of astonishment in Tobin's eyes. Okay. It seems that I am old after all, and underestimated Arlen. I never thought he was so amazing. Make a feint to the east and attack in the west, raid the camp at night, and catch the Tartars unawares. Tobin suddenly burst into laughter, obviously shocked by the military newspaper in his hand. Seeing Tobin so excited, many generals also looked at him, full of curiosity and surprise. "I wonder what Arlen did to make the Duke so happy," Nanxing Marquis Boris Donovan asked with a smile. This time, Evander issued an order to attack Nahatchu. Not only did he have more than 200,000 troops, but he also had a huge lineup of generals. Tobin was appointed as the general. The left and right deputy generals were Maxim, and Rufus. Were also 4 left and right lieutenant generals, namely Boris, Taran Wells, Scott Dunn, Marquis of Donchuan, and Tristan Tilton, These are the most capable generals of Huaxi. Perhaps Huaxi is domineering, but their ability to command troops and fight is unmatched. They are all great contributors to the founding of the Ming dynasty, the expulsion of the Yuan court, and the recovery of the Cornelius dynasty. Could it be that Arlen succeeded in attacking the Tartar tribe? Abner thought with a little surprise. "I underestimated Arlen." "You come and read it." Tobin smiled and handed the military newspaper in his hand to the commander of the personal guards beside him. The latter took it respectfully. "General Arlen reports to the commander-in-chief. Now, 5,000 of my soldiers are currently stationed in the heart of the Tartar territory. According to our scouts, the Tartars are gathering forces against their Blue Banner tribe, and the Yuan court is also planning to send troops to support them. 5,000 soldiers are extremely insignificant compared to the Tartars and the Yuan court. Once they are entangled by the Tartars, they will be destroyed. But the main force of our Ming army has not yet arrived. If we simply harass them, the Tartars will surely invade our Daning on a large scale and cooperate with the Yuan court to attack from both sides, which will surely ruin our plan to destroy the Yuan dynasty. Therefore, I must hold the Tartars back no matter the cost. This time. I have investigated the Blue Banner Tartar tribe and discovered they have over 30,000 soldiers. Only a surprise attack can disrupt their deployment and cause them chaos. Therefore, I will divide my troops into 2 groups. I will not order Captain Hawthorne Duane to harass the southern Tartar tribes. I will lead 4,000 soldiers to the northern Tartar tribes and launch a surprise attack. This battle, I led 4,000 soldiers into the northern Tartar tribe. The enemy was completely unprepared, and our surprise attack yielded significant results, killing over 10,000 of them. Although we suffered some casualties, not a single one remained in the Tartar tribe. This was a great victory. The commander of Tobin's personal guards read it aloud, hearing this result. Everyone in the hall looked at it in surprise, obviously unable to believe the outcome of the battle. Arlen, did he actually pull off a successful surprise attack? He even led 4,000 soldiers out of the Tartar tribe with only some wounded but no casualties. How is this possible? Abner was also slightly shocked. But what came in return was also a kind of ecstasy. Arlen is really amazing. He's really proud of me. Now that Tobin is here and we have achieved this victory, it is also a credit to Daning. Abner thought excitedly in his heart. Arlen was now a general under his command, and having accomplished such a great feat, he naturally had a share of the glory and credit. This boy is truly extraordinary. Not only did the general underestimate him, we also underestimated him. He led a surprise attack on the Tartar tribe with 4,000 cavalrymen, slaughtering 10,000 of them and returning with them. Even losing 1,000 would have been considered a great victory, yet he was able to lead them all out without a single casualty. If the battle report did not need to be verified by the 1,000-man army, and if forgery was not a capital crime, I really would not have believed it. Yes, Arlen's bravery is not only his own, but he is also an expert in commanding troops. These 4,000 cavalrymen were able to display such powerful fighting power under his command. While this was due to the Tartars' negligence in defending themselves, it was also largely due to Arlen's commanding ability. The generals in the hall also expressed their feelings. Obviously, they were also shocked by the battle report. They were all top generals of the Ming dynasty. They could attack the enemy camp at night and kill every one of them, but it was impossible for them to do so without any casualties. Of course, all of this was due to the effect of Arlen's official seal of authority, which increased the morale, combat effectiveness, and even endurance of Arlen's soldiers by 60%. Moreover, Arlen was in charge of the troops, and they followed Arlen, forming an invisible connection with him, ensuring that orders are carried out, and that is the strength of Arlen's military command. Does Marquis Nangxing figure out why Arlen divided his troops into two groups? Taubin looked at Boris and asked. Arlen is very smart. Perhaps the Tartars believed that the Ming would attack from the front, and that they were attacking the tribes to the south. If they attacked from behind their tribes, they would be in danger and face the risk of being surrounded and annihilated. Therefore, they neglected to guard against the tribes to the north, and instead concentrated their forces in the south. Arlen first launched a surprise attack on the northern tribes, then sent the 1,000 household battalion to feint an attack on the southern tribes. This way, the Tartars wouldn't take the news of the northern attack seriously, believing they were deliberately trying to lure the northern tribes away, and that the southern part was the main attack of the Ming dynasty. They would then concentrate their forces to defend against the southern part, which is why Arlen was able to defeat the enemy this time, Boris said with a smile. For many years, the purpose of Arlen's strategy was naturally obvious at a glance. Of course, this is also the case that those involved are confused, but bystanders can see things more clearly. Good, this is exactly what makes Arlen so smart. Taubin laughed. He was obviously very satisfied with Arlen's performance. Subsequently, Taubin looked at Abner and said, Prefect Percival, your Daning prefecture has truly produced a capable general. I'm sure Arlen would be very happy to hear such praise from the Duke. Abner immediately replied with a smile, but the next moment, Taubin thought of something again and his face immediately darkened. Judging from this military report from Arlen, the military report we received earlier about the withdrawal of the 1,000 households from Ansha County is not true. It even throws dirty water on Arlen. Taubin said with a cold face. As soon as these words fell, Abner's expression also changed. Indeed, after they saw the military newspaper just now, they actually believed it completely. But Arlen sent this military report. Everything is clear. Duane disobeyed the general's orders and was afraid of death. Taubin is absolutely right. Duane's actions are too bad. If Arlen is truly trapped and unable to return, then I will truly believe what Duane said, that Arlen is stubborn and will not listen to advice. But now, through Arlen's battle results, it can be seen that Duane does not obey military orders and is afraid of death. I think he should be severely punished, Abner said immediately. Duane is from the Daning Border Army and a subordinate of Prefect Percival. It's up to you to decide how to deal with him. Taubin nodded and said no more. He was just a small captain, so Taubin naturally wouldn't pay too much attention to him. I obey your command. Abner immediately accepted the order. Prefect Percival, tell me about the defense situation of Daning Prefecture. Taubin asked with a smile. Return to the country, Duke. When we attacked the Tartars in the north, our 50,000 border troops from Daning Prefecture were divided into two groups. 20,000 troops were stationed in the north to attack the Tartars and maintain peace in Daning Prefecture, while 30,000 border troops were stationed in Daning Prefecture to completely eliminate the banditry within the prefecture. Now that the northern Yuan dynasty is attacking, their vanguard troops have already begun to attack Huzhou City with a force of no less than 50,000. Abner reported the current military strength and defense situation of Daning Prefecture to Taubin. Of course, during the reporting process, Abner also became much more relaxed. Before Taubin came, the safety and responsibility of Daning Prefecture all depend on him. Once Daning Prefecture really encounters any misfortune and is conquered by the Yuan court, he will be held guilty. Now that Taubin has come, all military affairs are in charge of him, and the armies of various prefectures are under Taubin's command. Naturally, this cannot be blamed on Abner. Kindness. The defense of the Daning Prefecture army is enough to hold out until my 200,000-man army arrives. Except, Arlen proposed a surprise attack strategy using an army of over 10,000 to attack Lyodon. That might also play a role. The current situation should still focus on defense. Tobin said in a deep voice, "The general is wise." All the generals said in unison, "All right, send the general's order. Use all the armies to speed up their march. Within 10 days, all the troops must gather in Huiju. If they fail to arrive within 10 days, I will punish them for delaying military affairs," Tobin said to the generals in the hall. The last general takes orders. All the generals said in unison. Besides, write a letter to Yingshan, informing the emperor that I have arrived safely in Yingshan and have begun preparations to destroy the Nahachu War. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Except, report the military achievements of Daning Prefecture, especially Arlen's contribution in defeating the Tartar tribe and the combat effectiveness of our Daning border troops. Tobin instructed the guards around him. "I obey your command," the commander of the personal guard said immediately. "Now we just have to wait for the army to arrive so we can switch from defense to offense. Nahachu, the emperor showed his favor to this person, but he doesn't appreciate the emperor's kindness. It's time to resolve it now." A fierce look flashed in Tobin's eyes. This time he came to eliminate Nahachu. In the northern border, within the territory of Jianju Tatars, report to the Arlen. Traces of Tatar cavalry were found 3 miles behind us. They seem to be following the hoof prints of our army's horses. They will be able to confront our army within an incense stick at the earliest. Please make the final decision. Marvin rode over and reported loudly. "How many troops do the Tartars have?" Arlen asked immediately. Fortunately, the Arlen had previously instructed us to deliberately stamp horse hoof prints to the east and west, so the Tartars were also disrupted, and their pursuit was disrupted. This group of Tartar soldiers does not exceed 5,000. However, I have not yet found out how many troops the Tartars have sent in pursuit. Marvin reported respectfully. Although all the Tartars are soldiers, they are still very wary of the Ming dynasty. It is impossible for them to send out all their forces to pursue us. Besides, not all the Tartars are cavalrymen. It's already good that their entire tribe has more than 20,000 cavalrymen, and they have their own horse farm. Arlen smiled faintly. He was not panicked when he heard that the Tartars were attacking. "Arlen, what do we do next?" The 1,000 households also gathered together and looked at Arlen expectantly. Last night's attack on the camp was successful, and all 4,000 soldiers returned without a single casualty. This also made every soldier in awe of Arlen. Arlen glanced at the direction the Tartars were coming from, a cold look on his face. "Of course, we should leave them all behind." "Everyone, do you dare to fight with me?" Arlen smiled coldly and picked up the long sword beside him. "Follow the Arlen until death," all the 1,000 households said in unison. "Mount." Arlen laughed and jumped onto the horse. The soldiers around also jumped on their horses. "Bros, I've had enough to eat and drink, and I've rested. But now we are in a barbarian land. Any mistake will lead to eternal damnation. Scouts report that the Tartar cavalry is about to catch up. If you want to survive and go home, you must kill them all. Brothers, do you dare to follow me, Arlen, to fight the Tartars? We will kill all the offenders in the future." Arlen looked around and shouted loudly. "Follow the Arlen until death." 4,000 soldiers shouted in unison. With united will, the killing intent is overwhelming. It is good. The wounded will hold the rear. All the soldiers, with me as the center, will form an attacking formation. Bows and arrows are ready. Arlen shouted loudly. 4,000 cavalrymen rode their horses and moved. Dispersed into 1,000 household camps and distributed around Arlen. Each of them raised his bow and arrow and formed an offensive formation. After a moment, distance, waves of footsteps swept over. It can be seen that many Tatar cavalrymen wearing leather armor and carrying long spears are chasing them quickly. As they got closer, the leading Tatar general also discovered the Ming cavalry lined up in front. "The Ming army is just ahead. Sons, these damn Ming soldiers massacred our people and destroyed our tribe. Kill them all." Scouts turn around immediately and report to the commander, asking him to quickly mobilize troops to surround the Ming army. "Kill," the Tatar general roared, commanding the army to charge forward violently. Of course, in the Tatars' home territory, they sent out tens of thousands of troops to pursue them. As long as they could delay the Ming army in front, they could wipe out the Ming army completely. "Tatars." Arlen spat out 2 words coldly. His hand had already tightly grasped the precious carved bow. 5 arrows were already on the bow. With the force now reaching nearly 1,000 pounds, the precious carved bow was easily pulled into a full moon. The soldiers on Arlen's left and right also drew their bows, waiting for the signal to defend. At last, when the Tatar cavalry charged, they were less than 100 steps away. "Kill!" Arlen shouted. The sound was like thunder resounding throughout the northern border. The arrow in his hand immediately flew out, head on. 5 arrows flew into the air. The 5 Tatars who were rushing in the front did not react at all. Their leather armor was pierced through instantly, and the 5 of them were pierced through and fell under their horses. Kill the Tatar cavalry and pick up 20 points of strength. Kill the Tatar cavalry and pick up 20 points of physical fitness. Kill the Tatar cavalry. With one bow, 5 Tatars were killed. The Bao Dio bow has an armor-piercing property. Not to mention leather armor, even heavy armor cannot withstand the power of the Bao Dio bow, not to mention that Arlen has a strength of nearly 1,000 pounds. With the sound of Arlen's bow, the arrow fell. That's where the order is. Kill! 4,000 Ming soldiers roared, filled with murderous intent. The bow and arrow that had been ready to be fired also broke through the air. The entire void was stagnant. Arrows rained down on the charging Tatar cavalry. Shh, under the sharp edge of the arrow. Odd. Many Tatar cavalrymen who charged forward were pierced by arrows and fell off their horses. In a blink, hundreds of Tatar cavalrymen died under the rain of arrows from the Ming army in formation. The warriors of our tribe have no fear of death. Kill all these damn Ming soldiers. Leave no one behind. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed immediately. My boys, ride and shoot. The Tatar general roared wildly from behind, urging the Tatars to charge. They rushed towards the Ming army soldiers at a rapid speed. At the same time, he draws the bow and draws the arrow, but Arlen was not panicked at all. He still picked up the bow, drew the arrow from the quiver behind him, and shot it at a very fast speed. Each bow shoots 5 arrows in a row. This is also what Arlen practiced on the battlefield. Every bow, arrow shot through the air. 5 arrows instantly pierced through the Tatar soldiers' bodies, killing them directly. The same was true for the Ming soldiers around them. If Arlen didn't move, they wouldn't move either, and they would shoot arrows madly at the charging Tatars. Kill the Tatar cavalry and pick up 20 points of strength. Kill the Tatar cavalry and gain 40 days of life. Kill the Tatar cavalry and gain 20 points of strength. The panel kept prompting, and Arlen shot arrows crazily to kill the Tatars. There are no missed arrows like a sniper on the battlefield. It's also at this time, the moment when the Tatar cavalry took 50 steps. Kill! The Tatars launched a barrage of arrows. The 1,000th battalion charge. The rest of the 1,000 household battalion continue shooting arrows. Arlen put away his precious carved bow and shouted loudly. Followed. Holding a long steel sword, he spurred his horse forward suddenly, and the war horse rushed forward, facing the rain of arrows falling from above. Arlen brandished his sword and easily shot down the arrow. Follow the Arlen until death. Brothers, kill all these barbarians. Todd shouted. He led the cavalry of the 1,000th battalion and rushed out, following the figures of their Arlen. Follow the Arlen. Kill! The Ming cavalry attacked. Even in the face of the Tatars' hail of arrows, many soldiers were shot and fell off their horses, and many were injured by the arrows, but they still kept charging forward. Soldiers of the Ming dynasty are not afraid of war. The Ming army is not satisfied with its pay, but it is invincible if it is fully paid. This is not empty talk. The Ming army during the Hongwu period was the army that founded the country. And its combat power was the strongest in the Ming dynasty. Both sides fired arrows at each other. The army approached rapidly. However, under the archery of 3,000 soldiers, nearly 1,000 Tatar cavalrymen had been shot and killed. They took advantage of the opportunity to fight when the enemy was well rested and had formed their battle array in advance, thus seizing the initiative. When 2 armies collide, boom, weapons clash, die. Arlen swung his long sword and slashed across. The blade swept past. The 4 Tatar cavalrymen in front had no chance to resist. Even if they used their swords to block, the blades directly cut off their weapons. Several heads were thrown into the air in an instant. Their horses were still charging forward, and their bodies were still on the horses, but they had already lost their lives. Kill the Tatar cavalry and pick up 20 points of strength. Kill the Tatar cavalry and gain 20 points of speed. Kill! Another reminder sounded. Arlen continued to fight. With the blade swung, he charged directly into the enemy army in front. Every time he slashed, a Tartar cavalryman died, and a sweep away would kill several people. Powerful strength and speed beyond ordinary people. Arlen rushed into the center of the enemy camp alone. He seemed to have transformed into thousands of soldiers, unstoppable, passing alone on horseback. The saying of a general who could defeat 10,000 enemies during the Three Kingdoms period seems to have come true. Follow the Arlen, kill, defending Kamui. Brothers, kill all these damn barbarians. Kill all the Tartars, defending divine might. Seeing Arlen being so brave, his even more courageous killing results than his previous charge into the Tatar tribe were fully realized. This also greatly boosted the morale of Arlen's soldiers. They followed Arlen and attacked with the entire army, charging towards the Tatars. The strength of this Tatar cavalry should be around 5,000 to 6,000, much more than the troops under Arlen. However, at the moment when the two armies fought under Arlen's command, these Tatar cavalry were completely suppressed and killed. "Go ahead, don't retreat. My warriors, kill them." The Tatar general roared and urged his soldiers to charge, only. As the Ming army charged forward, the Tatars' original offensive formation was disrupted, and they were now in a completely passive defensive position. Got you. While Arlen was charging forward, he kept an eye on the Tatar general's flag. When Arlen rushed to the rear of the Tatar army alone, he saw the Tatar general at a glance. There was no hesitation. Kill. Arlen rushed forward with his sword. Wherever Arlen rode alone, he was followed by dozens of personal guards, and his momentum was unstoppable. Damn Ming army. Kill. When the Tatar general saw Arlen charging towards him, his face changed, but at this moment he had no way to retreat. He could only hold up his knife and rush towards Arlen. The moment the two met face to face, Arlen slashed down with his blade. There was a click. It's over. The Tatar general's face changed drastically, and the sword in his hand broke instantly. He could only watch Arlen's sword whistling towards him. There was a click. Heads fell to the ground. Kill the 50-man Tatar captain and pick up points of all attributes. A prompt appeared on the panel. Arlen raised his left hand, picked up the head of the Tatar general that was falling from the air, and hung it around his waist. Then he looked at the Tatar holding the general's flag behind him, cut it off with one knife. He killed both the man and the flag. Bros, the Tatar general has been killed by me. Kill, leave no prisoners. Arlen shouted. The sound echoed around the battlefield. Hear the sound. Defending Kamui. Guard against 10,000 enemies. The defender is Xiang Blake reincarnated. No one can defeat him. Follow the Arlen until death. Brothers, kill all these damn barbarians. Kill. All the Ming soldiers roared excitedly, brandished their swords, and attacked the Tatars. The general was killed. It's over. We lost. The reinforcements haven't arrived yet. Retreat, retreat. As the Tatar general and his flag were beheaded, the morale of the Tatar army immediately became chaotic. They lost all will to fight and fled in panic. Arlen joined the battle again, wielding his sword and madly killing these Tatars. Kill the Tatar cavalry and pick up 20 points of strength. Kill the Tatar cavalry and pick up 20 spirit points. Kill the Tatar cavalry and gain 50 days of life. Kill more than 500 enemies in total, and you will be rewarded with a normal treasure chest. Arlen rode his horse and charged forward. Keep killing enemies. With his powerful attribute power now, he has far surpassed ordinary people. Not to mention being able to defeat 10,000 people, Arlen definitely has the strength to defeat 1,000 people. Even if he was surrounded by thousands of people, Arlen could still fight his way out. Of course. If 1,000 archers were to shoot arrows at a certain distance, it would be quite difficult. Under the leadership of Arlen, thousands of Ming soldiers were also brave and fearless. They attacked the fallen dogs madly and slaughtered these Tatars who had lost their military morale. The battle lasted less than half an hour. There were corpses everywhere and thousands of war horses without their owners. The host's overall attributes have exceeded 800 points, and he will be rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. The host's overall attributes have exceeded 900 points, and he will be rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. The panel prompted, "This battle is over." Arlen didn't know how many Tatars he killed, but it was conservatively estimated to be at least 200, or even more. This was a true display of his full strength, with no holding back. This kind of combat power also made every soldier under his command deeply convinced. All attributes are about to break 1,000 points. When all attributes exceed 1,000, I wonder what kind of changes the attributes will undergo. Arlen's face also showed a hint of joy, but Arlen was not silent either. He came to his senses and took a look. The battlefield is littered with corpses. 90% of them were the corpses of Tartars, and there were also war horses wandering around the battlefield. Still standing on the battlefield were thousands of blood-stained Ming cavalrymen, each of them gasping for breath, and some were chasing the fleeing Tartars. "Don't chase poor bandits," Arlen shouted loudly. "Hear the sound." Many thousand households also shouted. The Arlen has orders, do not pursue the desperate enemy. Under the control of the thousands of soldiers, the pursuing soldiers also returned one after another. "Bros, this group of Tartars is a dispersed group. It is not advisable for them to stay here for long. Follow my orders. Hurry and treat the injured soldiers. Help the fallen soldiers onto their horses and tie them up with ropes. Even if they die in battle, I, Arlen, will not let their bodies wander in this foreign land. I, Arlen, promise that no matter life or death, I will definitely bring my brothers home," Arlen said to the 1,000 households and the soldiers around him in a very serious manner. "In this foreign land, we killed so many Tartars. If the bodies of the soldiers were left behind, Arlen could even imagine how cruelly they would be treated. Arlen could not let his brothers, who had lived and died together, be stranded in a foreign land and have their bodies humiliated." Listen to Arlen's words. The eyes of the soldiers around him changed when they looked at Arlen. They became more awed and more convinced, and of course they also agreed with him from the bottom of their hearts. This moment, they understood the young Arlen commander's devotion to his comrades. This is worth their lifelong pursuit. I will obey your orders. All the soldiers around shouted in unison, their voices loud and clear, expressing their recognition and conviction of Arlen. "Todd, Percy," Arlen shouted again. "Please give your orders, Arlen." The two men responded immediately. "We can't abandon the Tartars' war horses. These horses have been tamed. We will take them all away so we can rotate them later. Pick up all the arrows from these Tartars. Don't waste them. Get all the brothers moving. We must evacuate within 1 stick of incense, or we'll be caught by the Tartar reinforcements. Also, there must be some Tartars pretending to be dead among these corpses. Remember not to get hurt by them. If you find anyone pretending to be dead, kill them immediately," Arlen said in a deep voice. "I accept your orders." The two of them responded immediately. There were at least 3,000 or 4,000 war horses scattered on the battlefield. There were nearly 4,000 Tartar corpses on the ground. The results of this battle can be said to be remarkable. After explaining everything, look at the devastation around the battlefield. Looking at his blood-stained armor, Arlen couldn't help but feel a little dazed. It's been nearly 5 months since I joined the army. Half a year is almost up. From a commoner to the current deputy Arlen commander. As long as I survive this crisis, at least I can get my position as Arlen commander. After that, I just need to disrupt the Tartars crazily, and I'll get military merit. And during this process, my overall attributes will be able to break through at least 1,000. But I still have to do my best to bring back these brothers who followed me. As long as we can wipe out the Tartar cavalry, the rest will be much easier, Arlen thought secretly in his heart, after 1 stick of incense. "Arlen, everything is ready. We can evacuate at any time." Several thousand households came forward to report. "It is good." Arlen nodded and looked around. All the soldiers had already mounted their horses, and the Tartars' horses were driven together. The soldiers who died in the battle were also tied to their horses. "Pass the order down and continue heading north," Arlen ordered loudly. "I will obey the orders of the general." All the soldiers responded in unison. Subsequently, Arlen spurred his horse and continued to rush north. All the generals and soldiers followed. With the departure of the Ming soldiers, the battlefield was left with only corpses and many dead war horses. Extremely bloody and cruel. It took less than an incense stick of time for Arlen to leave. Tread tapping from the south, thousands of Tartar cavalry swept in. When I saw the bloody battlefield ahead, the leading Tartar general waved his hand and said, "Stop." All the Tartar soldiers looked over, and each of them had a very ugly expression. "How many people are there in the Ming army?" asked the Tartar commander in a deep voice, reporting to the commander-in-chief. The Ming army should have around 5,000 soldiers. No, more than 5,000, at least 7,000 or 8,000. A Tartar centurion who had managed to escape replied, in a trembling voice, 7,000 or 8,000 people. A ferocious expression crossed the face of the Tartar commander. 5,000 warriors of our tribe weren't able to hold them off for even half an hour, and only less than 1,000 of those 5,000 escaped. Captain of 10,000 men, the Ming army is very strong. Their leader is a devil. He's not afraid of arrows, swords, or guns. Hundreds of our men died at his hands. And there are 5,000 captains. They all died at his hands. And those Ming soldiers are all crazy, not afraid of death." The escaped centurion reported in a trembling voice. "Shut up," the captain shouted coldly. After taking a quick look, he shouted, "See if there are any living men." Yes, many Tartar soldiers dismounted and ran towards the bloody battlefield. This time, a Tartar arrived with their battle flag. "Captain of 10,000 men. There are words left by the Ming army on our battle flag." The Tartar soldier held up the battle flag in his hand and handed it respectfully to the Tartar commander. The captain took it and looked at it, then immediately asked loudly, "Is there anyone who knows Chinese characters?" "I know him." A Tartar immediately ran forward. "What's written on it?" the Tartar captain asked immediately. The Tartar soldier took one look and said with a grim expression, They said that one day they will attack our clan, behead our clan leader, and exterminate our clan. They told, let our clan leader wait. Listen to this." The Tartar commander was furious. "You're looking for death. Pass the order. Keep chasing. I will tear these damn Ming troops into pieces." The captain roared. "Yes," the Tartar captains responded loudly. Ansha County Barracks, Kayanhu. "Although I have submitted this report to the military, I wonder if the commander will be harsh on me." The deputy captain under Duane asked worriedly. "What can be blamed? I have already written it down in detail in the military newspaper. Arlen is so stubborn and self-willed that he actually wants to use his tiny force to attack a Tatar tribe garrisoned by tens of thousands of soldiers. This is undoubtedly courting death. In order to avoid casualties among the soldiers of my 1,000 household battalion, I must report this to you. Of course, before evacuating, we also harassed the Tatar tribe." "What can be blamed for this?" Duane smiled lightly, not worried at all. "It's also at this time. Report to the 1,000 households. The commander has sent someone." Duane's personal guard came quickly and reported. "Walk." Duane responded immediately. Then he walked out of the hall with 2 deputy captains. Once out, then he saw the commander of Abner's personal guards, Commander Somerset. "What are your orders, Commander?" Duane bowed. "Following the orders of the commander, convey the military orders." The commander of Abner's personal guards glanced at Duane and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness will obey orders." Duane knelt down immediately, and the 2 deputy captains behind him also bowed. "Chief Duane." He disobeyed the orders of his superiors and fled from the battlefield. Cowardly and afraid of death. Now, I will strip him of his position as a 1,000 householder official and demote him to a soldier. Deputy Captain Warren Todd and Carmichael Vincent, for refusing to remonstrate with the Emperor, are demoted 1 rank to captain. The commander of the 3rd Cavalry Battalion has transferred other 1,000 household units to take over. Commander Somerset held the military order and read it loudly. "Hear this." Duane and the 2 deputy captains beside him changed their expressions drastically. "Commander Somerset, why is this? How did I disobey military orders? How did I desert the battlefield? I withdrew because of Arlen's order. I disobeyed his order because he wanted to take his brothers to their deaths. I didn't disobey him, I just advised him. And he also said that as long as I harass the southern Tartar tribes, I can withdraw, and the merits and demerits will offset each other." Duane also panicked and retorted immediately. "This order was issued personally by Lord Percival Abner. I don't know the specific reason, but you are wrong about one thing. Xiaobei Arlen led his army to attack the Tartar tribe, not to seek death. The results of this battle have been reported back. Xiaobei Pericles led his army to defeat the Tartar tribe in the north, killing tens of thousands of enemies, and the victory was rich. The 5,000 household battalions under Arlen's command, only your 3rd Battalion deserted the battlefield. The others followed and made contributions to the country. Because of Arlen's actions, the entire Tartar clan was attracted by it and was unable to send troops to reinforce the Yuan court. This temporarily saved Daning from danger. This was a great achievement. As a Ming soldier, you deserted the battlefield, disobeyed your commander's orders, and are afraid of death. This is shameful," Commander Somerset said coldly. He also didn't have a good attitude towards Duane. The military has its own way of doing things and its own attitude. Those who are afraid of death will be despised. Commander Somerset did not waste any time. He threw the military order with the commander's seal in his hand to Duane, then turned and left. "See the military order in front of you." Duane's face turned extremely ugly. He actually destroyed the Tartar tribe. Only 4,000 soldiers. How can this be? Duane's heart was in turmoil. He obviously didn't expect Arlen to achieve such results, but then I thought about it. Dwayne felt a surge of hatred in his heart. It must be this Arlen who broke his promise and deliberately reported it to the commander, accusing me of deserting the battlefield. He's such a villain, he deserves to die. Kayan Hu. What do we do now? The two deputy captains looked at Dwayne with bitter expressions. This matter is not over yet. Arlen. Dwayne's face was filled with hatred, obviously. He also realized that he had been tricked by Arlen. Time flies, northern Xinjiang under the cover of night. Except for the faint moonlight, everything was silent. Arlen was looking at a map, a bonfire location. Arlen and a group of 1,000 households gathered together. Arlen. The Tartars have been lured away. They drove over 1,000 war horses west and east, their hoof prints completely messed up, and they were completely misled. It's not easy for them to find us in the vast northern border, Todd reported with a smile. When we stayed in this northern border before, everyone thought it was a road to death, but the Arlen commander actually kept us alive for so many days and made the Tartars suffer such a great loss. As the saying goes, killing one is breaking even, killing two is still a profit, so we have gained more than just two. Percy said, looking at Arlen with admiration. Yes. Originally, I thought the Arlen commander was young and would lead us to our deaths. Although I followed his orders, I was still a little worried and dissatisfied. But now, if anyone dares to say anything bad about the Arlen commander in front of us, I will slap him in the face. Vincent also agreed with a smile. You can hear it from their words. After these days of fighting, Arlen led them to defeat the enemy tribe and killed thousands of Tatar cavalry. This kind of victory also made them extremely happy. It also made them completely convinced of Arlen, and they no longer had any complaints. Have the casualties been counted? Arlen put down the map and asked in a deep voice. Arlen. This time we had a head-on battle with the Tartars. Although our troops were a little inferior, our Cornelius men were all warriors. We killed at least 4,000 enemies in this battle. 257 of our soldiers were killed and 480 were injured. Percy said excitedly. This result can be said to be a great victory. And it is a great victory that is simply difficult to create. Of course, all the 1,000 households here are also aware of this. The fundamental reason for achieving such a great victory lies in Arlen. If Arlen had not been so brave and invincible, and had not directly charged into the enemy camp, beheaded the enemy general and the enemy flag among thousands of troops, and did not cause great damage to the enemy's morale, then the soldiers under their command would have suffered more than just such casualties. Just as Pericles Yingchu said when he was 1,000 householder, if the generals are not afraid of death and the soldiers do not seek survival, then the army will be victorious. Whenever there was a big battle, Arlen would be the first to charge into battle, which was an encouragement to every soldier. Of course, the bonus brought by the official seal of authority is also the reason why the combat effectiveness of Arlen's soldiers has increased and the casualties are so small. We've temporarily shaken off the Tartars. Let the brothers have a good rest and a good sleep. I'll be on guard tonight. Arlen said with a smile, I am very grateful. The red words below are the author Jun Lei Ashu. Brothers who are interested can take a look first. Arlen, you have fought so hard today, so let your subordinates and others keep watch. Percy said immediately, yes. The other 1,000 households also nodded. Don't talk nonsense, what I just said is an order. We've had less than an hour's rest each day these days, and the soldiers are already exhausted. The fundamental reason for this deceptive attack is to allow the brothers to rest. After we have a good rest, there will be a more brutal war waiting for us. Arlen said in a deep voice, I accept your orders. All the 1,000 households said in unison, okay, let's all go down and rest. Arlen nodded and said nothing more. Arlen, our army has achieved such great results this time. Should we report this to the commander? Percy asked with a smile. The other 1,000 households also looked at Arlen expectantly. This time, they killed more than 4,000 enemies, captured many war horses, and dealt a heavy blow to the Tartars. It can be said that this is another great achievement. This is not only Arlen's military achievement, but also the credit of all the Ming soldiers who fought in the northern border this time. Wait until we have dealt with the subsequent Tartar cavalry who are pursuing us before reporting to me. Arlen laughed. I accept your orders. 1,000 households responded excitedly. They believed Arlen's words without a doubt. Subsequently, Arlen's gaze fell on the map in his hand again. The Tatar clan is still in the north. Once we have dealt with this group of pursuing Tatar cavalry, we can seize the opportunity to attack their clan. Even if we fail, there's still a chance we can inflict heavy damage on the Tartars. We can also cause chaos among them, rendering them completely unable to aid the Yuan court. And judging by the time, the main force sent by the imperial court should have arrived in Daning Prefecture. The Ming dynasty is also going to switch from defense to offense. Arlen thought secretly, I have been in the north for a long time. For Arlen and his soldiers, they had to retreat and fight at the same time. It's completely guerrilla warfare. Kill the enemy by surprise. When encountering a large number of them, Arlen did not choose to confront them head-on, but advanced and retreated with moderation. The fundamental purpose is to delay time. Detain the Tartars. After all, this is the main result of the battle. The Tatar court. I have to go there. Arlen stared at the location of the Tatar clan court on the map, then he put the map away. This map was not made by the Ming dynasty, but was obtained from a Tatar general who was killed before. Although it was not that detailed, many Tatar tribes were marked on the map, which was enough for Arlen. Correct. 3 treasure chests haven't been opened yet. Let's try our luck. Arlen came back to his senses. Previously, after killing more than 500 enemies, you were rewarded with an ordinary treasure chest. All attributes exceeded 800 points and were rewarded. Another reward will be given when all attributes exceed 900 points. Open all the treasure chests. Arlen immediately communicated with the panel. Host's command, open 3 ordinary treasure chests. Obtain the lower grade yellow rank protective inner armor. Obtain the mid-level yellow rank charge power slash. Obtain 10 bottles of lower grade yellow level fine hemostatic powder. A prompt appeared on the panel. I was lucky this time, all of them were of good quality. Seeing this, Arlen was delighted. From now on, anything that is purchased is a good thing. Excellent hemostatic powder. After it's been taken into the medicine, it must be very effective in stopping bleeding. When Arlen saw the 3rd treasure chest opened, his heart immediately moved. In this era, the biggest cause of death on the battlefield is excessive blood loss because the bleeding cannot be stopped, and infection. Although in this era there were already medical techniques for suturing and disinfection with strong liquor, there were still differences between the times, and it was not like the later generations. First of all, stopping bleeding is a big problem. For example, many of Arlen's wounded soldiers were wounded by arrows, and the wounds would bleed profusely even after the arrows were removed. Others were slashed by Tartar swords, which were even more difficult to heal, and the bleeding would not stop. Even though the army brought a lot of hemostatic bandages and herbs, it was still not enough. Marvin, Arlen shouted. Please give your orders, Arlen. Marvin responded immediately. I have 5 bottles of hemostatic medicine here. You and your personal guards can give it to the wounded soldiers who can't stop bleeding. It has a miraculous effect in stopping bleeding. If it works, those brothers can survive. Use it sparingly, it's not much. Arlen fumbled in his arms and summoned 5 bottles of hemostatic powder, then handed them to Marvin. I accept your orders. Marvin immediately took the 5 bottles of hemostatic powder and took a group of personal guards to where the wounded were. I hope this hemostatic powder is useful. This way we can save many of my comrades. Arlen thought secretly. Taking out this hemostatic powder, Arlen did his best and left the rest to fate. After all, many wounded soldiers now died from excessive blood loss. Charge your strength and slash with 1 blow. Extract. Arlen extracted this martial art again, followed by a sudden enlightenment. This martial art of charging up power and slashing with 1 blow was imprinted into the sea of consciousness. Charge your strength and slash with 1 blow. Gather all your strength and strike out with 1 blow. At the elementary level, you can unleash twice the power. At the intermediate level, you can unleash 3 times the power. And at the perfect level, you can unleash 5 times the power instantly. It's indeed a high-grade martial art. Sharp. After successfully extracting this martial art, Arlen had a satisfied smile on his face. No surprises. This martial art also greatly improves Arlen's strength. It can be said that this is a killer move. With Arlen's current strength, which is more than 1,000 pounds, who can block his sword? This double explosive force is unstoppable. A life-saving move. This is not an exaggeration at all. Protective inner armor. Arlen took out the inner armor again. It fell into my hand and turned out to be a piece of soft armor, but the material doesn't seem to be ordinary iron. It seems to be woven from an unknown material. Arlen drew his knife and slashed. There was no damage to the inner armor, not even a mark. This inner armor protects the upper body. That's possible. If you wear it inside the armor, even if the arrow breaks through the outer armor, it can't hurt the inside. Nice one, Arlen sighed. Then, without any hesitation, he took off his blood-stained outer armor, took off his military uniform, and put on the inner armor. On this battlefield, Arlen naturally valued his life very much. Even if you climb up, even if you have powerful attributes and can defeat hundreds or thousands of people, you only have one life. In this era, there are crossbows, ballistae, and even cannons. Arlen does not think that he is invincible. He is still far from it after putting on the inner armor. Arlen also felt safer, very satisfied. Attribute panel. Arlen called out in his heart, into the eye. Host. Arlen age. 14 years old, strength. 1,145 points. 1 point corresponds to 1 pound of force. Speed. 1,023 points, 10 times faster than an average person. Constitution. 932 points, 9 times stronger than an average person's constitution. The stronger the constitution, the stronger the defense, and the faster the recovery from injury. Endurance. 912 points, 9 times more endurance than an average person. The higher the endurance, the more energy and stamina one has. Spirit. 923 points. The higher the spirit, the clearer the mind. Lifespan. 88 years and 3,956 days. Storage space. 9 cubic meters. I will be so grateful. Kisses. Really? Compared to searching corpses, killing the enemy is faster. All attributes are about to break 1,000. Just wait for the next big battle. I've gained more than 10 years of life. I could have lived to be 88, but now I've extended my life by more than 10 years. Immortality is no longer a dream. No matter who it is, no one can outlast me in terms of endurance, not even that old bastard Hawkins Leland from the Three Kingdoms period. The future is promising. Arlen thought happily in his heart. Looking at his attribute panel, this is the actual embodiment of the results of killing enemies and picking up the results of battle. Come back to your senses. Arlen stood up slowly. He was surrounded by many of his comrades who were sleeping on their horses. After many days of retreat and fighting, every soldier was very tired. After all, they did not have the endurance like Arlen. Hopefully, everyone can go home. Arlen glanced around in the night and thought secretly in his heart. Then he slowly walked to the rear to patrol and keep watch. Vaping Prefecture, Sydney family, father. Anson walked quickly into the lobby with a grim look on his face. You haven't found anyone yet? Sylvan looked at Anson and frowned. That slave girl has already left and Arlen's housekeeper is also missing. It seems that he went to find Arlen. Anson snorted coldly. It's true that girls cannot be kept at home when they grow up. A hint of anger appeared on Sylvan's old face. Father. We shouldn't have adopted this bitch in the first place. My Sydney family raised her, but she turned against us. Anson was also a little angry, but as soon as the words fell, Sylvan immediately glared at Anson. Anson's face changed and he was a little scared. My son is talking too much. All right, don't talk about this anymore. Since she wants to go find it, then let her go find it. Daning Mansion is so big she can't find it just by looking for it. And if he dies outside, it will have nothing to do with my Sydney family. Have you found out any news about Arlen? Sylvan asked in a deep voice. Anson immediately said, Dad, there is good news. The Daning Prefecture army has started fighting against the Tartars in the northern border, and the northern Yuan dynasty seems to be involved as well. My Sydney family's caravan has received a lot of military supplies to be transported to Daning. It is said that the border troops of Daning Prefecture have already taken action. Arlen is just an ordinary person. He is neither good at literature nor martial arts. He will definitely die on the battlefield. Anson said with a sneer. Have you sent anyone? Sylvan asked cautiously. We have already sent people to Daning, and we have the detailed information of Arlen's place of origin when he joined the army. If he didn't die on the battlefield, my Sydney family has plenty of ways to kill him. Anson sneered. Be more thorough. Don't give people any excuses. Although he is just a young boy, it seems that grandmother Arlen had an extraordinary background. Even though she is dead, we still need to be cautious. Also, we must find a way to find Arlen's housekeeper and that girl. It would be best if they never come back. After all, that girl is also a hidden danger. If she is discovered, my Sydney family will be finished. Sylvan lowered his voice and said seriously. Anson nodded immediately. Don't worry, father, I understand this matter. How's the matter with the Rosalind family? It's been so long, have you reached an agreement? Sylvan asked with concern. It's settled. As long as the dowry is sufficient, you can marry into the family at any time. Anson said proudly. Yes. Sylvan's old face also showed joy. As long as my Sydney family and the Rosalind family are successfully married, then we will have a firm foothold in the Ming dynasty. We will be royal nobles, and my Sydney family will also be related to the royal family in the future. Father is still the best. My second and third sister are marrying off to the descendants of the Huexi nobles. Now my fourth sister is marrying off to the future crown princess's maternal family. My Sydney family has dual marriages, so we will always stand tall in the Ming dynasty and become the richest family in the Ming dynasty. Anson said with admiration, "This is also why Arlen must die. For the long-term prosperity of our Sydney family, we must marry into a powerful clan. Our Sydney family's wealth is too large. If it weren't for our many beneficial exchanges with the nobles of Huexi over the years, we might have been swallowed up by those nobles without a drop left. Now, marrying into the Rosalind family is also to preserve the prosperity of our Sydney family. At the end of the day, everything is for the prosperity of the family. For this, anything can be sacrificed. In this world, no matter how rich you are just rich, but those people have power. In the face of power, what can they do no matter how rich they are? It's just a bunch of numbers." Sylvan said with a somewhat insightful tone, northern frontier Tatar territory, behind a low-lying mountain. Nearly 4,000 Ming cavalry were scattered on both sides, each of them was covered in blood, and each of them exuded a bloody smell. The leading general, holding a long sword, waited quietly. This time, several fast riders quickly crossed the low basin and came to Arlen. "Report to the Arlen. The Tartar cavalry is less than 4 miles away from our army and is approaching this place. According to the Tartars' marching speed, they will arrive within an incense stick of time." The scout flag reported loudly. "Very good." Arlen nodded and waved his hand, returned to the group. "I accept your orders." Several scouts quickly returned to the army. "Bros, this is the cemetery I prepared for these Tartar cavalrymen. This battle, once they arrive, will be their burial place. All officers and men obey orders. Divide into a 4,000 household battalion and form an offensive formation, hiding behind the mountains. Just wait until the Tartars fall into the trap, then shoot them with arrows." Arlen gave the order immediately. "I accept your orders." The soldiers quickly dispersed and hid on both sides of the mountain. The hiding place was extremely tricky as it happened to be on a slope. Here, it was an ambush site that Arlen had found after searching for some time. It was difficult to find in the northern border plains. The terrain was high, and there was also a low slope. Looking up from below, the presence of the Ming army could not be detected at all. And once they pass through this low-lying area and climb up, there will be no chance of retreat. This is the tomb Arlen chose for them, solved them. The Tatar cavalry was completely destroyed by Arlen, and they had no chance of pursuing Arlen. As long as their cavalry was destroyed, Arlen could come and go freely in their territory. This is the purpose of Arlen's ambush here. Arlen stood high at the entrance of the valley, holding a precious carved bow in his hand, staring straight ahead. Every soldier was holding a bow and arrow ready to fire. Everything is ready, just waiting for the Tartars to come to our door. These days, Arlen deliberately left traces while escaping, in order to lure them into the trap. I'm so grateful for these pursuing Tartars. They hated Arlen very much, and they hated the Ming army even more. After several days of trekking, Arlen fled with his soldiers, which left the Tartars with the impression that the Ming army had panicked and could only flee. This was also the idea that Arlen deliberately gave to the Tartars, making them pursue them recklessly. At last, less than 1 stick of incense, the low-lying areas of the mountains. I saw the Tatar commander leading 5,000 or 6,000 Tatar cavalry rushing and pursuing quickly. When I saw the valley ahead, they continued to pursue without any pause. Captain of 10,000 men. The terrain here is extremely low. Will the Ming army set an ambush here? While charging, a Tatar captain looked ahead worriedly. The Ming army has been chased by our warriors and has no choice but to flee. This place is still our territory. Not far ahead is our Red Flag tribe. I have sent a message to the Red Flag tribe, asking them to quickly send men to block the Ming army's retreat. If I don't destroy this group of Ming troops into pieces this time, I, Mainuha, will not be able to face the chieftain. My men, speed up the pursuit. We must annihilate this group of Ming troops. Kill! The Tatar commander roared. More than 6,000 Tatar cavalry swept in and quickly approached the valley entrance. The Ming army soldiers, hiding above all, clenched their bows and arrows, their eyes filled with murderous intent. At this moment, they were all waiting for Arlen's signal. As soon as Arlen released his arrow, a rain of arrows began to fall. Only. Arlen was not in a hurry, he just stared and watched these Tartars fall into the trap quietly. You are the one. Wherever Arlen looked, he saw the Tatar Central Army's battle flag. Under that battle flag, a Tatar general in iron armor caught Arlen's eye. It is very easy to distinguish the identities of Tatar generals and soldiers, especially when standing on a high place. It is clear at a glance. Arlen pulled the precious carved bow and placed an arrow on the bowstring. As Arlen exerted force, the bowstring was easily pulled open. Most of the Tatar cavalry had already climbed into the valley. Die! Arlen shouted coldly in his heart. Whoosh! The arrow on the precious carved bow flew out and shot towards the Tatar commander below. It was just a flash of lightning. The Tatar was still charging forward, but suddenly, there was a pop. The sharp arrow instantly pierced through the chest of the Tatar commander, and the powerful force even blew him away. Puff! He fell hard to the ground, without waiting for the Tatar soldiers to come to their senses. The body of this Tatar commander was trampled under the hooves of his companions' horses. Kill the Tatar commander and pick up 100 points of all attributes. The panel prompts, as Arlen shot an arrow through the air. Almost instantly, the Ming soldiers who had been ready for battle also shot arrows madly below. A volley of arrows was fired. For an instant, large groups of Tatar cavalry were shot off their horses by arrows. Moreover, under Arlen's prior order, they attacked the Tatar rear army with arrows, using their corpses and the corpses of their horses to prevent them from escaping. The 1st, 2nd, and 4,000th Battalion follow me to kill. The 5,000th Battalion occupied the high ground and launched an arrow attack. Kill! Arlen shouted, riding the horse. He held a long knife and charged directly towards the Tartars below. Follow the Arlen until death. Kill! 3 captains and 1 deputy captain led their soldiers to immediately chase Arlen and kill him without any hesitation. Following Arlen, they had also experienced many great battles. Now they had a tacit understanding and only needed to follow their Arlen and charge into battle, and in a high place. Nearly 1,000 Ming soldiers dismounted and shot arrows crazily at the Tatar rear with bows in hand. The arrows rained down like rain and they were still on high ground. Arlen in particular shot and killed their captain with 1 arrow. The Tatar army was in complete chaos, unable to charge or retreat, and was in a very embarrassing situation. At this moment, the Tatars were in complete chaos. The Ming army set an ambush here. We've been ambushed by the Ming army. Retreat, retreat quickly. Don't panic. Our retreat is blocked. We can't retreat. We have no choice but to charge forward. My men, don't panic. Follow me and fight. The Red Flag tribe has sent reinforcements. We can survive by fighting our way out. Kill them. The Tatar cavalry were in chaos, faced with the arrows falling from their heads and their companions falling off their horses from time to time. Panic spread. They did not even see any trace of the Ming army, only dense arrows coming at them. This time, right in front of the Tatar army. Kill! Arlen led his army to attack. He raised his hand and swept it across with the knife. Several Tartars were killed and blood was spilled. Kill the Tatar cavalry and pick up 20 points of strength. Kill the Tatar cavalry and pick up 20 points of physical fitness. Kill the Tatar cavalry and gain 50 life spends. Kill enemies and pick up attributes. The panel prompts remain the same. After every major battle, Arlen's strength would become stronger, so this attack would naturally be more ferocious. As always, Arlen rushed to the front alone. Even though there were thousands of Tartars in front of him, Arlen was not afraid at all and rushed forward madly. Today, Arlen wanted to completely destroy the Tatar cavalry. Today, Pericles Yingyao needs to break through 1,000 points in all his attributes so that he can be more at ease on the battlefield in the future. Kill! Kill! The shouts and cries of killing resounded throughout the mountains. In this foreign land, the style of the Ming dynasty soldiers was displayed. Rush ahead, kill. This battle was an ambush. Compared with the previous head-on confrontation, the results are naturally different. The enemy was defeated more easily, and the enemy troops without command were unable to compete with the Ming soldiers. Time lasts. Arlen rushed forward madly, and thousands of Ming soldiers followed Arlen and continued to kill the Tartars madly. Nearly 1,000 soldiers occupying the high ground also raised their bows and arrows and shot at the Tartars. The time, place, and people are favorable. This time it was completely occupied by the Ming army. Just over an hour later, the war has come to an end. Forgive me. Do not kill me. Spare my life. I surrender. Spare my life. Now, the Tartars, numbering less than 100, were surrounded and begged for mercy in fear. There were still many people struggling among the pile of corpses trying to survive. Arlen took a quick look and said coldly, "Leave no one alive." The voice fell. Without any hesitation, the Ming soldiers rushed forward and directly dealt with the remaining Tartars. Arlen. Only less than 700 to 800 people escaped, and the rest of the Tartars were destroyed. Percy came quickly and reported excitedly. The soldiers around him were also very excited, and they looked at Arlen with deep admiration. It has been more than 10 days since we entered this exotic hinterland in the northern border. They were like a knife stabbing into the heart of the Tartars, and after this battle they wiped out the Tartars, remaining tens of thousands of cavalry. Such a great achievement, such a result. They stayed without even thinking about it, and all this was achieved under Arlen's leadership. I hope all the brothers can be reunited and stay healthy. I wish all the brothers a prosperous new year. Where are the 1,000 households? Arlen shouted loudly. The mark is on. 3 captains and 1 deputy captain immediately rode up on horseback, saluted with fists, and looked at Arlen fanatically. Old rules. First, treat the wounded and count the casualties. Gather all the Tartar war horses and take them away. The 5,000th Battalion is on guard on the mountain. This place is close to a Tartar tribe. Even without cavalry, they can arrive quickly. Clean up the battlefield, finish off these Tartars, and leave no one alive. Arlen gave the instructions immediately. I accept your orders. The 4 of them responded loudly and immediately went to carry out the mission. Arlen looked around, seeing the corpses strewn all over the place, and then shouted, "Brothers, after today our situation in this northern border will be much better. We have completely annihilated the Tartar cavalry. From now on, our Ming cavalry can come and go freely in the Tartar territory in the northern border." The words fell. Every soldier was extremely excited. They all looked at Arlen with great enthusiasm. Defending Kamui, defending Kamui. I am willing to follow the Arlen until death, follow till death. Thousands of soldiers shouted loudly, extremely excited and enthusiastic. Just as Arlen said, after today, in this Tartar territory, in this northern border, the thousands of cavalrymen under Arlen's command can move freely, and the danger is much less than before. In this plain, it is impossible for the infantry to catch up with the cavalry. Arlen could easily lead his cavalry to engage in guerrilla warfare and harassment. Without their cavalry, the Tartars could only watch helplessly. It can be said that the layout over the past few days has finally been completed. Arlen, this time our army has completely wiped out the Tartar cavalry and won a great victory. Should we use carrier pigeons to send a message to the commander? Marvin asked at the right time. Arlen thought for a moment and said, "We'll report back after we've counted the casualties." "I obey your command." Marvin responded immediately. For Marvin, he was even more grateful for his original decision. He gave up the position of a centurion and became the chief of the personal guard under Arlen. Although it seemed that his official position had declined, his status was actually higher. Previously, Arlen was a captain, and now he is the acting Arlen commander. But after experiencing this war, everyone knew that as long as Arlen returned, he would at least be assigned the position of Arlen commander, which was a real great achievement. The Arlen commander could form a team of 100 personal guards. Unknowingly, Marvin was able to obtain the status of a centurion again. And Arlen has a bright future. He was extremely brave on the battlefield and was good at commanding troops. By following Arlen, Marvin will obviously achieve the achievements that were once out of reach. Of course, in the future, Marvin will be even more grateful for his decision to follow Arlen. All attributes have exceeded 1,000. Come back to your senses. A look of joy appeared on Arlen's face. Congratulations to the host for breaking through 1,000 points in all attributes. You will be rewarded with a first-level treasure chest. A prompt appeared on the panel. In the previous process of killing the enemy, Arlen's overall attributes were originally above 900 points, so this time, killing the enemy was naturally a piece of cake. Attribute panel. Arlen immediately summoned his attribute panel into the eye. Host, Arlen age, 14 years old, internal breath, 0. The warrior's internal breath, the higher the value, the stronger the internal breath. Strength, 1,445 points, 1 point, corresponds to 1 pound of force. Speed, 1,323 points, 13 times faster than average person. Constitution, 1,062 points. Physical fitness, 10 times greater than that of an ordinary person. The stronger the constitution, the stronger the defense, and the faster the recovery from injury. Endurance, 1032 points, 10 times more endurance than ordinary people. The higher the endurance, the more energy and stamina you have. Spirit, 1023 points, the higher the spirit, the clearer the mind. Lifespan, 88 years and 5,956 days. Storage space, 19 cubic meters. Gongfa, horizontal training. There is one more internal breath, the warrior's inner breath. It seems that the increase in my overall attributes is indeed a step-by-step transformation. Attribute points exceed 1,000. First level treasure chest. Looking at his attribute panel, Arlen smiled. Having lived 2 lives, how could Arlen not know about internal energy? After all, he had read quite a few novels in his previous life. After the internal breath, the next thing should be the true Kai, right? Maybe that's what a real warrior is, of course. Arlen couldn't think that far ahead now, so he just had to take things one step at a time. So many corpses, pick up their attributes. Come back to your senses. Arlen was not in a hurry to open this level of treasure chest. Now the best way is to pick up attributes. Mosquitoes are meat no matter how small they are. Arlen turned over and dismounted. Walked towards the corpses scattered on the ground. Crouch down and touch. Pick up 1 point of strength. The panel prompts. Arlen held the knife and continued to touch. Let's follow the Arlen to clean up and not let these damn Tartars escape. Marvin shouted immediately. Yes. The bodyguards also dismounted and stabbed the Tartar corpses on the ground with their knives. Pick up 1 point of speed. Pick up 5 days of life. Pick up 1 point of constitution. Pick up 1 point of stamina. He touched more than a dozen corpses in succession, picking up some attributes from each of them. This also made Arlen a little confused. The maximum attribute points you could get from picking up corpses before were 5, but this time they were all reduced to. Could it be because all my attributes have transformed to over 1,000? No wonder the attributes I picked up from killing enemies before were no longer 20 points. They all became 10 points. My feelings are also due to the increase in all my attributes. Arlen then seemed to understand. This should be because you have reached a high level and you no longer lose experience when killing monsters. Of course. For Arlen, all he needs to do is pick up attribute points. Getting stronger step by step. Arlen is not that greedy. There are corpses all over the place. Arlen also took the opportunity to touch it and pick up the attributes. Pick up 1 point of strength. Pick up 1 point of speed. Pick up 1 point of internal energy. Pick up 1 point of internal energy. Pick up 1 point of internal energy. At this time, Arlen saw a new attribute, internal energy, for the first time, with the blessing of some internal energy attributes on the body. Arlen could clearly feel a warm current appearing in his lower abdomen, where the dantian was located, wandering around the dantian, and then flowing into the meridians. It's really internal energy. I can still mobilize it. The warrior's inner breath. Is this the first step to becoming a warrior? A look of joy appeared on Arlen's face. Although the few bits of internal energy he picked up were weak, Arlen could feel it clearly. Arlen didn't think much about it and continued to pick up attributes at a faster pace. Pick up 1 point of internal energy. Pick up 1 point of strength. Pick up 5 days of life. Pick up 1 point of internal energy. Pick it up. Arlen would naturally not miss such an opportunity, of course, while picking up. Arlen also put the arrows around these Tartars into the storage space. As all attributes exceeded 1,000 points, the storage space also increased by 10 cubic meters. Arlen naturally needed to enrich it. Thank you. Please read, recommend, and vote for me. I wish you all success in the new year. The capital of the Ming Dynasty, Yingshan City. As the capital of the Ming Dynasty, it integrates economy, trade, power, and population. In this era, it is definitely one of the most prosperous cities in the world. Among the people, everyone knows that Emperor Hongwu hated evil and had a deep hatred for corrupt officials. The Yingshan city under his feet as an emperor naturally developed very well. Inside and outside the city, people come and go in an endless stream. There were caravans entering the city, as well as officials from various prefectures of the Ming Dynasty. It can be said, Yingshan city is bustling with people every day. The places entering the city are extremely lively. Now, I saw a cavalryman carrying a command flag and galloping towards Yingshan city. See this quick ride coming. The Kyoto army guarding the city gate immediately opened up a separate passage without any obstruction. This has been the case throughout the dynasties. Border control and local military affairs are urgent, and no one is allowed to hinder them. No one, whether local officials or bandits, dared to hinder it. Because major events that can be reported by messengers are national affairs, that affect the people of the entire country. Anyone who dares to intercept and kill the messenger will be guilty of the crime of exterminating all 9 generations of his family. Ancient Palace, Hall of Chinese letter / Heaven Serving Hall. It was still a solemn and dignified scene, with civil and military officials standing separately, all wearing red official robes. Crown Prince Zachary still stood majestically on the stairs, with an extraordinary bearing and full of majesty. Compared to Evander, who looked a bit old, Zachary was young and energetic and more majestic. Let's start playing, Your Majesty. Allocated through the Ministry of Revenue from the National Treasury and from the treasuries of various prefectures. The first batch of food and supplies has been delivered to Daning Prefecture, which is enough to support our Ming Dynasty's 200,000 soldiers for half a year. Ragnar stood up and reported loudly. Thank you for your hard work, Donovan Brooks. Subsequent allocation of food and supplies must not be delayed. Evander nodded with satisfaction. I obey your order. Ragnar accepted the order respectfully and retreated. Let's start playing, Your Majesty. Report to all prefectures that troops must be mobilized. All the troops mobilized have been transferred to Daning Prefecture. Tobin has personally arrived in Daning to take over military command. I believe they are now planning to attack and destroy Nahatchu. Lester said respectfully. Tobin is personally leading the troops, and Rufus and the others are his deputies. Nahatch is not a big threat. Evander nodded. All the generals in Huaxi are brave and capable of commanding troops. Although he is arrogant, he is definitely the best at fighting. Father, troops and food supplies from various prefectures have arrived. Battlefield matters are unpredictable. Aside from food and supplies, it's best for the court not to interfere too much. This time, Your Majesty, just wait for good news. Zachary said with a smile. Boss, do you think we have the time for that? With Tobin here, we have nothing to worry about. Nahatchu Baiyuan, we don't take them seriously. Today's Ming Dynasty is not the newly established Ming Dynasty, and the Northern Yuan Dynasty is not the Yuan Dynasty of the past. Evander said with a smile. Your Majesty is wise. Zachary immediately agreed with a smile. This time, report. Daning Prefecture military report, presented to the Emperor. The urgent messenger ran into the hall and bowed respectfully. The eyes of all the civil and military officials in the court immediately converged. It seems that Tobin is going to report to our father about mobilizing troops. Zachary said with a smile. Your Majesty, please read it. The urgent messenger took the military report from his back and handed it over respectfully. The eunuch serving Evander immediately walked down from the hall and held up the military newspaper with both hands. He handed it to Evander respectfully. Evander smiled, took the military newspaper in his hand, opened it. Immediately a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Arlen, it's this Arlen again. Evander couldn't help but speak out, not loud, but it resounded throughout the hall. Of Chinese letter / Heaven Serving Hall. Hear the name. Many ministers were stunned and looked at Evander in confusion. There were also many ministers who remembered Arlen's name and looked thoughtful. Arlen. Isn't this the brave soldier from the Daning border army who killed 100 men a month ago? Could it be that he has accomplished some military exploits again? It should be. If he had not made great contributions, brave soldier would not have repeatedly entered the hall of Chinese letter / Heaven Serving Hall and been known by the Emperor. It seems that this military achievement is not small. This time, Tobin has taken over the military power of the northern border. Any urgent report needs to be approved by Tobin before it can be submitted. This military achievement must be very large. Arlen, it's rare for you to appear in Hall of Chinese letter / Heaven Serving Hall as a soldier again. Many people in the hall who remembered Arlen's name were even more curious. Of course, the vast majority of people don't take it seriously at all. After all, the officials in the Hall of Chinese letter / Heaven Serving Hall are all powerful people in the Ming Empire. A brave soldier who kills the enemy is not worth mentioning in front of their power. Even if he becomes a commander in the northern border and holds a higher official position, he is still not worth mentioning in front of them as officials in the capital. Boss, my Ming Dynasty really needs to produce a capable general. Evander held the military newspaper in his hand and said to Zachary with a happy face, It makes you, father, so happy. It seems that Arlen has made great military achievements for our Ming Dynasty. Zachary said with a smile, Gawain, read it to us. Let all the civil and military officials in the court hear that our Ming dynasty has produced another brave general. Evander laughed loudly and handed the military report in his hand directly to the eunuch beside him. Yes, Eunuch Yunki respectfully took the military report. And he walked to the front of the stairs, faced the entire court, and read aloud. Your Highness Taban reports to the Emperor, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Now, I have arrived at Huizhou City in Daning Prefecture. The troops mobilized from various prefectures have now arrived at Huizhou City, totaling 230,000 troops. When we were in Huizhou City, Nahachu of the Yuan court has sent tens of thousands of Yuan troops to attack the city. Fortunately, the Daning border troops have sworn to defend it to the death, preventing the Yuan army from breaking through. Now, our main force has arrived. The Yuan army has already retreated from Huizhou City and switched from offense to defense. I have prepared a counterattack at a chosen date to annihilate Nahachu. The fact that Daning Prefecture was able to withstand the Yuan army's fierce attacks for many days without being defeated is a credit to the Daning border troops. Among them there is a capable general named Arlen. When the main army was still half a month away, and the Yuan court had already dispatched troops, the Daning border was in danger, and the Jianzhou Tartars were assisting the Yuan court. The Daning Prefecture's 50,000 border troops was simply unable to defend it. Therefore, when 20,000 border troops from our Daning Prefecture entered the northern border, Arlen proposed a strategy of dividing his forces to delay the attack. On the one hand, he dispersed his vast army to attack the Yuan court's control of Liaodong, while on the other hand, he led 4,000 cavalry to attack the Jianzhou Tartar tribe, thus holding them back and preventing them from rushing to the Yuan court's aid. To this day, Arlen has been leading his army in a foreign land for nearly a month. In his first battle, he defeated the Tartar Blue Banner tribe and beheaded tens of thousands of them. In the ensuing battle, Arlen led his army to annihilate all the Tartar cavalry. The entire Jianzhou Tartar clan was attacked by Arlen's army and completely pinned down, no longer supporting the Yuan court. In recent months of fierce fighting, Arlen led 4,000 cavalrymen to remain isolated in a foreign land in the northern border. Now, he still has over 3,200 troops. Less than 1,000 men died in battle, but the Tartars captured tens of thousands of spoils. This is a victory for our Great Ming and a joy for the Great Ming. I, in accordance with the Great Ming's military merit system, have appointed Caleb Arlen as the Arlen commander and have awarded him 100 gold coins. Your Majesty, please be informed. That's it. Gawain's reading stopped and he had finished reading. Hearing the battle report and the results, the expressions of many ministers in the court who had been calm before also changed. He led 4,000 troops deep into enemy territory, and not only did he survive, but even out of the 4,000 troops, only less than 1,000 were killed in battle. How can this be? Even if the Jianzhou Tartars are weak, they are still a people of 1 million, with every citizen a soldier, and a force of nearly 100,000. Yet they were slaughtered like this by Arlen and had no way to respond. Are the Tartars too stupid, or is Arlen too skilled in military tactics? It's a small tribe. Even if they have a horse farm, their cavalry is no more than 20,000. The previous battle report mentioned that the Daning border troops defeated their 10,000 cavalry after entering their territory, and our Ming dynasty also seized a large number of war horses. Now Arlen has once again led his army to annihilate tens of thousands of Tartar cavalrymen, which can be regarded as completely cutting off the Jianzhou Tartar cavalry. What a trick! What a powerful person! First, destroy the Tartar cavalry. This way the Tartars will lose their cavalry strength, and he can lead his cavalry to gallop across foreign lands, leaving the Tartars helpless. How on earth did he do that? How could such a small force be able to annihilate the Tartar cavalry? Which outnumbers them several times. This is simply impossible. Yes, in a foreign land on the enemy's home turf, Arlen was able to annihilate the enemy army with 4,000 troops and more than 3,000 remaining. I can't imagine how he did it. This boy is extraordinary. With such a result, it also shocked many ministers, of course. Especially for the many military officials in the court. Boss, what do you think of Arlen? Evander smiled and looked at Zachary. From this point of view, he is indeed a brave general of our Ming dynasty, and now he is a leader among the new generation of generals of our Ming dynasty. Zachary replied with a smile. As soon as these words fell, all the officials in the court looked at him sideways. No doubt, Zachary's words seemed casual, but they actually implied another meaning. In today's Ming dynasty, Huexi is still the most important people in the army and has a great influence. Under the imperial power, a situation of monopoly by one family is not allowed, so there have always been many promotions of generals outside Huexi, but in terms of actual combat and command of troops, they are somewhat unsatisfactory. However, what Zachary said this time revealed that he had great expectations for Arlen. Evander laughed loudly. Then he said, Zachariah is right. Among the younger generation, Arlen is indeed quite good. After receiving Evander's high praise, all the civil and military officials in the court understood the thoughts of Evander and his son even more. Let's start playing, Your Majesty. Arlen, fearless of danger, ventured deep into the dangerous terrain to hold back the Tartars, thus preventing our Daning prefecture from being attacked from both sides. This is a great achievement. I believe that there should be a generous reward. Illy Warner, the Grand Secretary of the Huagai Palace, stepped forward and spoke loudly. I second the proposal. Xiaobei Pericles has made great contributions and deserves a reward. Putting yourself in a dangerous position, you not only delayed the enemy but also inflicted heavy damage. You have achieved a great harvest and deserve a generous reward. I second the proposal. With Li speaking out, many ministers in the court who were observing the situation also agreed. After all, this was also what Evander and his son were thinking. And Huexi's prestige in the army is extremely high, and many in the court are wary of him. In short, complying with the emperor's will is the best way. Zachariah, how do you think we should reward Arlen? Evander looked at Zachary and asked with a smile. Obviously, Evander is now old, and every step he takes is to pave the way for his son. I think so. Now that the war in Daning prefecture is still undecided, Arlen has been promoted from a soldier to a Arlen commander in the past half-year. This is already a great favor. The rich results of this battle are enough to show Arlen's courage and his heart for the country. The Arlen of Caleb is just one of the rewards. I think you should be conferred a higher title. Zachary smiled and said directly, as soon as these words fell. All the ministers in the court were shocked. Knighthood. Compared with official positions, this is even more rare. This is a status symbol. What title do you think Bayor should be awarded? Evander asked with a smile. He had no intention of objecting to Zachary's proposal. Arlen's name was mentioned twice in the hall of Chinese letter / heaven serving hall. Moreover, this time was different from the first time. This time it was the Taban, who personally submitted the report. It can be seen that Arlen's military achievements really impressed Taban, otherwise he would not have praised Arlen's military achievements so much in the military newspaper. I think you can be granted the hereditary title of County Man. Zachary smiled and then said in a firm tone. The words fell. Many officials in the court were shocked. A title, even the many ministers standing in the court did not have it because most of the titles were obtained through military merit, and it was difficult for civil officials to obtain titles. Except for those founding heroes and civil officials who had many titles, there were few civil officials who were awarded titles in this period. Of course, even those who were previously awarded titles are now buried in the earth and are no longer with us. County Mail. There is a title that still exists during the Hongwu period. Although it is the lowest title, its value is high because it is hereditary. In history, County Man, County Son. It only existed during the Hongwu period and was abolished afterwards because the titles above it, such as Earl, Marquis, and Duke, would become more honorable. The cancellation is also to show dignity more strongly. It can be said. If Arlen was really awarded this title this time, he would definitely have caught the last train. What do you think of what the prince has proposed? Evander smiled and looked around the court, said it was asking. But in fact, it has already been decided. He will definitely support Bayor's decision. Or Evander, since his wife and grandson passed away, the only relative in his heart was Zachary. Of course, the same was true for Pericles Changba. Evander had many sons, but Pericles Changba had only one son. The prince is wise. I second the proposal. Your Highness the Crown Prince is wise. The civil and military officials of the Manchu dynasty shouted one after another. No one had any objection to Zachary's decision. To oppose Zachary at this moment is to oppose the living devil in a high position. No one would be that stupid. Unless he doesn't want to live anymore, he will definitely offend the living devil above. In this way, practice. Arlen risked his own life, slew thousands of enemies, held back the enemy army, and rendered great service to the country. In addition to the additional reward of 100 gold for the position of Arlen Commander of Caleb, he will also be granted the title of Hereditary County Baron and an additional reward of 100 gold. Evander announced immediately. The Emperor's holy might. All the ministers shouted. The meeting dispersed. Inside Hall OF Chinese letter / Heaven Serving Hall, only Evander and his son Zachary were left. Boss. What do you think of this, Arlen? Evander asked with a smile. He is young and promising, brave and courageous, and he also has the ability to lead troops. He is indeed a talented person. Zachary replied with a smile. Ha. It seems that you have already paid attention to Arlen. Evander smiled. Father. After hearing Arlen's name for the first time, my son asked the Ministry of War to check his records. This boy is 16 years old and can indeed be called a young hero. Available. Our Ming army is strong, but as far as the country is concerned, except for Brother Killian Cornell who guards Yunnan, the rest are all based in Huixi. The Huixi generals are brave, but they are too arrogant. Dad has always wanted to suppress them and make the Huixi generals restrain their tempers, but it was ultimately useless. But our Ming dynasty has no choice but to use it. Son, I understand what you are thinking. Zachary said with a serious expression. Hear this. Evander smiled and said, I'm glad you understand, Zachariah. But, although the Huixi people are arrogant, they are indeed a good sword for the Ming dynasty and for you, Zachariah. If used well, they will become the strongest weapon in your hands. Of course, you haven't let me down. Although the Huixi generals are domineering, they still dare not act presumptuously in front of you. Zachariah, you already possess the majesty of an emperor. The aura of a king, enough to overwhelm others. These Huixi generals will be the swords in your hands in the future. Evander smiled and looked at his son with satisfaction and pride. If Arlen saw this moment, you will definitely feel some emotion. In history, if Zachary had not died of illness, the Huixi generals would still be able to survive, because they had been completely subdued by Zachary, and they did not dare to do anything to Zachary. Although he was domineering, Zachary was completely useful. As the crown prince with the most stable position in history, Zachary's stability was not only due to his natural advantages, but his own abilities were also key. But with the death of Zachary, Huixi came to an end completely. Because he saw that Roland was unable to subdue the Huixi generals, he killed them to smooth things over for future monarchs and avoid chaos. Dad, don't worry. Son will never let you down. Dad, you founded the Ming dynasty and restored the dignity of the Cornelius Chinese. Your son will definitely create greater glory for the Ming dynasty. Zachary said with a serious face. His imperial heart was not concealed at all, looking at Zachary, looking at his son. Evander had a kind face, without any of the majesty of an emperor. He looked like a loving father, pleased to see the recognition of his most outstanding son. Dad believes in you. Evander also said affirmatively. Rosalind family, lobby, father. The Sydney family has already sent the dowry. As expected of the rumor that he is the richest man in Ming dynasty, his family is indeed wealthy. Just for a concubine, they gave tens of thousands of gold, more than 100 boxes of money and jewelry, and 100 slaves as a dowry. Manfred Brightwater's eldest son Malcolm excitedly came to Manfred with a gift book. Since the dowry is generous, let's find a time to let this girl from the Sydney family marry into the family. Manfred said very calmly. As the Minister of Rights, he is also the father of the current crown prince's concubine. Manfred undoubtedly had a very high status in the court. Father, you want to invite some people to the mansion for a banquet? Malcolm asked. Just a concubine. No need to go to great lengths. Although the Sydney family is extremely wealthy, they are ultimately just a family of merchants. Letting the daughter of the Sydney family marry into my Rosalind family is already marrying above their station. Manfred said calmly. In this era, merchants are the lowest class. Even if they are extremely wealthy, they are still not looked down upon by officials. In fact, the status of merchants is even lower than that of workers and farmers. Businessmen value profit and will do anything to get it. The current Hongwu emperor is also dissatisfied with merchants, and naturally the same is true for the entire court. If it weren't for the Sydney family's immense wealth, Manfred would never have agreed to let his eldest son take a daughter from the Sydney family as a concubine. What my father said is absolutely true. Just a businessman. But since the Sydney family has sent such a large dowry, we should still give them some respect. There is no need for father to invite high officials from the court. I will find some relatives and friends to come to the mansion for a banquet. This will be considered as an answer to the Sydney family. Malcolm said with a smile. Kindness. Manfred nodded, then said, You are doing well now, you have grown up. This is how you should behave in official circles in the future. Be cautious. Now that your sister has taken charge of the internal affairs of the Eastern Palace, and Thornton Malachi is also deeply favored by the Crown Prince, what my Rosalind family has to do is to fully support your sister. Whether my Rosalind family can become the real first family of Ming Dynasty and the real royal family in the future depends on your sister, Manfred said earnestly. When he said these words, the ambition in Manfred's eyes was not concealed at all. Please rest assured, father. I understand, son. Malcolm said immediately. Besides, restrain your two younger brothers, they are not as sensible as you. Now is a critical moment for your sister. I don't want them to cause any trouble again. Manfred said sternly again. I understand, son. Malcolm nodded. Father. Who exactly is that Arlen in the imperial court today? How could he be so highly regarded by the emperor and the crown prince? He actually directly promised a hereditary county barony. You should know that even my father has never been given a title, Malcolm said somewhat indignantly. Manfred frowned and glared at Malcolm. The prince has decided, the emperor is so gracious, how can you be so presumptuous? Malcolm's face changed. He nodded repeatedly, slapped himself twice and said hurriedly, My son spoke out of turn. You are right that the emperor's intentions are not obvious to you, but this is a good thing for my Rosalind family. Manfred stroked his beard with a shrewd look on his face. Father, is there any hidden secret in this? Malcolm asked immediately. Who is the most capable general in our Ming dynasty? Manfred asked in return. Of course it's Huixi. Malcolm said immediately. The Huixi general is good at commanding troops and fighting, and has a very high prestige in the army. And Huixi is acting too recklessly. Everything that has happened over the years has displeased the emperor. If it weren't for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince suppressing it, perhaps Huixi would have been liquidated by the emperor long ago. Although Huixi is good at fighting, they are not good at hiding. You're showing off too much, Manfred sneered. Father means that the emperor intends to support generals outside Huixi in order to weaken Huixi's influence in the army. Malcolm also understood. Manfred nodded. That's right. The emperor holds the imperial power and governs the Ming dynasty. Naturally, he will not allow any one authority to dominate. The Huixi generals are the most powerful in the army and have their own followers. The emperor has long been fed up with this. The emperor has always been concerned about fostering new and sharp generals, but there haven't been any outstanding generals in recent years. After all, although the Ming dynasty has secured the Central Plains, the northern border, southern border, and Liaodong are still surrounded by powerful enemies, and the generals from Huixi are still needed to contribute. This Arlen is young and courageous, so he is naturally valued by the emperor and the crown prince. Maybe in the future I'll have the opportunity to become a general in the army, Manfred said with emotion. What you see will naturally be different depending on where you stand. That group in Huixi, especially Rufus, shows no respect to my sister at all. He also looked down on Thornton Malachi and kept calling him a bastard to his subordinates. The emperor is dissatisfied with Huixi, which is a good thing for us, Malcolm said with a smile. Just wait and see. The political situation is no longer what it used to be. We must be low-key and cautious. How much power did Dun Weiyang hold in the past? How many followers did he have? But in the end, it was all for nothing. Your sister is now sure of victory. Roland is also the eldest son of the crown prince. That position will definitely belong to Roland in the future. As long as we obey the emperor's will, my Rosalind family will prosper in the future. Manfred said slowly. Father is wise. Malcolm smiled and flattered him. Huizhou City. There were still many corpses in front of the city that had not been taken away in time. In addition to the arrows, there were also many marks left by artillery fire on the city wall. It can be seen that the previous attack by the Yuan army was also extremely fierce. Firearms, artillery, it has gradually emerged in this era, and it has been applied to the battlefield, especially siege battles. Among them, Evander knew the power of firearms and attached great importance to artillery, so he asked the Ministry of Works to devote all its efforts to its research and development. It can be said that this move is completely correct. General, the 50,000-strong Yuan army launched continuous fierce attacks. Our soldiers defended the city bravely, and the Yuan army could not capture the city. After the main force of our Ming army arrived, the Yuan army also got the news and quickly retreated. Abner respectfully reported to Tobin. The officers and soldiers of the Daning border army who defended Huzhu city have all made great contributions. Pass on my order. All merits will be recorded and they will be rewarded. Tobin said, this word, merit, is naturally reflected in the salary. I obey your command. Abner responded immediately. General, now that the army has arrived, isn't it time to send troops? A middle-aged general in armor looked at Tobin and asked, with a strong fighting spirit on his face. He was none other than Rufus, the most arrogant general in Huaxi and the Rufus. It's time to send troops. Now that the Yuan army knows that our army is coming, they are already afraid of it like a tiger. Our army should strike while the iron is hot and charge out directly. Duke Farrell Tristan spoke directly, which seemed very reckless to outsiders. Tobin glanced at the two men and then asked, has the army been reorganized? Reporting to the general. Everything has been sorted out. The 200,000-strong army will be divided into two parts. I and Rufus will each lead a part. Duke Arlen Maxim immediately replied with a fist salute. Send the general's order. The Yuan army's escape back to Liaodong was extremely hasty. Send 10,000 cavalrymen to pursue first and explore along the way. If you encounter the enemy, do not fight to the death and focus on exploration. Also, Rufus will lead his army to Liaodong. Tobin thought for a moment and gave the order immediately. I obey your command. Rufus's eyes lit up and he said immediately. As for General Smith, I will order you to lead your 100,000 troops to advance from the side. Nahachu is in charge of Liaodong. He has nearly 200,000 armored soldiers and at least 100 artillery pieces. We must not underestimate the enemy. Tobin said again, I obey your command. Maxim also accepted the order with pleasure. Go. Tobin waved his hand. Rufus and Maxim retreated from the city one after another. Nahachu occupied the Liaodong region and built many cities to protect Liaodong. Although our Ming dynasty is well prepared for this battle, it will definitely be a fierce battle. Tobin said slowly, with the bravery of our Ming soldiers, we can wipe out this Nahachu. Moreover, the general has brought 300 artillery pieces with the army this time. I don't believe the Yuan army can withstand so many artillery pieces. Abner said with a smile. Tobin nodded and said, first, investigate the details of the Yuan army and then make a plan for mobilizing troops. From my perspective, the Yuan army is now facing difficulties in attacking Daning, so they must have retreated to Kaiyuan City. Abner nodded. The general is wise, but Prefect Percival, the reason why Daning was able to hold on until the main force of our imperial army arrived was largely due to Arlen's contribution. If he had not held back the Jianzhou Tartars with only a few thousand cavalry, preventing them from joining forces with the Yuan army, it would have been impossible for the Daning border troops to hold out for nearly a month. Tobin spoke slowly, his tone full of praise for Arlen. I understand the general's intention, but Arlen is still in the north, and we told him to stay in the northern border to hold back the Tartars. He only needs to hold out until the main force of our imperial army arrives, and then his mission will be completed. And if he can't hold out anymore, he can withdraw at any time. I don't know what his situation is now. Abner said helplessly. Now we can only wait and see what Arlen plans to do. After all, the northern border is vast. Sending people to look for him is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Tobin also looked helpless. For Arlen, it can be said that he attaches great importance to it. As a military general and a founding father of the Ming dynasty, when he saw a young talent like Arlen, he naturally wanted to train him. This time, report. Your Highness, General. Urgent news has arrived from Yingshan. A personal guard came to Tobin. Bring it up. Tobin raised his hand. The commander of the personal guards immediately handed the urgent message in his hand to Raphael Shengyi. Tobin took it and looked at it, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Arlen, this time the Emperor and the Crown Prince have given you great respect. The Emperor has decreed that Arlen be granted the title of Hereditary County Baron. Tobin smiled and said to the generals on his left and right, as soon as these words fell. Abner was shocked and also surprised by the news. Hereditary County Man, this is a title. The Emperor is so kind. Abner was shocked. General, urgent report. The court's angels are now on the way. The commander of the personal guards immediately reported again. Kindness. Tobin nodded and smiled faintly. To be granted a title at the age of 16 is a first in the Ming dynasty. Northern Xinjiang. Jianzhou Tatar territory, a small tribe. Thousands of blood-stained Ming cavalry have surrounded the tribe. Thousands of Tatars in the tribe were gathered together. There are corpses everywhere around this tribe. Looking at these Ming soldiers, each of them had a quiver hanging on his back, a bow on his horse, and a long sword in his hand. Of course. They were covered in blood and had a pungent stench, like savages, but each of them exuded a kind of ferocity. Arlen has been leading these soldiers to this foreign land in the northern border for more than a month, and every day they have been raiding, killing, and fighting. It can be said, this time Arlen led them through a battle that had not been experienced in many years. Now the thousands of cavalrymen under Arlen's command can be called a true battle-hardened army. Arlen killed more than 500 enemies. Percy rode his horse to Arlen's side and reported respectfully. Arlen nodded. After being together for such a long time, many things do not need to be explained specifically. A look is enough. Arlen glanced at these Tartars who were terrified and full of hatred towards him and his soldiers, but he remained calm. That's what war is. There is no right or wrong. If the Tartars were allowed to invade the cities and villages of the Ming dynasty, their methods would be even more brutal. Having lived 2 lives, Arlen knew even better how cruel these Tartars were. Old rules. Anyone taller than the wheels will be beheaded. Arlen said coldly, "I accept your orders." Many soldiers started moving. "Turn over and dismount. Pull a car directly out of this tribe. Forgive me. We are just civilians. Please spare us. Please don't kill us." Follow closely. Naturally, there were waves of wailing and begging for mercy. But will Arlen care? Will these thousands of Ming dynasty soldiers care? No doubt. No one will pity them. The Tartar men were dragged out one by Arlen's soldiers and compared directly beside the wheels. As long as it is higher than the wheel, even just an inch, it will be cut. This is also the application of Ming dynasty's learning. After all, this was the way passed down by their northern border ethnic group. They treated countless Cornelius people in the same way in the past. They were even more cruel. After beheading the men who were taller than the wheels, they would also rape the women. Just for a moment. Hundreds more bodies were lying on the ground. Arlen took out a small packet of medicine powder from his arms and threw it to Marvin, who was standing beside him. "Yes." Marvin immediately accepted the order. He went straight to the water source of this small tribe and threw the powder directly into the water source. This was exactly the laxative that Arlen had gotten, and it was a very powerful one. "Withdraw," Arlen shouted. "I accept your orders." All the soldiers responded in unison and mounted their horses. Following Arlen's figure, he continued to gallop towards the north. Although their military strength was less than 3,000 people, the number of war horses they accompanied them reached nearly 10,000. These were the spoils of war won by Arlen and his soldiers, and also the capital for them to come and go freely in the Jianzhou Tatar territory. As the powder was added, the tribe was engulfed in flames that shot up into the sky. The Tatars' food and supplies were all burned by the Ming army, and everything that could not be taken away was destroyed. Less than half an hour had passed since Arlen and his soldiers left, tapping, at the location of the Tatar tribe that was originally slaughtered. Tens of thousands of Tatar troops swept in. Asshole, it's still too late. These damn Ming army bastards. Damn Arlen. Looking at the devastated and destroyed tribe, Agunu was filled with hatred. "General, this is the 15th tribe of our people that has been destroyed by the Ming army, and tens of thousands of our people have died tragically. If this continues, our tribe will suffer even greater losses. A Tartar general is also a man of hatred. What can we do now? Our cavalry has been annihilated by these damned Ming troops. We can't catch up with them at all. And now the Yuan dynasty has no reinforcements. The main force of the Ming army has already attacked the Yuan dynasty," another Tartar general said with great heaviness. Keep chasing. If I don't cut Arlen into pieces and kill all the Ming army, how can I, Agunu, face the chief of the tribe?" Agunu said, gritting his teeth. "Arlen, this is already the 15th Tartar tribe." Percy said with a big laugh. "Yes, following the order from the Arlen commander, I have already cut down the flags of 15 alien soldiers. The Arlen commander said that these are military achievements that will belong to the Ming dynasty in the future and cannot be wasted." Vincent also said with a big laugh, "Bros, we can't lose those severed ears. When we return to Ming dynasty, these will be your certificates of promotion and wealth." Todd also shouted, "Of course, Captain, I have already cut off the ears of more than 30 Tartars. I will be promoted and make a fortune." "Oh my God, Donovan C., you're such a strong guy." "I'm only 15. Hey, following the Arlen commander not only makes killing enemies satisfying, but also brings promotions and wealth. I'll follow the Arlen commander for the rest of my life. No matter where he goes, I'll go too. I've been in the army for 6 years, and I've never felt so good about killing as I did this time. These damn Tartars, they've invaded the Ming dynasty, they all deserve to die. Yes, I also swear to follow the Arlen until death. Guard brothers, follow me till death. Me too, follow till death. From now on, the Arlen commander must not abandon us. We all swear to follow him until death. The war horses galloped, and the cavalry charged. Forward! At this moment, these thousands of soldiers are still in a foreign and dangerous place. But every soldier maintained strong morale and had no fear. Every soldier here was completely convinced by Arlen and was full of fanaticism for him. Listen to what they say. Arlen also smiled and immediately replied loudly, "Thank you, brothers, for your trust. Since I, Arlen, have earned your trust, I will lead you to fight and show your might as a Ming soldier. As I said before, Arlen will not abandon any of my brothers. On the battlefield, Arlen will be the first to charge. Arlen will never hide behind my brothers and will never let any of them down. Follow the Arlen until death, follow till death." All the soldiers shouted enthusiastically. "It is good, bros, it's almost dark, keep charging for half an hour then rest." Arlen laughed loudly and spurred his horse to charge. Yes, many Ming army soldiers shouted enthusiastically. Time flies soon at night under night. There was no camping, only gathering around the campfire. There was no big fish or meat, only Arlen and his soldiers eating dry biscuits and water in front of the campfire. Count the time. We've been in this foreign land, in the northern border, for almost a month. The main force of our Ming army should have entered Daning. Our mission is accomplished. Arlen smiled and said to the captains and deputy captains around him, "Arlen, at first, I thought that staying in this foreign land with you would mean certain death. Now it's time to think wrongly. The Arlen commander has led us to create unprecedented achievements." Percy said excitedly and in awe, "Good. Your ability in commanding troops and your valor are truly admirable to me." The other 1,000 households also spoke up. Naturally, everyone respected Arlen from the bottom of their hearts. "Bros, before you return to the Ming dynasty, do you dare to do something big with me?" Arlen's face was slightly serious, but also with a kind of madness. Everyone looked at each other, then said, "We will follow the Arlen until death." Arlen took out the map from his arms, waved his hand, and everyone immediately gathered around. "I got this map from killing a Tartar general a while ago. Although it's not very detailed, it shows the locations of many Tartar tribes. The northern border is vast, and we've been completely lost for the past few months. Fortunately, we have this map as a guide. I've been leading the Tartar army in circles these days. It seems like we're attacking their tribes, but in fact, I'm trying to locate their clan headquarters. Now I almost know where their clan is." Arlen smiled, with a firm tone in his voice. "Arlen, are we going to attack the Tartar clan?" Todd's eyes lit up, so does everyone else. If they had just followed Pericle's Yingxi, they would definitely not believe it and would think that it was courting death. After all, it was too reckless for them to send troops to attack the clan's headquarters. But now, they would never think so, because their Arlen had led them through many battles, and they had returned victorious every time. They had absolute trust in Arlen. "How many Tartar tribes have we slaughtered during this period?" Arlen asked with a smile. "There are a total of 15, and I've written down all the bids." Marvin immediately interrupted. "Do you know why I attacked these Tartar tribes, and attacked continuously?" Arlen asked back while looking at everyone. All the generals were silent and thoughtful, but Todd quickly recovered and replied, "The Arlen is trying to attract the Tartars' attention and disperse their forces. First, they are searching for our army's whereabouts. Second, they are trying to encircle and suppress our army. And third, they will send troops to protect those small tribes. This will further disperse the Tartars' army, which already only has tens of thousands of people, and the tribe will be left without protection. Perhaps the Tartars believe that our army, with only a few thousand soldiers, would not dare to attack their clans and could only deal with their small tribes." Listen to Todd's words. Arlen smiled with satisfaction. Todd is worthy of being a famous general in history. He will also be a hero in the future Jingnan campaign. Now it seems that this is indeed the case. He has the ability to command troops. Arlen thought secretly in his heart, "Good." Just as Captain Farley said, "This is exactly why I led my army to attack the Tartar tribe." Arlen nodded and smiled. "Defense, what do we do next?" "Please give the order, our subordinates." "We will follow you till death." Everyone said immediately. Arlen's gaze fell again on the location of the Tatar clan court. We're supposed to be here now. Pericles Yingshu landed on the map, but this was only an approximate location. After all, this foreign land in the northern border is too vast, and thousands of people in it are like a group of ants. Arlen got lost many times when he led his army to charge, but fortunately he had war horses and the Tatar tribe as supplies, otherwise he really could not have held on. But as he dealt with these Tatar tribes while killing them, Arlen also relied on this map to barely figure out their location. As for the Tatar clan's home, it's right here. Less than 40 miles from our army. With our army's speed, we can reach it in an hour. I plan to approach the Tatar clan's court tonight under cover of darkness and launch a surprise attack before dawn. After I've routed through their clan, I'll kill whoever I can, rob whoever I can, and burn whoever I can. In short, I'll destroy everything I see. Just like when we first killed the Tatar tribe, we must not stop and must charge into their clan with all our might. Once we break out, we must charge directly eastwards and not go any further north. Of course, all the war horses we captured this time must be put to use. 10,000 horses galloping will surely have miraculous effects. Arlen sneered and explained the subsequent strategy to everyone. Listen to this. Everyone's eyes lit up. I obey your orders, everyone said in unison. Well, now that night has just fallen, we can rest for about 2 hours. Let the brothers rest well and recharge their energy. The same goes for you. Besides, tell the brothers that I will take them home after this battle is over. Arlen said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone said in unison. Then they all retreated to report Arlen's orders. Arlen also calmed down and lay directly on the ground, muttering in his heart. Attribute panel. Host. Arlen age. 14 years old, internal breath. 456 the warrior's internal breath. The higher the value, the stronger the internal breath. Strength. 1,685, 1 point corresponds to 1 pound of force. Speed, 1,523 points times, faster than an average person. Constitution. 1,362 points. Physical fitness, 13 times greater than that of an ordinary person. The stronger the constitution, the stronger the defense, and the faster the recovery from injury. Endurance, 1,332 points, 13 times more endurance than an average person. The higher the endurance, the more energy and stamina one has. Spirit, 1,263 points. The higher the spirit, the clearer the mind, the stronger the perception, and the ability to sense murderous intent within a kilometer radius. Lifespan, 112 years and 210 days. Storage space, 19 cubic meters. Gongfa, horizontal training. With this attribute, it really is possible to kill enemies quickly. I'm afraid even Xiang Blake wouldn't be able to withstand this punch, and it can also strengthen his internal energy. My lifespan was originally 88 years, but now it's 112. That's a full 24 years longer. Immortality isn't just a dream anymore. Looking at his attribute panel, Arlen was naturally very satisfied. After all of my attributes exceeded 1,000, my attributes have now seen another significant increase. Of course. The biggest increase is in life expectancy. As long as you keep picking up the pieces, immortality is not just a delusion. Correct. There are still treasure chests that haven't been opened. 1 ordinary treasure chest and 1 first-level treasure chest. Arlen came back to his senses. I remembered the treasure chest that I had forgotten all these days. Think of this. Arlen immediately became excited. Open all the treasure chests. Open all the treasure chests. Arlen gave the order immediately. Host's command, open all treasure chests. Open a normal treasure chest. Obtain the lower grade yellow rank blue rainbow sword. Open the first level treasure chest. Obtained a top grade Elmer grade heart protecting pill. The panel prompted. Blue rainbow sword, is it Winslow's sword? It's of good quality. The Elmer level upper grade is actually at such a high level. The entry level yellow grade is the lowest, followed by the Elmer level, the earth level, and the heaven level. He actually opened this Elmer level, top grade elixir. Heart protection pill, what's the use of this? Arlen immediately became interested. He immediately extracted the pill and took a look at its properties. Heart protecting pill, it can keep the dying person's heart pulses continuous, keeping their life force alive. They will fall into a deep sleep and gradually recover. That doesn't seem to be very helpful, but it also saves lives at critical moments. A Elmer level, top grade elixir is definitely a true immortal elixir in this world without cultivation. Looking at the properties of this heart protecting pill, Arlen thought secretly. Although it seemed to be of no great use to Arlen, its level was so high that it would definitely be beneficial to keep it, so he put it directly into the storage space. Blue rainbow sword. I'll keep the high-quality weapons for now. The 2 fine steel swords I have now are still enough. Arlen thought, Gianju Tatar clan. Agunu, this is the reward you gave to this clan leader. 15 tribes plus the previous few tribes, nearly 20 tribes were massacred by the Ming army. Countless members of the tribe were killed or wounded, and all their food, fodder, cattle, and sheep were burned and killed by the Ming army. Even their water sources were destroyed. Now my entire clan is in trouble. Tell this clan leader that this is the result of your victory for our clan. Hachu looked at Agunu, who was kneeling in the tent with an angry face. It's not just him. Many Tartar generals in the tent also glared at Agunu. Please forgive me, chief. Agunu knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, how do you want this clan leader to deal with you? This tribe leader has given you enough troops. I originally gave you more than 30,000 troops to guard the Blue Banner tribe, but with so many troops, you can't even defend the tribe. When the Ming army attacked, your 10,000 cavalrymen gave chase, but were completely wiped out. My people were left without any cavalry, and could only watch helplessly as my people were slaughtered by the Ming army. Tell me how this clan leader will deal with you. Ahachu stood up and pointed at Agunu angrily. Your subordinate is guilty of the death penalty. Agunu replied in a trembling voice. Yes, you deserve to die. So many of our clansmen died because of you. You don't regret dying. Ahachu pointed angrily. Clan leader, I deserve death, but please give me a chance, chief. If I don't kill Arlen and tear the Ming army into pieces, even I, the dead subordinate, will have no face to see those tragically killed people. Please give me a chance. Even if I am sentenced to death, I will avenge my people. Agunu had a determined look on his face, with a strong desire for revenge. Hear this? Ahachu's frown relaxed slightly. Then he said, how will you deal with these Ming troops? Our clan has no cavalry now. Even if we did, we only have the 2,000 personal cavalry guards around our clan leader. Please rest assured, chief. I have deployed all my forces. Every tribe has deployed its forces, and we have also deployed troops around the tribes. If they dare to attack our tribe, our 40,000 troops will be able to encircle them and capture them in one fell swoop. Even if they are cavalry, they can't break out. Agunu said very confidently. It is good. Hachu nodded. Then I will trust you once more. Thank you, Patriarch. I will never let you down. I will definitely offer Arlen's head to the Patriarch. Agunu bowed his head, full of excitement and a sense of surviving a disaster. At least this disaster is over. Arlen. How could there be such a general in the Ming dynasty? How much information have you found about him? Ahachu looked at a subordinate in the tent and asked, Clan leader. This Arlen is the general of the border army of Daning Prefecture in the Ming dynasty, but he is not a general of Daning Prefecture before. It seems that he rose to power suddenly. Judging from his surname Pericles, he might be a member of the Ming dynasty royal family. Otherwise it wouldn't be so powerful. The Tartar general who was being watched by Ahachu said immediately, Is this the information you found out? Ahachu said coldly, very unhappy. Clan leader, the Ming army is heavily guarded and it's difficult for our people to infiltrate. Most of the tribe members wear braids instead of hair, making it even harder to infiltrate. This information was sent by the Yuan dynasty. The Tartar general replied bitterly, In this Jianju Tatar ethnic group, there is a very obvious difference between them and the Cornelius people in the Central Plains. They have braids instead of hair. From the perspective of the Cornelius people in the Central Plains, it is indeed very funny. Now the main force of the Ming army has entered Daning Prefecture and is about to attack General Nahachu. I don't know how the Yuan dynasty will respond. Ahachu said with a worried look, Clan leader, General Nahachu has been urging our tribe to send troops to support us, but in the current situation our tribe seems powerless, said a general. My clan is loyal to the Yuan dynasty, so we must not offend them. Send this clan leader's order to tell General Nahachu to wait. Once the Ming army that has infiltrated our territory is dealt with, we will immediately send troops to support us. I, Ahachu Harding, will never betray the Yuan dynasty. Ahachu Harding said seriously, Yes, chief. A general responded immediately, Clan leader, now that the Ming kingdom has taken the initiative to attack the Yuan dynasty, perhaps our people have to think of a second way. A slightly hesitant general stood up and said. Hachu's expression changed and he immediately shouted, What do you mean? Do you want our clan leader to submit to the Ming dynasty? My subordinates dare not, but for the sake of the tribe's reproduction, please think twice, the general said respectfully. Don't say that again. My clan has already attached itself to the Yuan dynasty. You all know how powerful the Yuan dynasty is. If my clan betrays us, the Yuan dynasty will never let us go. Ahachu said coldly, with deep fear of the Yuan court in his eyes. Obviously, this is indeed true for a small tribe like his. The Yuan court was once the true overlord. Although the Ming dynasty drove the Yuan court out of the Central Plains, for the ethnic groups in the northern border, the Yuan court was still no bigger threat than it was. They have been completely subdued by the Yuan court, of course. Perhaps they also have their own self-righteous pride. In the past, when the Yuan court ruled the world, the Cornelius people were the most humble. Other ethnic groups were superior to the Cornelius people. The ethnic groups in the northern border more or less thought so. This is why the Hongwu Emperor Evander fought for the dignity of the Cornelius people and restored Cornelius power. Not only for Ahachu, but also for the entire Jianzhu Tatars. As a small tribe, they can only rely on the big tribe. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago in this northern border where the law of the jungle prevails. Compared with other Tatar tribes, the reason why the Jianzhu Tatars was stronger was because of the support of the Yuan court. Even though the Yuan court was weak, it was still the invincible Yuan court to his ethnic group. If they offended the Ming dynasty, his people could still move north and away from the Ming dynasty, but if they offended the Yuan court, they would have difficulty surviving in this northern border. As the patriarch of a tribe, the first thing to consider is the survival of the tribe, and the same is true for Ahachi. Gunu, this clan leader will give you one last chance. You must annihilate this invading Ming army. And Arlen, we must capture him. It would be best if we can capture him alive, but if not, we will tear him into pieces. Ahachu said coldly, I will never let the clan leader down. If we cannot annihilate Arlen and the Ming army this time, I am willing to die. Agunu promised immediately. The Ming army has cavalry strength. This clan leader will hand over the last 2,000 of our clan's personal cavalry to you. I hope you won't let this clan leader down. Ahachu waved his hand with determination. Now the Yuan court has repeatedly sent people to ask for help, asking you to send troops, and it would be a crime if you don't go. Therefore, we must get rid of this group of Ming troops. Under night, the Jianzhu Tatar clan was very peaceful, as the most prosperous tribe in its territory. It is also surrounded by multiple tribal groups, protecting the main tribe of the clan. The combined population of these tribes is tens of thousands. In other tribes, especially the tribe where Arlen led his army to attack, the Tatars had already deployed heavy troops. It was also a trap. They only needed to wait for Arlen to lead his army to attack their tribe again. Those deployed troops would immediately form a siege and deal with Arlen with their absolute military advantage. Although all the troops were used to deal with Arlen, however, there are still thousands of soldiers left behind in the tribal court. Outside the tribal court, many Tatar infantrymen are also patrolling under the cover of night, and the outposts are more complete than those of the Tatar tribes near the Ming dynasty. After all, they are a clan, so they are more vigilant, and it is less than 2 miles away from the tribe, under night. A ghostly army had already gathered, and was surrounded by thousands of war horses, but they were all scattered. Arlen, according to your order, the soldiers drove their horses and came in batches. The scouts reported that they did not alarm the defenders of the Tatar tribe. Percy reported to Arlen, very good. Arlen nodded, his gaze fixed on the clan home in the distance. Outside the tribal outpost, flames flickered, hundreds of watchtowers stood, and hundreds or even thousands of Tatar soldiers were patrolling outside. Are you all ready, brothers? Arlen asked seriously. Please rest assured we are ready. I have explained everything that needs to be explained to the brothers. Even if we die in this battle, we will have no regrets. The 1,000 households said one after another. Arlen nodded and picked up the precious carved bow. Drive the warhorse to charge the Tatar tribe. 10,000 horses charging together, a galloping force, is enough to destroy all the Tatar outposts. Our army will charge along with the war horses. Arlen said in a deep voice, I accept your orders. All the 1,000 households said in unison, wait until all the 1,000 households are ready and return to their respective camps. Arlen didn't hesitate at all and shouted, attack. Bros, kill, kill, the 1,000 households shouted loudly. Then, GGG, the soldiers roared and whipped the surrounding horses with whips. Suddenly, Waves of neighing of war horses rang out. Thousands of war horses galloped in an instant and rushed towards the Tatar court. Thousands of horses galloping, how magnificent it is. The entire night was shrouded in the sound of galloping war horses. Kill, Arlen shouted, charging forward with his sword in hand. I will follow the Arlen until death. Kill. All the soldiers shouted loudly and followed the galloping horses to charge towards the Tatar court, the location of the Tatar tribal court. The patrolling Tatar soldiers looked in panic in the direction of the galloping horses. Many Tatar soldiers on the sentry post were also awakened. Not good. Enemy attack. It's the Ming army, they are coming to kill us. They didn't attack my tribe, they attacked my clan's court. Quickly report to the clan leader. Arrange defense, quickly deploy defense. The Tatar soldiers screamed in panic. Now everyone is panicking. The Jianzhu Tatar clan, which had always been peaceful, was in chaos. But the Tatar soldiers stationed in the tribal court were also their elite troops, and they had also received training and combat methods taught by the Yuan court. The front line of the clan. The Tatar soldiers on the watchtowers raised their bows and arrows. The Tatars in the clan court also gathered together, preparing bows, arrows, and spears, and were extremely cautious. Fire arrows. When countless war horses rushed over, under the cover of night, all one could see were countless war horses charging towards them, just like tens of thousands of Ming Dynasty cavalry charging towards them. On the watchtower, inside the clan courtyard with the camp gates closed, the Tatar soldiers fired arrows like rain, madly shooting at the thousands of horses galloping in the dark night. Under a hail of arrows, many war horses were pierced by arrows, but they were not humans after all. After being shot by arrows, they let out painful neighs, but they could not stop and could only continue to charge forward with their companions. Just in the blink of an eye, thousands of horses galloped to the gate of the clan camp. Facing the watchtower and camp gate in front, the war horse was driven completely and rushed forward recklessly. Boom, boom, boom. There were bursts of crashing sounds. Many war horses were killed by crashing directly into the camp gate, causing it to collapse, and some also crashed into the fence. If it were a city wall, thousands of horses galloping would just be delivering food. But this is a Tatar tribe, a northern border tribe. How can their fences and camp gates be compared with city walls? Not good. This is the war horse driven by the Ming army. The fence is about to be breached and the camp gate will not hold. Not good. Countless Tatar soldiers inside let out cries of fear. Especially those Tatars who were blocking the camp gate, they were now bearing the impact of countless war horses. At last, the fences and gates of the Tatar tribe's court had reached their limit. Boom! The camp gate was directly broken through by countless war horses. Odd! The war horse stepped forward and trampled past. Countless Tatars screamed in pain as they were trampled to death by the war horses. The defense is truly wise. Gathering the war horses will not only allow for interchange, but will also strengthen our army's attack capability. 10,000 horses galloping, this is comparable to the charge of tens of thousands of soldiers. This battle, we must annihilate this Tatar clan without leaving a single survivor. Bros, kill. Seeing thousands of horses galloping and breaking through the Tatars' defenses, countless Ming soldiers roared excitedly. During the new book period, I will update twice a day without interruption. I will update more as soon as the book is released. This time we're storming the camp, unprecedented. Arlen had only 3,000-odd soldiers under his command. With these thousands of horses galloping, they exerted the might of an army of tens of thousands. Bros, fire arrows. Arlen shouted, holding a precious carved bow. Raise the range, shoot arrows at the Tatar tribe. Kill. The shouts of killing rose to the sky. Countless arrows flew into the sky accompanied by shouts of killing and were thrown towards the Tatar tribe. Under night, countless Tatars in the clan court fled in the face of the people, and the darkness was filled with murderous intent. Arrows fell like rain. Many fleeing Tatars were shot to death without any chance to react. The Tatar soldiers also seemed to be in great pain when facing this charging formation. The defense they formed was directly broken up by the galloping horses, and countless Tatars were trampled to death. Arlen led his soldiers into the Tatar court, follow the galloping horses and charge forward. Compared with the previous storming of the camp, this time it became much easier. Kill! Arlen shouted angrily. Looking at the Tatars fleeing everywhere, he slashed down wildly with the sword in his hand. With one blow of the sword, one or even several Tatars would die. Kill the Tartar soldiers, pick up 10 points of internal energy, and pick up 10 days of life. Kill the Tartar soldiers, pick up 10 points of strength, pick up 15 days of life. Kill the Tartar soldiers. The panel prompt sound continues. As Pericles Yinquin's attributes reached 1,000, although the attributes picked up from killing enemies decreased, he also gained a different attribute bonus. The lifespan attribute was already in addition to the attributes picked up from killing enemies. Every time he killed an enemy, he could pick up a certain amount of lifespan. Bros, stand by the old rules. Don't linger in the fight and head straight for the Tartar chieftain's tent. If we kill a few high-ranking Tartar officials and their leaders, that would be a real great achievement. Arlen roared loudly. After the galloping of thousands of horses, Arlen still led the charge. With 3,000 soldiers following behind him, he continued to charge forward as usual. Of course. The most powerful weapon in this attack was the galloping horses driven by the Ming soldiers. The frightened war horses charged like wild beasts, let alone tens of thousands of horses. The war horses rushed into the Tartar court, charging recklessly and bringing a slaughter comparable to the massacre of 10,000 troops. The entire tribe was in a state of misery and devastation, with constant wailing and screaming. In the clan court, the patriarch's tent, "What's the matter?" Ahachu suddenly woke up from the bed and looked outside the tent with horror. Such a loud noise, such a big movement, it's impossible for Ahab not to hear it. Clan leader, the Ming army attacked our clan's court. Please let the clan leader decide. One of the clan leader's personal guards quickly came to the outside of the tent and reported loudly. How is this possible? Aren't they in a tribe dozens of miles away? Why did you suddenly appear in my clan's court? Ahachu also looked a little panicked. Now, 95% of his clan's troops were deployed under Agunu to encircle and suppress Arlen, dozens of miles away from the clan headquarters, and they were all infantry. In order to allow Agunu to complete the encirclement, Ahachu even handed over the last 2,000 personal cavalry to Agunu. Now his tribe has only 5,000 or 6,000 armored soldiers. How can they resist? Clan leader, the Ming army. The Ming army rushed forward with thousands of horses. The number of troops may exceed 10,000. Please evacuate quickly, chief, otherwise it will be too late. The guard shouted. More than 10,000 soldiers. Ahachu's expression suddenly changed. Didn't Agunu say that the entire army only had a few thousand soldiers? Why are there tens of thousands? The Ming army that attacked our clan court this time definitely exceeded 10,000 or even more. Please evacuate quickly, chief, the guard shouted. Agunu, you misled me. Ahachu cursed angrily. He quickly stood up, picked up his sword, and ran out of the tent. Retreat, mobilize all the guards, retreat. Ahachu didn't dare to stay any longer and shouted immediately. But at the moment, for the Ming army, which was backed by thousands of galloping horses, it seemed too late for him to escape, where thousands of horses galloped past. A devastating mess. The tents of the Tartar tribe were not made of any bricks or stones and could not withstand the charge of thousands of horses. Under this momentum of thousands of horses galloping, there was no obstacle ahead, so Arlen led his soldiers to kill the panicked Tatars with swords. Set fire. If you can destroy it, destroy it. Arlen roared loudly. Follow Bay's orders carefully. Countless soldiers behind Arlen responded loudly. Afterwards, many soldiers took out the fire starters that had been prepared long ago, opened them, and threw them at the tents of the Tatar tribe. Time. In the Tartar court, flames shot up into the sky. It was just like the Tatar Blue Banner tribe that was destroyed by Arlen's army. Arlen led his troops to charge, killing the enemy and setting fire. It can be said that there is no scruples at all outside the clan's main tent. Ahachu ran out in a panic, and thousands of guards had gathered outside. This is also the last force left in the clan court. The others may have been dispersed by the Ming army's war horses. Clan leader. I have prepared the horses. Please mount the horses and evacuate immediately. The captain of the personal guards who was leading the group shouted loudly. Ahachu didn't say anything more and walked quickly towards the war horse. But suddenly, tread, tapping. The sound of countless footsteps and impacts could be heard. Ahachu looked towards the direction of the sound in panic. Suddenly his expression changed drastically. Hurry up and defend. Release the arrow. Eye-catching, countless war horses rushed forward like crazy. Face this situation. Thousands of Tatar guards around him raised their spears and surrounded Ahachu to defend him. At the same time, he quickly shot arrows at the charging warhorse. Looking at the thousands of them, they looked like a big formation. But in the face of these thousands of horses charging, the resistance they could get was minimal. because Arlen and thousands of Ming soldiers were driving them with all their might behind them. These uncontrolled war horses had no choice but to charge forward, rushing forward regardless of everything. Odd. I can't stop it. Protect the clan leader. Raise your shield. Take a torch. Quickly. Facing the charge of countless war horses, the area around the clan court was in a state of devastation and chaos. Countless Tatar soldiers were instantly blown away and trampled to death. His defense of thousands of people felt like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of the galloping horses. Wait until thousands of horses gallop past. There were screams. Countless Tatar soldiers fell to the ground and struggled in pain, but their horses continued to gallop and charge madly. Step by. There were only less than a few hundred soldiers left. Around Ahachu, holding shields and torches to block the way, barely saving his life from the galloping warhorse. After all, both war horses and wild beasts are still somewhat afraid of fire. Only, even though they barely managed to hold on and avoid the impact of thousands of horses charging. But after the 1,000 horses charged, their real crisis has arrived. Thank you very much. After the galloping horses, Arlen led 3,000 Ming cavalry to charge. Looking at the tight shield formation in front and the shouts around, even in this noisy environment, Arlen heard a key point. The Tartar leader is here. Arlen's eyes lit up. Hearing the voices of the Tartars around him shouting to protect the patriarch, Arlen understood everything. The greatest achievement of this attack on the camp is now. Think of this. Arlen glanced around. He immediately saw hundreds of Tartar guards holding torches and shields in front of them. And in the center of them was the only one who was not wearing leather armor but fur, and looked frightened. It was obvious at a glance that he was the Tartar chieftain. Bros, kill all the Tartars. Arlen shouted loudly. He rode his horse and charged forward. The fine steel sword in his hand is ready to strike. Quickly, kill him quickly. Ahachu looked at Arlen rushing towards him and shouted in fear. The Tartar guards at the front immediately rushed towards Arlen with spears in hand. Several long spears stabbed directly at Arlen. The spear restrains the cavalry. It is conceivable that the Tatar tribe is now really afraid of Pericles Yingru's ferocious tiger, and even his personal guards are equipped with spears. Facing these charging Tatar spearmen, Arlen was not afraid at all. The speed at which they rushed towards him seemed like slow motion in front of him. Arlen just slashed with his sword and the blade flashed coldly in the night. A knife was slashed out and the knife light cut through. The Tartar soldiers in front of him wailed and 6 or 7 heads flew into the air and their headless bodies flew backwards. Kill the Tartar soldiers, pick up 10 points of internal energy and pick up 10 days of life. Kill the Tartar soldiers, pick up 10 points of internal energy and pick up 15 days of life. Kill the Tartar soldiers. The panel prompts constantly. Pericles Yingzhen's horse kept charging forward. Looking at the hundreds of Tartar soldiers in front of him, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He licked his lips and stared directly at Ahachu, who was under protection. These were all his prey. Under night, Ahachu seemed to have also felt Arlen's bloodthirsty murderous intent, which made him tremble all over. Hurry up and kill him. Kill him for this clan leader. Ahachu pointed at Arlen and roared, "Superior, kill." Hundreds of Ahab's personal guards all held weapons and charged towards Arlen and the Ming cavalry just this moment. In their tribe's home ground, where the clan headquarters is located, the situation is difficult to attack or defend. Arlen was the first to charge out. Behind him were his personal guards and thousands of Ming soldiers also rushed forward to fight. "Kill!" Arlen shouted angrily, like a tiger descending the mountain. The long sword in his hand slashed wildly. Wild sword dance. The knife flashed in the night. With one slash of the sword, Arlen slashed out at a very fast speed, and one slash was more than 10 slashes. The dozen or so Tartar soldiers who rushed forward were almost instantly swallowed up by the sword light. Odd. There were screams. More than a dozen Tartar soldiers fell to the ground and died struggling in a pool of blood. Kill the Tartar soldiers and gain 10 points of internal energy. The panel prompts continuously. Arlen swung his sword continuously and his horse charged forward. The sword was swung. The Tartar soldiers were beheaded one after another. Arlen was like a killing god on earth, unstoppable, brave, and invincible. In this close combat, in this battle of cold weapons, Arlen could be said to be able to defeat 1,000 enemies. Follow Arlen to fight. The soldiers behind him did not hesitate at all, especially Arlen's personal guards, who looked anxious and could only ride their horses quickly to follow, swinging their swords to kill the enemy. as Arlen's personal guards. They admired their master's bravery and invincibility very much. But they were also very miserable because every time Arlen charged, they could not catch up. Their master was too brave and perhaps did not need their protection at all. Follow the Arlen. Kill all these damn Tartars. Kill. Percy, Julian, 3 captains, and Todd, a deputy captain, roared. Like Arlen, they led their troops to charge, brandishing their swords wildly, and just wanted to kill these Tartar soldiers. A feast of slaughter. When hundreds of Tartars faced thousands of Ming cavalry, their numbers were immediately reduced sharply. Arlen was the first to kill these Tartars. Was only a few feet away from Ahachu. When looking at Arlen rushing towards him with a knife, Ahachu gripped the sword tightly in his hand, fear in his eyes, as if he was deciding between fighting and not fighting. But seeing how brave Arlen was and how he dealt with his soldiers as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, he was filled with fear. No one is not afraid of death, and he, as the head of the clan, is no exception. Almost instantly, Ahachu immediately grabbed the reins and turned the horse around, trying to escape. Want to escape? You are my military achievement. How can I get promoted if I let you escape? Arlen sneered. He slapped the horse suddenly. The warhorse neighed and rushed out quickly. It seemed as if he sensed the murderous intent behind him. Ahachu's face suddenly changed. Looking back, he saw Arlen had already raised his sword and was slashing towards him at a rapid speed. Do not! Ahachu cried out in despair. Next moment, the blade slashed down. There was a click. As Ahachu came to his last consciousness, the world was spinning around him, and his head was chopped off. Arlen raised his hand and directly held Ahachu's head in his hand. Most people would avoid the bloody head, but Arlen was completely accustomed to it. He directly hung the head around his waist. This was a real military achievement. They attacked the Tartar clan and beheaded their clan leader. Even though the Jianzhou Tartars were only a small tribe with a population of no more than 1 million, they were still a tribe after all. Although such a feat could not compare to the real victory over the foreign races and the achievement of conquering the enemy, the fact that Arlen accomplished such a feat at such an age and with such a weak force was enough to inspire the entire Ming dynasty. Kill Ahachu, the chieftain of the Jianzhou Tartar tribe, and pick up 200 points of all attributes. You will be rewarded with a first-level treasure chest. With the successful killing of Ahachu, a prompt sound appeared on the panel, and the reward was distributed. Arlen looked at the Tartar soldiers around him who had been almost killed, and the Tartar civilians fleeing everywhere. Arlen raised his sword and shouted loudly, gathering his internal energy in his throat. His voice was like thunder in the night. Today, I, Arlen, will execute the chieftain of the Jianzhou Tartars to avenge your invasion of the Ming territory. Anyone who violates the might of our great Ming dynasty will be beheaded. Pericles Yingwei shouted loudly. The sound spread in all directions. It reached the ears of countless frightened Tartars. Hearing Arlen's words, it also destroyed the morale of the Tartars who were fleeing everywhere. The patriarch is dead. Arlen, a general of the Ming army, killed the clan leader. The patriarch is dead. My clan is finished. Countless Tartars were terrified. For them, Ahab was their king and their backbone. Now Ahab is dead. Their king is dead. This impact is huge. At this moment, Arlen's name completely penetrated the hearts of all the Tartars, making them afraid. Defending Kamui. Follow the Arlen until death. Kill. As Arlen killed Ahachu, thousands of soldiers behind him cheered excitedly. Such a result. This is more difficult than taking the head of a general among thousands of soldiers, but Arlen did it. He led them to charge into the Tartars' tribal court, killed countless Tartars with them, and even killed the Tartar leader with his own hands. How could they not be excited with such results, bros? Kill. Arlen did not delay any longer. Picked up his knife again and rushed forward shouting. Although the victory has been achieved, we still cannot stay here for long. We must evacuate quickly. Follow the Arlen until death. Kill. All the soldiers shouted in unison and continued to follow Arlen to fight, killing their way through the Tartar clan. Wherever they passed was like a sea of blood in purgatory. Not just killing. Many soldiers took torches and quickly set fire to the tents in the Tartar court, throwing torches everywhere. Treat the enemy. Of course, we must be cruel to the end and destroy everything they have. Only in this way will they not invade the Ming dynasty again. The only way to deal with the enemy is to use bloody cruelty to scare them and make them dare not do it again. On the contrary, it would be a complete joke to try to influence them with morality. If you were to face a murderer, would you try to persuade him to change his ways? Would you be able to persuade him to change his ways? In Arlen's heart, the Cornelius people are respected, and the invaders can be killed. Arlen knows history clearly, and he knows the sufferings of the Cornelius people in history and how many of their people died in the massacre of foreign races. Now that he has come to this era, Arlen is determined to change it. After all, as the times change in the future, Pericles Yink will be able to pick up immortality. When that day really comes, with Arlen around, nothing will happen. This is Arlen's confidence, which comes from his understanding of history. Under the cover of night, time passed quickly. Arlen led his troops to launch a surprise attack on the camp not late at night, but only about an hour later at dawn. The next day, the sun is rising. It is now the beginning of autumn, and there is already a chill in the early morning in the northern border. At this moment, the Tartar family has undergone great changes. Angus Lang, get up quickly, my son. Damn Mingren, you deserve to die, husband. The entire clan was filled with cries and wails. It was a tragic scene. What was once the most prosperous tribe of the Jianzhou Tartars was now in a state of devastation. There were corpses everywhere, and the ground was stained red with blood. There were trampled and destroyed tents everywhere, as well as charred corpses and tents burned to ashes. Even after the war had passed for a while, flames were still burning everywhere. This battle is over. Most of the Tartar clan had been destroyed, and the Tartars had suffered heavy casualties. Even if he is still alive, he won't be able to hold on for long due to the injuries caused by the war horses. The blades in the hands of the Ming soldiers. Their swords were not cleaned. After such a long war, the Ming soldiers who were able to survive had many enemies' lives in their hands. Their swords, if used in modern terms, were tetanus blades. Those who were lucky enough not to die on the spot after being slashed by the Ming soldiers might also die from infection. Now the entire Tartar clan was rescuing people and cleaning up the tragic situation within the clan. As for the location of Ahachu's headless body, the few Tartar soldiers who had managed to survive all knelt in front of him, crying. After going on for quite a while, waves of footsteps swept over. Hearing the footsteps, many Tartars showed panic in their eyes, fearing that the Ming army was coming again. But when they saw it clearly, they felt relieved, because this is Agunu leading his troops back to provide support. When he saw the miserable state of the clan at this moment, Agunu was stunned. The many Tartar generals and guards behind him were all stunned. Almost all the fences outside the clan courtyard were broken through, and the watchtowers were almost all in ruins. There were scattered corpses everywhere, blood everywhere, and raging fires everywhere. Wailing and crying echoed throughout the clan courtyard. How could this be? Why would those damned Ming troops attack my clan? Aren't they around the Red Flag tribe? Looking at the miserable state of the clan, Agunu's eyes turned red, and he was filled with endless anger. He felt like a clown, being fooled by Arlen without even realizing it. Almost all the main forces of the tribe were in his hands. He ridiculously set up an encirclement, waiting for Arlen to fall into the trap, but the funny thing was that he was completely fooled by Arlen. Arlen deliberately wandered around the Red Flag tribe and made moves to continue attacking and killing those tribes. His purpose was to attract all their attention and turn them to attack other tribes. Clan leader. The patriarch will be fine. Coming back to his senses, a look of worry appeared on Agunu's face. The next moment, a blood-stained Tartar centurion ran out from the clan court. General Agunu. Oh no, the clan leader, was beheaded by Ming General Arlen. The centurion burst into tears and cried loudly as soon as these words fell. Agunu's expression suddenly changed. He jumped off his horse, quickly walked up to the centurion, grabbed him, and roared, "What did you say? Say it again." The clan leader was beheaded by Arlen. Our personal guards protecting the clan leader were almost wiped out by the Ming army, with less than 500 people surviving. The centurion knelt on the ground and reported in great fear. Hear this again? Agunu staggered back with a look of fear, despair, and sadness on his face. "Chief, where is the chief?" Agunu asked in a trembling voice. "Inside the clan court." The centurion also replied in a trembling voice. Agunu immediately staggered towards the clan courtyard. "Let the boys rescue people, quick!" A lieutenant shouted loudly, subsequently. Also ran quickly towards the clan court, and the many Tartar generals behind him did not dare to hesitate at all. They dismounted and ran quickly after Agunu. When he arrived at the original location of the clan's main tent, this place has been completely flattened, with scattered corpses everywhere, charred corpses everywhere, and ashes from the burning. Hundreds of Tartar soldiers, who had managed to survive, knelt in front of a headless corpse, wailing and crying. Sadness enveloped the entire Jianzhu Tatar clan. When Agunu ran over and saw the headless corpse, horror appeared on his face. The key is to keep reading. I also recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Thank you. Thanks to Brother Memory's luggage for the reward of 500 coins, and thanks to Brother Maimeng FL for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you. Clan leader. Clan leader. Agunu threw himself on Ahachu's headless body and burst into tears. The whole family was filled with grief. Why didn't you protect the patriarch? Agunu looked at the kneeling guards with red eyes. General, the Ming army attacked our camp. We only had a few thousand soldiers and they used tens of thousands of war horses to charge the camp. We couldn't resist them at all. A surviving centurion said in panic. Tens of thousands of war horses charging into the camp. Agunu's expression became even uglier. These war horses originally belonged to his tribe. All 10,000 cavalrymen were killed by Arlan's army, and the war horses were also seized by Arlan. Arlan, you deserve to die. My clan will fight you to the death. Agunu looked at the corpse of the patriarch in front of him and roared to the sky, full of hatred. General, the patriarch is dead. What should my people do? A general asked respectfully. Our clan cannot be without a leader. Immediately go to the Beki tribe to find the eldest brother Leopold and ask him to succeed the throne as the chief and preside over our tribe. Agunu said immediately. Yes. A general immediately accepted the order. No doubt. The Jianzhu Tartars will definitely suffer heavy losses from today onwards. The family suffered a great loss. The patriarch was beheaded. At this moment, they have completely lost the qualifications to be enemies of the Ming dynasty. Dozens of miles to the east of the Tatar tribe, Arlan led his army to attack for 2 hours and completely got away from them. Even if the Tartars wanted to chase them, they couldn't. Stop. Arlan raised his hand. The soldiers behind him stopped their horses. At the same time, it also blocks the accompanying war horses. Count the number of people. Arlan said loudly, no one is left out of the 1,000th battalion. No one is left out of the 2,000th battalion. No one is left out of the 4,000th battalion. No one is left out of the 5,000th battalion. 3 captains and 1 acting captain replied loudly, rest here for 2 hours. If you are injured, treat it. If you are not injured, rest. Arlan said loudly, I accept your orders. All the soldiers said in unison. Subsequently, Arlan dismounted and found a place to sit down. Attribute panel. Arlan communicated through his mind. Host Arlan age, 14 years old internal breath, 898 the warrior's internal breath. The higher the value, the stronger the internal breath. Strength, 1,985 1 point, corresponds to 1 pound of force. Speed, 1,723 points times faster than an average person constitution. 1,582 points physical fitness, 14 times greater than that of an ordinary person. The stronger the constitution, the stronger the defense, and the faster the recovery from injury. Endurance, 1,552 points times more endurance than an average person. The higher the endurance, the more energy and stamina one has. Spirit, 1,593 points. The higher the spirit, the clearer the mind, the stronger the perception, and the ability to sense murderous intent within a kilometer radius lifespan. 112 years and 3,212 days storage space. 19 cubic meters Gongfa, horizontal training. Good. The internal energy has increased the most, making this charge worthwhile. It's still better if Ahachu gives all attributes 200 points. I also got a first-level treasure chest as a reward. Arlan smiled with great satisfaction. Open the treasure chest. Arlan said immediately, open the first-level treasure chest. Obtain the complete catalog of the mid-grade yellow-level red cannon. The panel prompted, what the hell? The red cannons are out. It's no use for me to ask for them now. Seeing what came out of the treasure chest, Arlan felt helpless. No matter if it's martial arts, skills, magic weapons, or elixirs, it's all fine. As for now, it's really useless for Arlan to take it. After all, I am still living under someone else's roof. Rely on the Ming dynasty to strengthen oneself. Developing science and technology is what Arlan needs to do in the future after he has fully grown up and separated from the Ming dynasty. With the strength and foundation, Arlan will not always be a minister. The world is huge. Arlan has his own plans for the future. All right. If the Ming dynasty falls into chaos in the future, we can directly go to the south to establish a country and then wait and see. We may be able to swallow up the Central Plains in the future. The canon is the truth. Arlen thought and directly took out the reward from the treasure chest and put it into the storage space, sealing it temporarily. Arlen, the battle report has been compiled. Is it possible to send a letter by carrier pigeon? Marvin came over with an excited look on his face. The other 1,000 households also looked on eagerly. This time, Arlen led his army to attack the Tatar clan court and even beheaded the Tatar clan leader. His military achievements were indeed great. The previous military order from above was to delay the Tatars so that they could not lead their troops to invade the Ming dynasty and rush to the aid of the Yuan court. But what are the results of the battle now? Arlen not only held back the Jianzhou Tatars, but also dealt them a heavy blow, leaving the Tatars with no chance to invade the Ming dynasty. With the death of their clan leader, there would be chaos within the clan, let alone rushing to support the Yuan court. Moreover, Arlen had to attack his tribe and his clan, and it would take enough time to rebuild them. Pass it on. Arlen nodded. Yes, Marvin responded excitedly. Once this battle report is sent back to the Ming dynasty, it will surely cause a huge sensation. They will also receive unimaginable praise. As a soldier of the Ming dynasty, being able to achieve such a level is definitely a role model. After this, the name of their Arlen camp will spread throughout the Ming dynasty. Tell the brothers. Now that the Tatars have been decimated by us, they will never again have the chance to attack the Ming dynasty. After resting today, I will take my brothers home, Arlen said, looking at the 1,000 households around him. Yes, all the households looked expectant. Battles in this northern border have been going on for more than a month. Finally going home. Liaodong, Kaiyuan city is under the control of the northern Yuan dynasty. This city is the gateway to Liaodong. It is also the gateway city bordering Daning of the Ming dynasty. Nahachu occupied the Liaodong area and led hundreds of thousands of soldiers. He was ordered by the northern Yuan emperor to Arlen in Liaodong, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack the central plains and destroy the Ming dynasty. Kaiyuan city was a barrier and the center of Nahachu's invasion of the Ming dynasty. Although Nahachu received the news that the Ming dynasty was going to mobilize troops and thus took the initiative, he ultimately underestimated the bravery of the Ming dynasty soldiers in defending their homeland. He failed to break through the border town of Daning, and with the arrival of the main Ming army, he had to retreat. Now, in front of Kaiyuan city, hundreds of cannons stood in a row 300 feet in front of the city. Fire! The general in charge of artillery firing shouted loudly. Suddenly, hundreds of Ming soldiers holding torches immediately lit the fuse. Boom, boom, boom! Deafening roars rang out. Hundreds of artillery shells were fired towards Kaiyuan city. Shells fell. There was no explosion as expected. Many Yuan soldiers were pierced by artillery shells and were directly crushed to death or bombed to death, because it's solid bullet. In this day and age, that kind of exploding shell has not yet appeared. If it appears, it will be of truly epoch-making significance, and its power and lethality will be even greater. This kind of solid bullet can only be used to suppress or bombard city gates. These artillery pieces can now only play a suppressive and deterrent role. I would be very grateful. Amidst artillery bombardment, this was the beginning of the Ming army's attack. Rufus drew his sword and pointed at Kaiyuan city. Suddenly, the siege vanguard troops which had been prepared long ago rushed towards Kaiyuan city one after another, suppressed with artillery. The shield troops are in front. Then the archers advanced and released their arrows. Siege battle, a life and death battle. This was also a siege battle that cost a lot of lives. In any era, once it involves siege and capture of cities, there will inevitably be huge casualties. This time, Rufus led an army of 100,000 and defeated many Yuan troops around Kaiyuan city. It took half a month, and now he has officially started the attack on the main city of the Yuan court. In front of the city, the Ming army advanced. Archers stretched their bows and shot arrows into the city, while Ming soldiers holding shields and holding ladders advanced quickly. But in Kaiyuan city, the Yuan army's resistance was also extremely strong. On the tower, dozens of artillery pieces were also set up. There are also countless archers. Hachu's trusted general Halazhang was supervising the battle on the city wall. Fire, fire arrows, kill all these damn Ming troops, kill, Halazhang shouted loudly. The white-armored Yuan army inside the city shot arrows crazily at the people below. The artillery also roared continuously. The arrows are like rain. Even if the Ming army in front of the city dispersed, they would still suffer tragic deaths when faced with the rain of arrows from the Yuan army on the city wall. In a siege, the defenders naturally have an absolute geographical advantage. For the Ming army, the general gave the order and the attack continued. But the Ming army did not use all its forces in this attack, and it seemed to be a tentative attack. After continuing for a while, Rufus raised his hand and said, "Sound the horn to withdraw the troops." A shout. The sound of the horn resounded throughout the Ming army. Hear the sound. The attacking Ming troops did not suffer too many casualties and evacuated in an orderly manner. The Yuan army on the city wall also stopped shooting arrows after the Ming army left the range of their arrows. "General, what exactly does the Ming army mean? They've been fainting like this for 5 consecutive days. What's their real purpose?" A deputy general looked at Halajang, very puzzled. "Do you know who is leading the troops this time?" Halajang stared at the front of the city with a serious expression. "The Grand General is Taubin of the Ming dynasty, and the deputy generals are Maxim and Rufus. The one who is at the gates of the city this time is Rufus." The deputy general said immediately, "Since you know Rufus, you should know his ability to command troops. Among the Ming generals, he was extremely skilled in combat. He was adept at cavalry combat, infantry combat, and siege warfare. With such a powerful opponent, our Yuan dynasty is in danger." Halajang sighed, and one could hear in his tone that he was deeply afraid of Rufus. "The general may be worried. After all, our army has the advantage of defending the city, and there are 100,000 soldiers guarding the city. The Taiwei will allocate enough food and supplies later, which will definitely be enough to resist the Ming army." The deputy general said confidently, "That's because you've never actually fought against the Ming army. Today's Ming army is not the weak Song dynasty of the past. Their army has experienced countless wars and is battle-hardened. On the other hand, our Yuan dynasty is suffering from fighting among various factions, and its national strength has been greatly damaged. Alas." Halajang sighed, also full of helplessness. "Don't worry, General. Although the Yuan dynasty is not as powerful as it used to be, it is not afraid of the Ming dynasty. Didn't the Grand Marshal say that as long as we repel the Ming army, we will be able to launch a counterattack? This time, our Yuan dynasty will surely break through the Ming dynasty's national borders and destroy the Ming dynasty." The deputy general said somewhat fanatically, seeing the deputy general like this. Halajang didn't say anything, but his heart was extremely heavy. The situation within the Yuan court. Perhaps many people could not see through it, but as a general second only to Nahachu in Liaodong, how could he not see through it? Ming army camp, Rufus commanded the department. Main business location. Taubin sat upright in the main seat. The generals were divided into 2 sides. "Rufus, what do you think?" Taubin asked Rufus. "After many days of testing, the Yuan army is still the same old too. From this temptation." Halajang, an old acquaintance. Rufus sneered with a sense of sarcasm towards the Yuan army, or perhaps arrogance. "General Smith Maxim has already sent his troops to Jinju. My Ming army will be divided into 2 groups. Whoever breaks the city first will be the first to achieve the credit. Rufus, you'd better hold on tight." Taubin smiled and said to Rufus, "Hear the sound." Rufus clasped his fists and said confidently, "Please rest assured, General. Within half a month I will be able to capture Kaiyuan City." "General, I am willing to be the vanguard." Tristan stood up and asked for orders. "The last general also invites you to fight." Scott also immediately stood up and asked for orders. The generals of Huexi were all brave and good at fighting. Naturally, no one wants to miss such an opportunity to gain military merit. Since Rufus is leading the troops to attack the city this time, the specific dispatch will be mainly under the command of Rufus. Taubin directly handed the decision-making power of the vanguard to Rufus. Suddenly, Tristan and Scott both looked at Rufus. The responsibility of the vanguard will be handed over to General Tilton. Scott is the second vanguard. If the vanguard's attack is unsuccessful, the second vanguard will take over immediately. Rufus said immediately. Tristan heard this and immediately said, "I will obey your orders." Scott was slightly disappointed. "Generals, the Emperor has decreed that the destruction of Nahachu is the most important task of this military operation. The Emperor has already gathered enough food and supplies for my army for half a year. This solves our army's worries. We must not let the Emperor down on the battlefield," Taubin said earnestly, although it comes from Huexi. However, among the Huexi generals, Taubin was not one of those who were called arrogant and fierce generals, but a calm and low-key general. The fundamental reason why Evander sent Tobin was to suppress the group of arrogant and powerful generals headed by Rufus. "Please rest assured, General, I will never let the Emperor down," Rufus said immediately. This battle, Rufus was also highly valued. In Huexi, few could compare with him in terms of military achievements, but his title was only a marquis, not a duke. This also made Rufus dissatisfied with the current emperor and resentful in his heart. This battle, Rufus also wanted to clear his name, take credit for the victory of destroying Nahatchu, and elevate his title to a higher level. Kindness. Seeing Rufus like this, Tobin nodded with satisfaction. As a general, he only needs to coordinate this battle. The two deputy generals, Rufus and Maxim, were both good at fighting, so there was no need for him to interfere too much in the offensive. At this time, report. Urgent news from the northern frontier. It was a letter sent back by carrier pigeon, addressed to the prefect Abner. A personal guard quickly ran into the tent, holding an unopened small bamboo tube in his hand, and reported loudly, "Hear this." A hint of joy flashed in Tobin's eyes. He immediately looked at Abner. "General, Arlen still doesn't know that the military affairs of Daning have been taken over by the general, so he sent a letter to me. Please don't blame me, General." Abner immediately stood up and said respectfully, since Arlen followed the army into the northern border 2 months ago, the highest-ranking official he had met was Abner, the prefect and commander of Daning. The letter sent by carrier pigeon was also reported directly to Abner. There may be speculation that the court sent someone, but Arlen naturally was not very clear about who was sent, unless it was exactly the same as history. But, as Arlen entered this era, the invisible butterfly effect has affected the original history. In the original history, Ahatchu did not die, but paid tribute to the Ming dynasty after the fall of the northern Yuan dynasty. Now Ahatchu was killed by Arlen. With such a great hatred, the Jianzhou Tartars probably would not be subject to the Ming dynasty. There's no need to say more about these little things. Tobin waved his hand, not caring at all who he reported to. What's more, Abner was telling the truth. Arlen might not even know of his existence at this moment. Let's see what Arlen reports. He has been conquering his tribe's territory for over a month. Although he has sent back several battle reports, the situation in the foreign land is changing rapidly. I am also very worried about him, Tobin said immediately. Present it quickly, Abner said immediately. The personal guard immediately walked towards Tobin holding the bamboo tube. Tobin took it directly and took a look at the battle report inside. After seeing the battle report, Tobin's expression changed and his eyes widened, looking somewhat unbelievable and unable to believe it. Followed by, Tobin read it carefully, reading every word. "How come? Arlen, could he be Archibald Chambers of my Ming dynasty?" Tobin looked at the battle report and uttered a sound of disbelief. Hear Tobin's voice. The generals in the tent all looked at him. "General, what did this Arlen do in the northern frontier that made you so shocked?" Rufus asked casually, but there was actually a hint of pride in his words. "Arlen. I penetrated deep into the heart of the Jianzhou Tartars, attacked their clan's court, and personally beheaded the Jianzhou Tartar clan leader, beheading countless others." Tobin said this with a look of horror in his voice. Hear this. A strange look appeared in the eyes of many generals in the tent. "What? Go deep into the heart of the Tartars, attack their clan, and you beheaded the Tartar leader. Although the Jianzhou Tartars are only a small tribe, they are affiliated with the Yuan court and have obtained a lot of Yuan court weapons. With a population of under 1 million, it can be said that every citizen is a soldier. He dared to attack his clan with only 3,000 men, and he even succeeded in killing his clan leader. How is this done? Is Arlen's ability to command troops so amazing? There are many generals in the camp. There were many good fighters from Huexi among them, but at this moment they were all shocked by the results of the battle. It was obvious that the results were too great. Moreover, this was in the enemy's hinterland, with an isolated army deep in the enemy's territory and attacking the camp with a tiny force. As military generals, they could even imagine how difficult Arlen's situation was, but under such circumstances, he was able to achieve such remarkable achievements. This shows that Arlen's ability to command troops was very strong, even Blue Jade. There was also a look of surprise in his eyes. Obviously, he was also a little shocked. But Rufus also quickly came to his senses. "Just good luck. If you were to command the troops, I would massacre this small clan." Rufus snorted coldly and said arrogantly, "Hear this." The others did not respond. Tobin, however, just glanced at it and said nothing more. He knew Rufus very well. He was arrogant, domineering, and conceited, a brave general from Huaxi. The saying of arrogant soldiers and fierce generals refers to the generals headed by Rufus. No wonder the prince is somewhat curious about Arlen. If such a person were to join our Baping army, it would be enough to further enhance our Baping army's strength. Oh, what a pity! If he were a member of my Baping army and had performed brilliantly in the campaign against Nahatchu, the current emperor would have valued the prince even more. Blake thought secretly in his heart. This time, when 50,000 Peking troops were recruited, he was temporarily under the command of Rufus. Once this is over, I will pass on the news about Arlen to His Majesty. I only led 4,000 cavalrymen into the foreign lands of the northern frontier, raided the heartland of the Tartars, killed over tens of thousands of enemies, severely weakened the Tartars, and now even killed the Tartar chieftain. Such a result is hard to imagine. Blake thought secretly in his heart. This time, Abner said excitedly, "General, Arlen's victory this time is truly astonishing. Go deep into the enemy's heart and kill their clan." Leader, judging from the battle results reported by Arlen many times, the Tartars are no longer able to invade the Ming border, let alone come to the aid of Nahatchu of the northern Yuan dynasty. No wonder the general called him the champion marquis of Ming dynasty. With such achievements, he may really become the champion marquis of Ming dynasty in the future. Now, Ne was also particularly excited. For him, Arlen's many meritorious deeds brought honor to him and the border army of Daning. This not only brought honor to the army in this campaign against the Yuan court, but also brought honor to Daning in Yingshan. Arlen will be mentioned in the future. That was Abner's subordinate. How can this not be glorious? Ha ha ha, you're right. Maybe Arlen is not the Marquis of Champion now, but with his ability to command troops, his bravery and loyalty to the country, and his willingness to fight to the death, he will definitely have the opportunity to become the Marquis of Champion of the Ming dynasty in the future. Tobin also said with a big laugh these words. Tobin's attitude towards Arlen was full of hope and expectation. Among the younger generation, Arlen was the only one who could receive such praise from this founding hero and the Duke of the current dynasty. General, should Arlen report to the Heavenly Emperor after he executed the Tartar leader? Abner asked tentatively. Yes, definitely. Such a great achievement, such a victory. With the force of a few thousand cavalry, we were able to contain the entire Jianzhou Tartar army, preventing tens of thousands of troops from coming to aid the Yuan court. This is a great achievement. This time, beheading the Tartar leader and throwing them into chaos is a great achievement. This general will personally report to Yingshan and ask for credit for Arlen. Tobin said with a big laugh, for Arlen. He was also looking forward to it more and more. The general is wise. Abner bowed immediately. To ask for credit for Arlen is to ask for credit for the entire Daning border army. Unknowingly, Arlen has become a kind of face of the Daning border army, and in the camp, Rufus's face looked a little ugly. Some generals under Rufus also had complicated expressions, obviously. When the results of this battle were reported, although they had not yet taken the city despite being ordered to do so, Arlen completely stole the limelight and suppressed them. Quickly report this urgent report to the Emperor. Report the results of the battle against Arlen, the Arlen commander of the Daning border army. Tobin immediately said to the commander of his personal guards, "Thank you. I accept your orders." The commander of the personal guards immediately bowed to Tobin and accepted the order. The Tartars are now in chaos, and their leader has been beheaded by Arlen. He has already exceeded the task assigned to him by Prefect Percival. "I should be back this time too," Tobin said in a deep voice with anticipation in his eyes. Abner smiled and said immediately, "General, you are absolutely right. Previously, we only allowed Arlen to hold out in the foreign lands of the northern frontier for half a month, waiting for the arrival of our main army. However, he not only stayed in the northern frontier for over a month, but also achieved such great results. This is something I never imagined. As far as I know, Arlen is only 16 years old, right?" Tobin said with a smile. "I was 16 when I joined the army. Now more than half a year has passed. I should be 17 in a few months." Abner replied immediately. "He is indeed a talented general of the Ming dynasty. As long as he is well trained in the future, he will surely be a brave and valiant general of the Ming dynasty. When he comes back, I will meet him in person." Tobin said with a big laugh, "General, I plan to attack Kaiyuan City tonight to disrupt the Yuan army and prepare to capture the city." Seeing Tobin praising Arlen so much, Rufus stood up and asked loudly, Obviously, he didn't want his limelight to be overshadowed by Arlen. How to attack, Rufus can decide for himself. Tobin also saw Rufus's thoughts and did not stop him. Military achievements are what matter in the military. If you want to compete for military achievements, you can do so as long as it does not cause chaos in the army, and you must compete under constraints. The last general takes orders, within 10 days. I will definitely break into Kayuan City and annihilate the Yuan army in the city, Rufus said loudly. Compared with the half-month period he had promised before, Rufus shortened the deadline he set again. I will be waiting for your victory. If the Rufus captures the city within 10 days, I will personally report to the Emperor and request your credit. The same is true when General Smith Maxim attacked Jincheng, which was heavily guarded by the Yuan army. Whoever breaks the city first will be the first to achieve the credit, Tobin also said immediately. In the military camp, Abner, Otis, and Dustin sat opposite each other, all with smiles on their faces. How do you feel today? Abner asked with a smile. Very encouraged, always. Ordaining border army is not outstanding among the other prefectures of our Ming dynasty. It is not considered to be a good army in the Ministry of War or the Imperial Court. The Beiping army is the strongest among the border prefectures, but now Arlen has achieved continuous victories, and our Daning border army is fighting to the death with the Yuan army without retreating. Our Daning border army has completely made a name for itself, Otis said with a smile. After leading the troops to separate in the northern border that day, the two deputy commanders Otis and Dustin led their troops to attack the Yuan court in Liaodong while fighting and retreating. As the main army arrived, Otis and Dustin also joined forces and were dispatched by Tobin. Indeed so, Arlen, he's so young yet he possesses such courage and military talent, his future is limitless. Based on Arlen's military achievements, he is worthy of being appointed as the deputy commander and commanding 10,000 troops, Abner said with emotion. The first time Abner heard Arlen's name, it was when Arlen single-handedly killed 100 enemies, including the generals and flags. That was when Abner got to know Arlen, and at that time Arlen was only a centurion. I am not as good as him in commanding troops. Don't mention his promotion to assistant commander. Even if he is promoted to associate commander or commander-in-chief, it will be enough, Otis said with great emotion. That's true. At first, Arlen's killing of 100 enemies was considered merely valor, but this battle deep behind enemy lines clearly demonstrates his extraordinary ability to lead troops. He led 4,000 cavalrymen to harass the enemy's hinterland. If he was not careful, he would be surrounded by the enemy, and eventually his entire army would be wiped out. But he not only killed so many enemies, but also beheaded their leader. If I were to lead the troops, I might not be able to hold out for 10 days and would have to retreat to the Ming dynasty. Dustin also spoke the truth. Arlen, your future is limitless. It's not just his military achievements, but he has already caught the Emperor's eye. Becoming a hereditary county man is a great honor. Who in my entire Daning prefecture's border army holds this title? This is also the basis of the Emperor's holy judgment, Abner said with great emotion. When he heard the news that day, Abner was also extremely shocked, but he had been an official for many years and naturally understood the twists and turns involved. This meant that the current emperor wanted to cultivate Arlen and set a benchmark for a brave young general in the Ming army. Grown-ups, it is said that the angels from Yingshan are still waiting in the army. Is this true? Otis asked tentatively. It's true. Abner nodded, his expression very serious. Conferring a title is a major event. The emperor's angel will come to bestow the seal of nobility. Only in this way can we treat it with great respect and demonstrate the honor of the title. Since you are here today, I also want to remind you of something. Abner looked at Otis and the others with a serious expression. Please, sir, Otis and the other two said immediately. Although we are now fighting against the Yuan court together with the Huexi generals led by Yangcheng Tanglewood, you must remember not to get too close to these Huexi generals. Apart from exchanges on military affairs, you are not allowed to have any private relationships with them. Abner lowered his voice and said very seriously. Hear this. Otis and Dustin immediately fell silent. Subsequently, Otis understood the deeper meaning. Your Excellency is saying that the Huexi generals are too domineering, and you're worried that if I get too close to them, I might offend the Heavenly Majesty. A fierce general from Huexi, he is proud of his achievements and known for his arrogance. Who in the entire court doesn't know about this now? Yet the current emperor has warned them many times, yet they still show no signs of restraint and continue to use their achievements as a pretext for self-importance. Perhaps the emperor, mindful of their military achievements, can only tolerate this, but if this continues for a long time, I don't believe they will go unpunished. Getting too close to them won't end well. Of course, they are a faction of their own in Huexi, and it's difficult for outsiders to integrate with them. Even if you go and post it, they won't accept it. In short, it's better to be cautious in treating them and interacting with them. This is just some advice I can give you based on my many years of experience in officialdom, Abner said seriously. Hear this. Otis and Dustin immediately clasped their fists and expressed their gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Today in the camp, news of Arlen's military exploits was reported. I have seen how domineering the Rufus is. If you get close to them, there will definitely be no good ending. Otis said, not bad. Dustin also nodded. Obviously, they also strongly agreed with Abner's words. Anyway, just cooperate with the military. In this expedition against Yuan Ting Nahachu, we, the border troops of Daning, have fulfilled our duty. Now it is the responsibility of the general and the Rufus and others. Abner smiled lightly and did not care too much about the subsequent expedition. Beiping Prefecture, Daniel's mansion. Inner Temple. 4,000 cavalrymen charged into the northern border, holding back tens of thousands of Jianzhou Tartar troops with just 4,000 men. With only 4,000 cavalrymen, we annihilated 10,000 Tartar cavalrymen, leaving them without any cavalry, thus resolving the crisis of our own cavalry being pursued and besieged by the Tartar cavalry. Hurry up the Tartar tribes, disperse their heavy troops, and finally surprise attack the Tartar clan. One link after another. This boy is truly remarkable. Daniel held the secret report in his hand, and a look of shock appeared on his face. At present, the only thing that could make the great Daniel so proud was Arlen's victory. The Ming dynasty is strong, so it's not difficult for new and sharp generals to emerge. After this, Arlen will surely enter the Yingshan Heavenly Palace. In front of Daniel, the black-robed Doran spoke. It's already in. The emperor has already issued an edict, conferring upon Arlen the title of hereditary county baron. Being given a title at the age of only 16 is an honor that many people have never received. Daniel smiled. Your Highness, can't you see the emperor's deeper meaning? Doran asked cryptically. What's the deep meaning? Daniel was stunned. But then, after feeling Doran's gaze, Daniel also came back to his senses in an instant. Huexi has many brave generals, arrogant and self-righteous, and acts domineeringly. Father is very angry, but the Huexi brave generals have extremely high prestige in the army. The Ming dynasty is in the midst of many wars, and these Huexi brave generals must be used, so I can only tolerate it. My father has always wanted to train new and sharp generals to replace Huexi, but in the end, the results were disappointing. Aside from Brother Killian, who was guarding Yunnan Prefecture, the others were not outstanding. Arlen's appearance may be in line with what father has in mind. Doran nodded. That's right. Judging from the results Arlen has shown this time, he will surely once again please the emperor and even gain his majesty's favor. As long as Arlen survives, he will surely be one of the top generals of the Ming dynasty in the future. Hearing such a positive answer, a strange light also flashed in Daniel's eyes. Why isn't this boy in my Beiping prefecture? If it were in my Beiping, I would have another capable general under my command. Daniel said with some disappointment, Your Majesty, I'll try to get Arlen's birth date and 8 characters. Maybe I can make some inferences about his fate. Let's see if I can be of use to the prince in the future. Doran smiled. It is good. Daniel nodded without any hesitation. Time passes in the blink of an eye. The capital of the Ming dynasty, Yingshan, Hall OF Chinese letter / Heaven Serving Hall, all the officials gathered. Let's start playing, Your Majesty. Now, the Taban has led his army into Liaodong, initiating a war against Nahachu. Faced with the Ming army's attack, Nahachu has switched from an offensive to a defensive stance. The Ministry of War is closely monitoring the Liaodong War. Once there is any war report, it will immediately report to the Emperor. Minister of War Lester respectfully made his statement. Nahachu, we won't tolerate him in this battle. Evander snorted coldly, revealing a murderous intent. Liaodong has dozens of cities and a population of millions. Apart from the Mongols, most of them are Cornelius Chinese. They have been away from their homeland for many years and have also been away from the governance of China for many years. After this conquest, it will be time for governance and reconstruction. Minister Donovan, you must take this matter seriously. After the war, there will inevitably be losses. The Ministry of Revenue must quickly implement the stabilization of Lyada. In addition, the Ministry of Personnel also needs to contribute. Zachary, standing on the stairs, said with a serious expression. Ragnar, the Minister of Revenue, immediately stepped forward and said, I accept your orders. Once Lyadong is settled, the Ministry of Revenue supplies and grain will be delivered to Lyadong, and the Ministry of Revenue will formulate and implement various policies for Lyadong. As Ragnar finished speaking, Minister of Personnel Marlon Somerset immediately stepped forward and said, I will select suitable officials and submit them to the Crown Prince for review. If they are suitable, they can be sent to govern Lyadong. That's great. Zachary nodded with satisfaction. On the dragon throne, Evander had no opinion on what Zachary said, but instead put on a kind and gentle smile. Just wait until Zachary stops talking. Evander then continued to speak. When the war started, food and supplies were consumed greatly. In addition to conscription, the Ministry of Revenue also needs to focus on people's livelihood. Nothing that oppresses the people should occur. Evander said very seriously. He came from the bottom and rose from the bottom, so naturally he deeply understood the sufferings of the people. Your Majesty, please rest assured. The food and supplies requisitioned by the Ministry of Revenue are all collected from various prefectures. Everything is included in the tax revenue, and there will never be any harsh policies targeting the people. Lester said immediately, That's good. Evander nodded with satisfaction. At this time, report. Urgent news from Lyadong. Tobin has submitted a memorial. An urgent soldier ran into the hall of Chinese letter / heaven serving hall, holding the battle report high in his hand. Father, it seems there's another victory report from Lyadong. Zachary said with a smile. Good. Evander also smiled and nodded. Then he waved his hand and said, Yunki, there's no need to report it, just read it directly. I believe that Tobin will bring us good news. For Tobin, Evander was very confident. In order to conquer Lyadong and recapture the territory that originally belonged to the Cornelius dynasty, Evander had been preparing for a long time. With sufficient troops, ample food and supplies, and skilled generals, Evander could not imagine the possibility of defeat. The eunuch Gawain beside him bowed respectfully, then walked quickly towards His Highness and took the report from the messenger. He immediately read aloud, Your Highness, I, Tobin, submit this report to the Emperor. Now. The 200,000-man army sent to conquer Lyadong has been fully mobilized. Rufus will lead a 100,000-man army to attack Kaiyuan, while Maxim will lead a 100,000-man army to attack Jincheng. Split the troops into 2 groups and attack and destroy Nahachu. A victory will be achieved soon. Other. I am reporting today the results of the battle against Arlen, defending the northern border of Jianzhou Tartar. I received the report of Arlen's battle and dared not neglect it, so I reported it to the Emperor and asked him to make the decision. Garrison Commander Arlen led 4,000 troops. Deep into the heart of the Jianzhou Tartar territory, raided the Tartar clan. Killed countless Tartars. Arlen attacked the Tartar clan and personally beheaded Ahachu, the chieftain of the Jianzhou Tartar clan. Reconstruction of the Taizhou Tartars. Back then, the commander of Daning ordered Pericles Yingxi to hold the Tartars for half a month, waiting for our main army to arrive before withdrawing. However, Arlen led his troops in the Tartar residence for nearly 2 months, destroying dozens of Tartar tribes and killing countless enemies. Now, he has even beheaded the Tartar leader, severely damaging the Tartars. This will prevent the Jianzhou Tartars from invading the Ming border again in the short term, let alone coming to the aid of the northern Yuan dynasty. This is a great achievement. Your Majesty, I ask for merit on behalf of Arlen. Your Majesty, please reward me. Gawain read aloud, but when the battle report was read out, the entire court was silent. Obviously, everyone was shocked by Arlen's victory. After it lasted for a long time, the court officials in the hall of Chinese letter / heaven serving hall all looked at each other in confusion. Arlen. This was the 3rd time they had heard the name. When he first appears, he can kill hundreds of people, including generals and flags. The 2nd time was to annihilate tens of thousands of Tartar cavalry and cut off their cavalry. This time it was even more powerful. They actually killed the Tartar clan leaders and destroyed the Tartar clan court. Every victory in the battle was enough to shake the court. Could this person really be the reincarnation of the champion Marquis? How could you, with only a few thousand cavalrymen, have so badly defeated the Tartars? Inflict such heavy damage on them. We broke into the Tartar clan's court and beheaded their leader. This is truly a significant achievement. Although the Tartars are a small tribe with a population of only 1 million, they still have tens of thousands of soldiers. Yet they were slaughtered to such an extent by Arlen and his thousands of cavalrymen. This child will please the emperor and the crown prince even more. Above the hall, everyone knows the value of Pericles Yingli's military achievements. Although he is not as good as the Archibald Tanglewood. Archibald who broke into the Qingnu's residence and sealed the wolf's lair. However, this victory greatly demonstrated the military might of the Ming dynasty and was enough to inspire the entire army. Even when Zachary heard the results of the battle, a look of surprise and admiration appeared on his heroic face. Okay. Arlen, he is worthy of being a general of the Ming dynasty. He has truly demonstrated the demeanor of a Ming dynasty general and the demeanor of a Cornelius Chinese man in this northern borderland. It was already extremely difficult for him to stir up trouble in the enemy's heartland with a meager force of several thousand and hold the enemy back. Yet, he was able to raid the enemy's clan and behead their leader. Not bad. Evander also laughed excitedly, feeling extremely relieved. Father Arlen, he has the demeanor of Archibald. Zachary also commented with a smile on his face. If Tobin had such an evaluation in the army before, only a few people in the army knew about it. But once Zachary made his comment, the entire court and the entire world would know about it in the future. The style of a champion. What an honor is this? Who is Guanjun Tanglewood? That was the supreme honor for a Cornelius general, to be crowned the wolf's lair and enjoy boundless glory. It would be an immense honor for a military general to be given the title of champion marquis. Zachary's evaluation was the greatest reward for Arlen. It was precisely because of this evaluation that all the civil and military officials in the court could not help but look astonished. Being able to receive such treatment from Zachary was a blessing to Pericles Yingling, giving him a bright future. The entire court and even the world knew that the current emperor was old now, and everything was paving the way for Crown Prince Zachary. If one could gain Zachary's attention, he would surely have a place in the future Ming court. The prince is right, Arlen. He truly has the demeanor of a champion marquis. Although the Tartars are only a small tribe, not as powerful as the Qingnu who once dominated the north, they still have tens of thousands of troops, more than 10 times the number of Arlen troops. Yet, despite such a huge disparity in military strength, he was still able to destroy their clan and kill their leader. Such demeanor should be rewarded and given important positions. Evander also agreed with a big laugh. Father Tobin came to report this time to ask for a reward on behalf of Arlen. In our Ming army, military merit comes first, and those who have made contributions will be rewarded. We can't treat Arlen badly, Zachary said with a smile. Prince, what do you think the reward should be? Evander asked with a smile, as if he was handing the decision-making power to his son again. Arlen has now been appointed as a Arlen commander and has been granted the title of hereditary baron. Since you have made great contributions this time, you should be promoted to the next level and appointed as the deputy commander, commanding all the troops. Except, give me 1,000 gold coins, armor, sword, and bow. Zachary thought for a moment and said directly, Lester. Did you hear what the prince said? Vander smiled and looked at the Minister of War Lester. I heard it. I will issue the military order immediately. Caleb Arlen will be the deputy commander and lead the army. Lester responded immediately, Father, I will write this imperial edict. Arlen is a young and brave general of our Ming dynasty, and I will also treat him with special attention. Zachary said with a smile, Hear this. None of the ministers in the court showed any surprise. They were just envious of Zachary for valuing Arlen so much. Writing the imperial edict as the crown prince. The emperor only has this right when he is traveling far away, but this simply does not make sense for Zachary. Imperial decree. The same was true of what Zachary wrote. He could even use the emperor's seal. He is known as the crown prince with the most stable position in history, and this is not false. All right, I can't stay in this position for long. Arlen is very good and worthy of your attention, Zachariah. You will be the one to write and send out this imperial edict of reward, Evander said with a smile. Your son thanks you, father. Zachary responded immediately. The meeting dispersed. East Palace Hall, Zachary was holding a pen and writing an imperial edict. Officials from the Eastern Palace were serving on the side. Wait until this imperial edict is finished. Zachary took out his seal and stamped it on the imperial edict. Send it to the Ministry of War and have it delivered to Liaodong as soon as possible. Zachary folded the imperial edict and handed it to the official serving beside him. I accept the decree. The officials held up the imperial edict and retreated respectfully. Arlen, 16 years old, he's quite a talent, not enough. His hometown is Beiping Prefecture, so why would he go to Daning Prefecture to join the army? Zachary looked at the message belonging to Arlen in front of him, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Generally speaking, when recruiting soldiers in various prefectures, they will not cross prefectures unless they are directly dispatched by the Ministry of War of the Imperial Court or recruited by the 5 military commanderies. While Zachary was thinking, a beautiful young woman walked slowly into the hall, holding a bowl of chicken soup, accompanied by a teenage boy. Husband, I am tired of handling government affairs, so I made chicken soup for my husband. The young woman came and spoke to Zachary very gently. She is none other than the Crown Prince's concubine in the Eastern Palace, Rosalind. Hear this. Zachary raised his head, a faint smile appeared on his face and nodded. Well, let it go. Your son greets you, father. The young man beside Rosalind also kowtowed respectfully to Zachary. He is none other than the eldest son of the Eastern Palace, Roland, Zachary's eldest son today. Thornton Malachi didn't go to the main hall. Zachary looked at Roland and asked with some sternness, Husband, today is a day off. My husband forgot. Mrs. Rosalind said with a smile, Listen to this. Zachary nodded in realization. I was wrong. Correct. Where's Yoonhyun? I haven't seen him for many days. Zachary asked Rosalind. I heard Zachary mention Lowell Frostborn. Zachary's Keegan Frostborn, but in terms of status, he is the legitimate son. A hint of coldness flashed in Mrs. Rosalind's eyes, but on the surface she maintained a gentle and understanding smile. My husband, I don't know what's wrong with Lowell. He always locks himself in his room and even doesn't go to the main hall many times. Hear this. Zachary frowned, a hint of anger appearing on his face. Go and call Lowell over, Zachary said coldly. Aside, Mrs. Rosalind immediately winked at the maid beside her. The maid bowed and immediately left the East Palace, and in a side hall of the East Palace, there were more than a dozen maids and eunuchs on duty outside. It seems that they are all serving the legitimate son Lowell, but in fact they are monitoring him. Bang. Lowell in the hall looked towards the door with fear, and what caught his eye was Rosalind's trusted maid. Lowell, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince summoned you. After the maid arrived, she said to Lowell in a very arrogant manner, Father, what do you want me to do? Pericles Yunheng said in a trembling voice. Now he is a child less than 10 years old. Although he is the legitimate prince in the Eastern Palace, his treatment is not even as good as that of an ordinary prince. The Eastern Palace is now completely controlled by the Rosalind family, who control everything including food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Why are you asking so much nonsense? If you don't go now, be careful of the prince's punishment. The maid said coldly. She had no way to respect Lowell and treated him as if he were an insignificant servant. Faced with this, there was fear in Lowell's eyes. She looked for help a maid beside her. This was Lowell's only maid. No, this is the maid left to him by his mother in this huge East Palace. Ever since his mother and elder brother passed away, Lowell became a marginalized person with no father's love, no mother's care, and no one to look after him. The only one who can comfort herself and take care of herself is the maid Aurora beside her. Son, go. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is your father. I think something must have happened. Aurora said respectfully. Sister Aurora, can you go with me? Pericles Yunheng was still a little scared and looked at Aurora expectantly. Hear this? Rosalind's maid frowned and said immediately, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has only summoned Master Lowell. Everyone else should stay put. Lowell looked at Aurora with even greater fear. Sir, it's okay. Go soon and come back soon. I'll be waiting for you in the palace. Aurora said softly and then gave Lowell a reassuring look. See this. Lowell also understood that he had to go alone, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk out of the hall. After Lowell walked out of the hall, Rosalind's trusted maid walked up to Aurora and said coldly, Aurora, the Crown Princess has been gone for so many years. You must understand who is in charge of the Eastern Palace. Now, you must know what to say and what not to say in the future. You must also know that although you are the former Crown Princess's maid, all this is in the past. Don't seek death. After threatening, Rosalind's maid glared coldly and turned away. Aurora showed a bitter look on his face and even a helpless look. Inside the East Palace Hall, His Royal Highness. Master Lowell is here. The maid came into the hall and reported respectfully. Zachary raised his eyes and fell on Lowell, who was walking slowly into the hall. At first glance, he saw that he lowered his head, was timid and submissive, and had none of the demeanor of a royal prince. Zachary's eyes immediately flashed with displeasure. Your son pays homage to your father." Lowell knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully to Zachary. Although they are father and son, there was fear and a sense of estrangement in Lowell's voice. "Get up," Zachary said in a cold tone. "Thank you, father." Lowell lowered his head and replied in a low voice. "I heard that you have never gone to the main hall to study, and you often miss classes." Zachary asked coldly. "Hear this." Pericles Yunhun glanced at Rosalind, but Rosalind had her back to Zachary and gave Pericles Yunhun a cold look. Under this look, Lowell trembled all over and dared not look again. Your son. Lowell's voice trembled and he didn't know what to say. "The great hall was specially established by your royal grandfather for the sons of the royal family. His goal was to enable them to acquire knowledge, be able to interpret texts, and possess the talent to govern the country. You are still young, but you don't want to make progress. I am very disappointed," Zachary said coldly, his face looking even more displeased. For him, Zachary always had a barrier in his heart towards Lowell, which could even be described as an invisible hatred, because his beloved wife, his sister Orson, died of complications during childbirth of Lowell. He really couldn't be happy with Lowell. Your Highness dares not do that anymore," Lowell said in panic. "You must supervise him well in the future. If he dares not go to the main hall again, you will be punished according to the family rules." Zachary turned his head and said to Rosalind, "I obey your command, Mrs." Rosalind accepted the order happily. Subsequently, Mrs. Rosalind continued, "My husband, Roland, goes to the main hall every day and is praised by many teachers." Zachary looked at Roland, and his eyes softened a little. "Thornton Malachi is good, study hard. Our Ming dynasty has a vast territory and numerous government affairs. Only the capable descendants of the royal family can keep the world stable," said Zachary. Roland immediately bowed and said politely, "I will never let you down. I will study hard and be able to help you one day." "Listen to this." Zachary's gaze towards Roland also became softer. "Just back off," Zachary waved at Lowell in the hall. "My son, please retire." Lowell replied in a trembling voice and retreated respectfully after he left. "I heard that you went back to Rosalind's house some time ago," Zachary asked with a smile. "Reply to my husband. A few days ago, my elder brother took in a new concubine. Haven't seen my father for a long time, so I came back to visit him and fulfill my filial duty." "Mrs. Rosalind replied softly. When Zachary heard the words, "fulfill your filial duty," his eyes became softer. Filial piety, this is what his royal family and all the people in the world need to uphold. You are now in charge of the affairs of the Eastern Palace. Just take care of these matters as you see fit. But I heard that your eldest brother's concubine is a girl from the Sidney family. Merchants are very deceitful. We cannot be corrupt and break the law because of the rumors of merchants and bring harm to our family," Zachary said in a deep voice. "Please rest assured, my husband. This time I returned home because I heard that the concubine was a daughter of the Sidney family and came from a merchant family. In addition to visiting my father, I also warned my eldest brother not to be corrupt and abuse his power." Mrs. Rosalind immediately continued. "Yeah," Zachary nodded and said no more. Inside Lowell's palace, "Sir, are you okay?" Seeing Lowell coming back with a sad face, he looked very miserable. Aurora immediately came over and asked with concern, "Sister Thornton, am I going to be bullied from now on? I didn't do anything, they just bullied me. Father doesn't like me either." Lowell asked aggrievedly, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Looking at Lowell crying in front of him, Aurora couldn't stop shedding tears. She had been with Lowell for many years and had taken care of him for many years. How could Aurora not know Lowell's grievances? "Dad doesn't love me. No mother's love." The current mistress of the Eastern Palace appears to be a benevolent mother, but in fact she is targeting Lowell. Because Lowell was the legitimate son, and because Lowell was her son's competitor, or in the words of the court, a political enemy. Political enemies will never stop fighting until they are dead. Even if Lowell does not fight, he naturally has many supporters behind him. If he is not eliminated, there will be a fight in the future. More importantly, Lowell was a legitimate son. Even though Rosalind is now in charge of the internal affairs of the Eastern Palace, The entire Eastern Palace's servants have been cleared out step by him over the years, and all of them have been replaced by her people. Zachary also trusts her very much and has completely handed over the internal affairs of the Eastern Palace to her, but she still had great concerns about Lowell's status as the legitimate son. Son, grow up quickly. Only when you grow up can you leave the East Palace. Only when you grow up can you escape from her control. Aurora walked forward and gently hugged Lowell. I know why father hates me so much. Mother died because she had a difficult birth. Perhaps in my father's eyes I shouldn't have been born. Even Grandpa Reeves doesn't like me at all. When my grandma was around, she protected me. And Big Brother, when Big Brother was around, he also protected me and no one dared to bully me. But they are all gone. Maybe I'm really a disaster. I killed my mother and my loving grandmother and eldest brother are all gone. I killed them. I really shouldn't have been born. Lowell spoke with tears streaming down his face filled with sorrow. Listen to this. Aurora gently patted Lowell's back and comforted him. My lord, don't overthink it. You are not a calamity star, nor are you the one who killed the queen and the eldest son. Perhaps all this is fate. Although they are gone, they will be watching over you and protecting you from heaven. You must live well. The Eastern Palace concubine palace, Vera, is that bastard still honest? Mrs. Rosalind sat in the main seat and asked the maid in front of her. This look is completely different from the one he showed in front of Zachary. Please rest assured, madam, that bastard is very honest and dare not say anything more. And outside his palace all our people are watching, so he has no chance to do anything wrong. Maid Vera immediately said with a smile, kindness. Mrs. Rosalind nodded in satisfaction, but her brows were filled with coldness. Although he no longer poses any threat, we still cannot slack off. Keep a close eye on him. If he has any problems, you must personally monitor him. If you find it difficult to deal with him, tell me. Please rest assured, madam, this servant knows how to do it. It's just a child, I can handle it. The only person around Lowell is Aurora, but she is just one person not worth mentioning, Vera said with a sneer. Clouds and rain, that bitch is made. It would be fine if she behaves honestly, if she doesn't find an opportunity to deal with her. There was a murderous look in Mrs. Rosalind's eyes. Please rest assured, madam. I know, Vera replied respectfully. Liaodong, Golden City territory. In Liaodong, there are 2 cities that Nahatchu built with great effort. The city defenses are strong and powerful. One is Kaiyuan City and the other is Jincheng. This was also reinforced and built by Nahatchu in order to fight against the Ming dynasty. Hachu wanted to go south to attack the Ming dynasty, so he naturally had to use Liaodong as his base, and defense was also extremely critical. Now Rufus led his army to attack Kaiyuan City, and Maxim led his army to attack Jinju City. As long as these 2 cities are captured, Liaodong will become the territory of the Ming dynasty. And this moment, Maxim was leading a large army to attack Jinju City. The generals under Nahatchu were also resisting with all their might. 10 days of fierce attack. The Yuan army's resistance was also extremely stubborn. Fire. In front of Jinju City, Maxim was in the center of the army commanding the attack. Boom, boom, boom. There were bursts of earth-shaking roars. 200 artillery pieces fired at Jincheng, under artillery suppression. The Ming army's vanguard launched another round of attack on Jincheng. However, the Yuan army in the city was also extremely stubborn, with countless arrows fired from the city and artillery bombardment. Outside the city, large numbers of Ming soldiers were killed by the Yuan army's arrows. Of course, while on the defensive, the Ming army outside the city was also extremely brave, shooting arrows and bombarding the city with artillery. The Ming army attacked one after another. Time lasts. The siege and tug of war began. Maxim frowned as he watched the battle situation in front of the city. I underestimated Nahatchu's ability. In order to defend against the Ming dynasty, he really managed Jinju City like an iron bucket. The Yuan army was so determined to defend it to the death. Maxim said slowly, General, let me lead the army to charge. Boris asked Maxim, the Yuan army is resisting so well, further attacks will be futile and will only lead to more casualties. Withdraw. We still need to find a way to break through the Jinju City gate so that we can capture this city, Maxim said in a deep voice. But this time we have been attacking for many days in a row and many soldiers have been killed or wounded. Boris said somewhat unwillingly, this reckless charge will only lead to more casualties. Withdraw, Maxim said in a deep voice. Yes, Boris could only nod. The sound of the gong rang out. Maxim stared at Jinju City and said, Nahatchu, You have deployed heavy troops in Kaiyuan City and Jinju City, perhaps 80% to 90% of your total strength. Do you really think that with this amount of troops, you can stop the Ming army? To the west of Jinju City, 1,000 household battalion of the Ming army patrolled the area. Tapping, tapping, waves of footsteps came from the west. This also made all the thousands of Ming soldiers on patrol look towards the west in horror. On guard, form a formation. There are enemies coming. The shield spearmen are in front. The archers are behind. Quickly report to the commander and quickly mobilize troops for support. The captain who was inspecting the camp immediately gave the order. I accept your orders. The deputy captain standing by immediately took the order and retreated. Now, 1,000 Ming army soldiers have already lined up. Here, the shield troops are in front. There were spears mixed in with the shields for defense with archers behind them. Now, the earth is shaking and the mountains are shaking. Thousands of war horses rushed forward. Countless soldiers and horses rushed forward like a mighty cavalry charging towards us. See this scene. The faces of the Ming army soldiers lined up here were all solemn at this moment. Why are there Yuan troops in this western region? Shouldn't it? The inspector was puzzled and heavy-hearted. Not only the captain was confused, but the soldiers under his command were also confused. The border to the west of Jincheng is not Daning Prefecture, but the foreign land in the northern border, that is, the territory of the Tatars. According to the military report, the Tatars are now unable to take care of themselves, and it is impossible for them to send troops to reinforce Nahachu. All troops on alert wait for the enemy to approach and shoot arrows immediately. The captain shouted loudly. Yes, many Ming dynasty soldiers said in unison, although they felt a sense of fear when facing the countless war horses charging towards them. As soldiers of the Ming dynasty, they were not afraid. Even if there is an enemy, we will fight to the death. Tapping, tapping, as the sound of horse hooves got closer. In front of these thousands of Ming army soldiers, they could already see the scene of thousands of horses galloping, a real mass of iron cavalry sweeping across. At this time, the galloping horses were truly presented before the eyes of the Ming army soldiers. Wrong. Why are there so many war horses but no one to ride them? The captain watched closely and found that many of the horses charging ahead were unridden, and it seemed that they were following the horses. And this time, in the center of the galloping horses, a blood-red battle flag fluttered in the air. On the battle flag, a huge Ming character swayed in the wind. This is the military flag of the Ming dynasty, and also a battle flag. Don't release the arrow. This is the battle flag of my Ming dynasty. They are not enemies but soldiers of the Ming dynasty. When the captain saw this, he immediately shouted loudly, "Order all soldiers to put down their bows and arrows." Kaiyanhu. How could the Ming army appear in this foreign land in the northern border? Shouldn't it? A deputy captain asked in confusion. Have you forgotten that an army of our Ming dynasty has been fighting in this foreign Tatar land in the northern border for more than 2 months? The captain turned his head and said, "Is it the Daning Border Army Garrison Battalion, the one commanded by the Arlen commander Arlen, who killed 100 men?" The deputy captain said in surprise, awe in his eyes. Arlen's name. Now in Daning, he is well known among the troops who are fighting against Nahachu. It can be said that the entire army knows about it. With only a few thousand cavalrymen in the foreign land of the northern border, he took on this almost fatal mission to hold back the Tatars. After learning about this mission, many soldiers in the army knew that after Pericles Yingling took on this task, he and 99% of his soldiers would be left in the northern border forever to be loyal to the Ming dynasty. Although many soldiers expressed a moment of silence, more of them also showed admiration. Because Arlen led his troops to stay in the northern border to hold back the Tatars for the sake of the overall situation, so that the attacking Ming army would not be attacked from both sides. This is worthy of the admiration of soldiers. But as time passes, the whole Daning prefecture was shaken. Hundreds of thousands of Ming soldiers in Liaodong were killed. Arlen not only did not die in the northern border, but also brought only a few thousand soldiers under his command to inflict great losses on the Tatars. First, he annihilated tens of thousands of Tatar cavalry, and then broke through the Tatars' tribal court. It can be said that he brought out the full might of the Ming dynasty. The entire Daning border army, and even the soldiers who went on the expedition, were full of admiration for such a hero. Who wouldn't respect such a victory? The army admires the strong, and Arlen is that strong man. Of course it is. 10,000 horses galloping, this is what Commander Arlen gained by killing 10,000 Tartar cavalrymen. They're back. Kainhu said with excitement, this matter should be reported to the general immediately. No, report to General Smith. Xiaobei Arlen is a hero of the Ming dynasty, the deputy captain said excitedly. Yes, report it immediately. The captain immediately gave the order. The deputy captain on the side quickly left. This time, the sound of galloping war horses was getting closer and closer. At last, less than 50 steps away from the battle array of the Kainhu camp soldiers. Stop! A roar echoed among the galloping horses. Following closely, there were cries of joy from those who drove the war horses. The war horses that were originally charging forward stopped one after another, and those that were not controlled were restrained. Came back. Ming dynasty. Arlen looked at the thousands of Ming troops lined up in front of him and felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. The campaign lasted for more than 2 months in the northern border. It doesn't seem to take long, but in that dangerous place, every day seemed like a year. Because they are in constant danger from the enemy. If they are not careful, they will be surrounded and killed by the enemy. Northern Xinjiang. Arlen was undoubtedly tense every day, more so than any other soldier under his command. Because Arlen was their chief officer and promised to take them back, Arlen was the backbone of all the soldiers under his command. Now, Arlen succeeded. Think of this. Arlen could hardly hide his excitement. He rode out immediately. Rushing towards the Ming army formation in front, I saw Arlen coming alone. The captain on duty this time was even more relieved. If he were an enemy, he would never come alone, let alone stop. They cannot stop the momentum of thousands of horses galloping. Resolve the formation. Stand by. The captain immediately gave the order. The original defensive formation immediately dispersed. The captain also walked out of the army with a solemn look. When I really saw Arlen, Kainhu couldn't help but be stunned. Arlen in front of him was covered in blood from his hair to his armor and clothes. Even his face was stained with blood. Even the warhorse under him was stained with blood. The whole person looked like he had walked out of a sea of blood. Even just standing there, he exuded a chilling, murderous intent. Captain Idris Thatcher, I greet guard Arlen. The captain calmed down and saluted Arlen. You know me? Arlen was stunned and asked in surprise. I just got back. Could it be that the news of his victory in the northern border has spread? Arlen, the Arlen commander, led his army to attack the Tartars, destroyed their tribe, slew 10,000 of their cavalry, destroyed their clan, and beheaded their clan leader. The name of Arlen, the Arlen commander, is now known to everyone in the army. I also admire him immensely. Kainhu replied solemnly, Where is this place? Is it Daning? Arlen asked. Return to defense. This place is the territory of Jincheng in Liaodong. General Smith is leading his troops to attack Jincheng. Now, have been ordered to patrol here and guard against sneak attacks by the Yuan army. The captain replied immediately, I didn't expect to be in Liaodong. Arlen nodded in a daze, but a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand behind him and shouted excitedly, Brothers, I'm taking you home. Echoed from among the thousands of horses. One rider after another rode out. In a blink, nearly 3,000 cavalrymen gathered around Arlen. Like Arlen, there was not a single clean spot on their bodies. They were all covered in blood, including the people, horses, and their weapons. 3,000 cavalrymen stood behind Arlen. Even if there was no murderous intent or charge at this moment, they also seemed as a whole, with endless murderous aura rushing towards the Ming soldiers in front. I would be very grateful. The soldiers of the 1,000 households camp who were patrolling here saw the appearance of these thousands of soldiers, the filth on their bodies, and the murderous aura that was coming towards them. They couldn't help but be shocked and their hearts trembled. What kind of war did they go through? Are they coming out of the netherworld? Almost every soldier had this thought at this moment, for them. Before, the achievements of Arlen and his troops against the Jianzhou Tatars were only heard by hearsay and spread through battle reports. But at the moment, they truly see and believe. It seems that traces of the bloody battles of more than 2 months can be seen on Arlen and these 3,000 soldiers. Brothers, let's go home. Arlen shouted again, his voice extremely excited. We're going home. The Arlen took us home. Daming, we're finally back. Donovan C, did you see that? We're going home. Warren Todd, you blocked a knife for me and kept me alive, but you left. Today the Arlen took us home. Rest in peace, we are going home. Wow, Quincy Yvonne, you're home. You're so lucky to have become a heroic spirit. You made me want to cry for you. Soul, come back, brothers, go home. I heard the three words home. The soldiers who returned alive from this foreign land in the northern border could not help but burst into tears, especially sad. They may be crying for themselves to be able to return alive from the foreign land of the northern border, but more importantly, they're crying for their comrades who died in the foreign land of the northern border. They went home, but many of our brothers remained in foreign lands forever, and all they brought back were their bones and remains. Now, the sound of crying and wailing resounded here. Even Arlen couldn't stop crying at this moment. Although he took the lives of many enemies and killed countless enemies during this campaign, but these soldiers who followed him were all his comrades. Watching them die at the hands of the enemy and seeing only their remains left behind, it would be a lie to say that he was not sad. Bros, let's take our comrades and their heroic spirits home. The soul is back. Arlen shouted loudly, his voice trembling a little. Bros, go home. The soul is back. The soul returns. Nearly 3,000 soldiers shouted as if calling on the heroic souls of their comrades to return home and to the country they were protecting. This scene, especially tragic. At this border, the thousands of Ming army officers and soldiers who were patrolling here could not stop shedding tears. As a soldier, at this moment, my comrades in arms died in battle and will never return. How could they not know this feeling? Brothers, form a formation. Welcome the returning heroes of the Daning garrison camp. The soul is back. Kyanhu Idris shouted loudly. The voice fell. Thousands of soldiers immediately lined up on both sides, neatly and solemnly. Next moment, in unison they erupted in thunderous shouts. Soul, come back! Soul, come back! The sound of the soul returning resounds throughout the land of Liaodong and in the main camp of Zhengyuan Court. Report, Your Highness General Smith. Arlen, the Arlen commander of the Daning border army, has returned. We have now entered the territory controlled by our army in Jincheng. A personal guard quickly came into the tent and reported loudly. Hear the sound. Maxim, who was sitting in the main seat, had his eyes light up and a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. The generals in the camp all looked at him in the same way, full of curiosity, although Arlen was only a Arlen commander. However, the military achievements he created overshadowed his official position, and these achievements deserved the attention of all the generals in the army. Quickly send a message to Pericles Yinglai to the main camp. He has made outstanding military achievements. I have wanted to meet him for a long time. Maxim said with a big laugh. General, Commander Arlen and his soldiers have been fighting in the northern border for several months and are in a mess. At this moment, the captain has led Commander Arlen and his men into the camp and arranged for the logistics troops to fetch water. The personal guard reported respectfully. Yeah. After more than 2 months of fierce fighting in the northern border, I'm exhausted. Maxim also nodded immediately. Then he stood up. Generals, follow me to welcome Arlen. His military achievements are worthy of my personal welcome. Maxim said immediately. Hear this. The generals in the camp couldn't help but look sideways. Who is Maxim? In terms of his commanding position, he was the deputy general of this expedition, in charge of an army of 100,000, and his rank was equivalent to that of a general. But if we measure him by his title, he is the duke of the current dynasty and even the founding duke, with a high status. In the entire Ming dynasty, apart from the royal family, Arlen was the only one who could allow him, the duke of the current dynasty, to personally welcome the emperor. This also shows how much Maxim values Arlen. When the other generals heard Maxim speak, they naturally put aside their arrogance. Of course, they also wanted to see what the legendary Arlen looked like. After all, when the Ming dynasty sent troops to attack Nahachu this time, many of their Huixi generals had not yet achieved any results, but Arlen was extremely outstanding. He was repeatedly reported to Yingshan and was valued by the emperor and the prince. The other side. The logistics army is located. Arlen and his less than 3,000 soldiers had arrived at the camp gate. Just arrived. The first thing I saw was many generals wearing armor and black cloaks in front of the camp gate. It's not a low status. From a distance, Arlen had a feeling that these people were of high status. In Ming dynasty, one's status can be seen from his armor and attire. Just like the imperial palace guards in Yingshan City, each of them wears a red cloak, which makes them look more majestic. In this army, only generals above the rank of commander can wear cloaks. Your Highness greets General Smith. Now. When Idris, who was leading the way, saw the general in front of him, his face became filled with awe and he immediately bowed. Maxim. Hearing the surname Elijah, Arlen immediately thought of who the middle-aged general in front of him was. The founding duke, now leading the army to attack Nahachu's deputy general Maxim. In the Ming dynasty, he is deeply trusted by the current emperor. Of course, that's for now too. In the future, with the death of Crown Prince Zachary, Huaxi will also usher in a real purge, or in other words, the entire court will usher in a purge. Captain Frostborn, this is General Smith Maxim. This time, we are conquering the Yuan court with Nahachu's deputy general, leading an army of 100,000. Idris lowered his voice and spoke to Arlen, such a high-ranking official. Arlen did not dare to neglect it and immediately stepped forward and bowed. Your subordinate Arlen greets General Smith. At this point, Maxim's eyes were already on Arlen. Not only him, but also the eyes of many generals around him were all on Arlen. The feeling at first sight. Arlen's face couldn't be seen clearly because it was covered in blood. The feeling at second sight. Arlen looked like a savage who had rushed out of a sea of corpses and blood, covered in blood and with a pungent and unpleasant smell of blood. The feeling of the third eye, it is admiration, as a soldier. They knew very well what Arlen had experienced in the northern frontier to make him look so miserable. Looking at Arlen in front of him, Maxim walked forward without any hesitation. Not caring about the fishy smell on Arlen's body, he stretched out his hands and helped Arlen up. Arlen, I have heard of you many times in the army and now I finally get to see you. Maxim laughed. General Smith is the Duke of Ming Dynasty. His reputation spreads far and wide and Arlen has heard of your name for a long time. Arlen immediately replied humbly. You have worked hard in the foreign land of the northern border for more than 2 months, deep in the heart of the Tartars, and placed yourself in danger. Maxim said with great emotion. When he learned that there was a troop of soldiers left in the foreign land of the northern border, Maxim also felt that the chances of them coming back were very small, but look at it now. But it was beyond his expectations. In other words, Arlen's performance in commanding troops exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did he come back alive, but he also brought back thousands of soldiers. Compared with the results of the battle against the Tartars, the losses were not that great. As a soldier of the Ming dynasty, it is my duty to protect my country. Arlen replied immediately. Subsequently, Arlen turned around and said to the many soldiers behind him, all soldiers, listen to my orders and pay your respects to General Smith. The voice fell. Nearly 3,000 soldiers bowed without hesitation and shouted in unison. Greetings, General Smith. Although there were less than 3,000 people, their combined voices were like thunder, resounding over the military camp. As the sound arose, the overwhelming murderous aura seemed to be rushing towards him. The stillness and movement seemed to manifest the murderous aura. This is the battle-hardened army that has been fighting and killing in a foreign land for months. Maybe there are new recruits among them, but now they have all been baptized by war and become true veterans of hundreds of battles. These are the soldiers who have experienced the baptism of desperate wars. Such murderous aura, an army that has fought 100 battles. Maxim looked at the 3,000 soldiers in front of him and felt a sense of emotion in his heart. The soldiers before him were just like Arlen, covered in blood, having fought their way out of a desperate sea of blood. Having commanded troops for many years and personally created the establishment of the Ming Empire, Maxim can be said to have seen many powerful armies, but the army in front of him that has fought its way out of desperate situations is definitely worthy of Maxim's attention. Maxim stepped forward and raised his hand. Commendations, no need to be polite. Thank you, General Smith. The soldiers responded in unison. There was a crash. Everyone stood up straight. The powerful murderous aura still permeated the air invisibly, and thousands of sharp eyes were looking at Maxim. An ordinary general might have been timid under such murderous gazes, but Maxim was calm and composed. Thank you for your hard work, soldiers. You have penetrated deep into the foreign lands of the northern border, deep into enemy territory, placing yourself in danger, delaying the enemy forces for the Ming dynasty, and even killing countless enemies in foreign lands, inflicting heavy damage on the enemy. I will report this achievement to the Heavenly Emperor and present it to the Emperor. Your deeds will never be forgotten. The Emperor will definitely reward you according to your merits. Maxim said loudly, I have a favor to ask of you. Arlen bowed to Maxim with a serious expression. Just tell me what you have to say. Maxim smiled. Arlen fumbled in his arms and held a book stained with blood in his hands. This is the list of the fallen soldiers of the Arlen Battalion. A total of 1,578 people. General Smith, Please report this to the Ministry of War and the Imperial Court, and ask them to show mercy to the families of these heroic souls. Arlen held the list in both hands and asked loudly, "Please ask General Smith to report this to the court and offer gracious support to the families of our fallen comrades." Thousands of soldiers behind Arlen shouted loudly for orders. This moment, no one was not moved by this. The camaraderie and brotherhood were fully demonstrated in this war. This moment, it has nothing to do with the glory and military achievements achieved in this war. This is what Arlen and every soldier under his command wished for in their hearts. They were asking for mercy for their comrades who died in battle, and for the mercy that should have belonged to them. People have passed away, but in their families, there are still elderly parents and children who are crying for food. Without grace and care, their families will suffer. See this. Maxim walked forward slowly, looking at the blood-stained list with complicated eyes. Now, Maxim didn't take it with one hand, but took the book with both hands and opened it. On this blood-stained list, names came into view one by one. These were all written by Arlen stroke by stroke. After each major battle, when counting the casualties, Arlen would write down the names of his comrades in arms personally. More than 2 months of fighting. Some died directly on the battlefield, and many died from wound infections. 4,000 soldiers. Today there are fewer than 2,500 people. In this battle, 40% of the troops were lost. Although the results of the battle were remarkable, once a person is dead, that person is dead. Please rest assured, soldiers. I, Maxim, have accepted this roster. There will be no harsh treatment of the soldiers in terms of compensation. I will submit this list directly to Yingxin and the Emperor. Maxim promised loudly while holding the list. Thank you, General Smith. Arlen expressed his gratitude immediately. Thank you, General Smith. The generals and soldiers also expressed their gratitude. This time, the reason why I am here to seek mercy. In fact, Arlen did not trust the officials who distributed the pensions. Even though Evander was extremely harsh in dealing with corrupt officials during the Hongwu period and would kill them at any time, there were still many corrupt officials who, driven by interests, would embezzle pension money and the money to buy the lives of the soldiers who fought bravely in the battles, in order to prevent it. Arlen specifically asked Maxim in front of so many generals. He even took out this list. The purpose is to ensure that the pensions of the soldiers under his command are paid truthfully and that they do not suffer injustice. Only by paying attention to it can it be eliminated. Where is the pacification? Maxim said loudly. The mark is on. A general came quickly to Maxim. Arlen, if you and your subordinates have any evidence of military achievements, please provide the statistics. The military achievements will be recorded by the Military Pacification Association, and rewards will be given according to merit later. Maxim said, "Hear this." Arlen nodded immediately. He took out a bag from his back. Throw it on the ground. A human head that was already smelling bad appeared before the general's eyes. It just has some antiseptic powder on it which can be carried with the army. This is the head of Ahachu, the chief of the Jianju Tartar tribe. Arlen pointed at the head on the ground. Kindness. Maxim nodded. Subsequently, Arlen waved his hand at the soldiers behind him and said, "Come one by one, don't be impatient." Yes. All the soldiers responded in unison. Then they walked forward in an orderly manner, opened their bags and poured them onto the ground. Crash. Todd, the captain of 1,000 households, poured out more than 70 ears from his bag. Followed, Percy. Vincent and his 3 captains also stepped forward, and each of their bags dumped out 60 or 70 ears. All the generals looked on in astonishment. I would be very grateful. Aside, the soldiers under Carter Selwyn, who were counting the military achievements, also stepped forward immediately, holding documents and looking at it in astonishment. What are you doing standing still? Record. Maxim took one look and said immediately, "Yes." Carter finally came to his senses and said to the soldiers, "Record it quickly." Yes. The soldiers came to their senses and picked up their pens to record the names and the results of the enemy's deaths. Several thousand households presented their battle results. Then one by one the soldiers presented their battle results. Some have a few ears, some have more than 10 ears, and some even have 20 or 30 ears. Every soldier who returned from here had gained something. Looking at so many gains, all the generals present looked on in surprise, because Arlen's men had made a lot of gains this time. From what we saw, at least 20,000 people were killed. And this was the time when Arlen's army had the opportunity to cut off the ears. There were many times when they were chased by the Tartars and had no time to cut off the ears. From these results, we can see how rich the harvest was this time. These are just the results brought by 4,000 soldiers. Arlen, how many Tartars did you kill in this battle? Maxim asked with a smile. Quite a bit. The bidder hasn't counted them yet. Arlen replied with a smile. To reply to General Smith, our defense is fierce and invincible, just like the king of Western Harding in the past. At least 800 Tartars died at his hands. Todd on the side immediately spoke up. Hearing this number, even Maxim's eyes were filled with amazement. But in terms of words, it finally came together into one sentence. Well done. You are worthy of being a general of the Ming dynasty. Maxim said with a smile. This time, the logistics troops have already boiled the water. A captain of the logistics troops ran over and said, "Respectfully, send the general's order. Hurry and get new uniforms, meat and bread. Except for the drinks, everything else is provided. Today I will reward all the soldiers on behalf of the entire army." Maxim said loudly, "Thank you, General Smith." Arlen and his soldiers immediately expressed their gratitude. "Go ahead, wash up, and have a good rest for the day. After you have a good rest, I will give you a surprise tomorrow." Maxim smiled and patted Arlen's shoulder, his eyes full of respect for the new warrior of the Ming dynasty. Arlen immediately clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, General." "Okay, everyone. Don't disturb the soldiers. Let's go back to the camp and discuss matters," Maxim said loudly. Then he left with a group of generals. Arlen also led a group of soldiers towards the logistics army. In the military camp, buckets of water are being transported in continuously steaming hot. "Bros, place the remains first, then wash them." Arlen turned around and said to the soldiers. "Yes," all the soldiers said in unison. The person carrying the remains walked to the side and placed them solemnly aside. Subsequently, the soldiers returned to the wooden barrels filled with hot water. "Bros, don't be picky, they're all men, just take them off." Arlen laughed loudly and immediately began to take off his armor. "Captain, you are younger than me and your capital is definitely not as big as mine." A rough man laughed and said very proudly, "Listen to this. Ha ha ha. Warren Laoson, you dare to tease the Arlen commander. You are such a big man who can compare with you in terms of strength. Get lost. Ha ha." All the soldiers burst into laughter, and the next moment, Arlen immediately took off his armor and his scabby military uniform, upper body. It was covered with various knife and arrow wounds, but they had all healed. It looked very hideous, but it also added a kind of glory that belonged to a soldier. And when Arlen took off his pants, the rough guy Warren Laoson who had just shouted was suddenly shocked. "Oh my goodness." Many soldiers gathered their gazes together. Their eyes filled with shock, as if they had seen a giant face. "Oh my God, is this the legendary gift? This thing is amazing. Warren Laoson, you always acted so arrogantly in front of us before, showing off everywhere. This time I want to see how you can still act so arrogantly. Ha ha ha, that's right. Guarding this thing, my goodness, what girl can stand this? Ha ha ha." Many soldiers burst into laughter again. "Don't waste time, just wash it and eat the meat. Aren't you tired of eating dry food and brown rice every day in the northern border?" Arlen said unhappily. Then he picked up the scoop and started pouring water on his body to wash away the blood and dirt. "See this." The other soldiers became anxious when they thought about eating meat, and they all picked up water ladles to wash it. Suddenly, the ground of the camp was flowing with blood, dyeing the ground red, which showed how much blood of many people was on Arlen and his men. The logistics soldiers who were in charge of boiling water were also stunned when they saw this scene. "Just take a bath." Arlen looked at the wooden barrel in front of him and jumped directly into it. After living in the open air in the northern border, he could finally enjoy himself a little. Properties panel. Arlen called out in his heart. Host Arlen, age 14 years old, internal breath 1031. The warrior's internal breath. The higher the value, the stronger the internal breath. Strength 2285. 1 point corresponds to 1 pound of force. Speed 2023 points, 20 times faster than an average person. Constitution 1782 points, 17 times stronger than an average person's constitution. The stronger the constitution, the stronger the defense, and the faster the recovery from injury. Endurance 1752 points, 17 times more endurance than an average person. The higher the endurance, the more energy and stamina one has. Spirit 1793 points. The higher the spirit, the clearer the mind, the stronger the perception, and the ability to sense murderous intent within a kilometer radius lifespan. 112 years and 5,212 days storage space. 19 cubic meters gonfa, horizontal training. And with my current physique, an ordinary bow and arrow would only injure my superficial flesh. With this attribute, even if I'm surrounded by thousands of people, I can kill them all as long as I have time. Arlen thought secretly in his heart, full of excitement. Soon, the logistics troops brought the brand new uniforms. After everyone put them on, everything looked brand new. In the main camp, General, the results of this battle have been counted. Xiaobei Arlen led his soldiers to kill more than 23,000 Tartars in total, but this should include many that have not been counted. After all, in the foreign land of the northern border, it is often impossible to cut off the enemy's ears as proof of military achievement. Carter said respectfully to Maxim, with only 4,000 men, they killed over 20,000 enemies, and their own casualties were no more than 1,500 men. What do you think, generals? Maxim looked at the generals in the tent and said, face this question. The generals in the tent were all silent. These Huexi warriors have always been domineering, but at this moment they don't know how to respond.